Introduction. In the De Officiis we have, save for the latter Philippics, the great orator's last contribution to literature. The last, sad, troubled years of his busy life could not be given to his profession, and he turned his never-resting thoughts to the second love of his student days and made Greek philosophy a possibility for Roman readers. The Senate had been abolished, the courts had been closed. His occupation was gone, but Cicero could not surrender himself to idleness. In those days of distraction, 46-43 BC, he produced for publication almost as much as in all his years of active life. The liberators had been able to remove the tyrant, but they could not restore the republic. Cicero's own life was in danger from the fury of Mad Antony, and he left Rome about the end of March, 44 BC. He dared not even stop permanently in any one of his various country estates, but, wretched, wandered from one of his villas to another nearly all the summer and autumn through. He would not suffer himself to become a prey to his overwhelming sorrow at the death of the Republic and the final crushing of the hopes that had risen with Caesar's downfall, but worked at the highest tension on his philosophical studies. The Romans were not philosophical. In 161 BC, the Senate passed a decree excluding all philosophers and teachers of rhetoric from the city. They had no taste for philosophical speculation, in which the Greeks were the world's masters. They were intensely, narrowly practical, and Cicero was thoroughly Roman. As a student in a Greek university, he had had to study philosophy. His mind was broad enough and his soul great enough to give him a joy in following after the mighty masters, Socrates, Plato, Zeno, Cleinias, Aristotle, Theophrastus, and the rest. But he pursued his study of it, like a Roman, from a practical motive to promote thereby his power as an orator and to augment his success and happiness in life. To him, the goal of philosophy was not primarily to know, but to do. Its end was to point out the course of conduct that would lead to success and happiness. The only side of philosophy, therefore, that could make much appeal to the Roman mind was ethics. Pure science could have little meaning for the practical Roman. Metaphysics might supplement ethics and religion, without which true happiness was felt to be impossible. Philosophical study had its place, therefore, and the most important department of philosophy was ethics. The treatise on moral duties has the very practical purpose of giving a practical discussion of the basic principles of moral duty and practical rules for personal conduct. As a philosopher, if we may so stretch the term as to include him, Cicero avows himself an adherent of the new academy and a disciple of Carneades. He had tried Epicureanism under Phaedrus and Zeno, Stoicism under Diodotus and Posidonius, but Philo of Larissa converted him to the new academy. Skepticism declared the attainment of absolute knowledge impossible. But there is the easily obtainable golden mean of the probable, and that appealed to the practical Roman. It appealed especially to Cicero. And the same indecision that had been his bane in political life naturally led him first to skepticism, then to eclecticism, where his choice is dictated by his bias for the practical, and his skepticism itself disappears from view. And while Antiochus, the eclectic academician of Athens, and Posidonius, the eclectic Stoic of Rhodes, seem to have had the strongest influence upon him, he draws at his own discretion from the founts of Stoics, Peripatetics, and academicians alike. He has only contempt for the Epicureans, Cynics, and Cyrenaics. But the more he studied and lived, the more of a Stoic in ethics he became. The capsheaf of Cicero's ethical studies is the treatise on the moral duties. It takes the form of a letter addressed to his son Marcus, see index, at this time a youth of 21, pursuing his university studies in the peripatetic school of Cratippus in Athens, and sowing for what promised to be an abundant crop of wild oats. This situation gives force and definiteness to the practical tendencies of the father's ethical teachings. And yet, be it observed, that same father is not without censure for contributing to his son's extravagant and riotous living, by giving him an allowance of nearly £870 a year. Our Roman makes no pretensions to originality in philosophically thinking. He is a follower and expositor of the Greeks. As the basis of his discussion of the moral duties, he takes the Stoic Panidius of Rhodes, see index, pi epsilon rho letter 1f76 kappa alpha theta, letter 1f75 kappa omicron nu tau omicron sigma, drawing also from many other sources, but following him more or less closely in books I and Roman II. Book 3 is more independent and much inferior. He is usually superficial and not always clear. He translates and paraphrases Greek philosophy, weaving in illustrations from Roman history and suggestions of Roman mold in a form intended to make it, if not popular, at least comprehensible, to the Roman mind. How well he succeeded is evidenced by the comparative receptivity of Roman soil prepared by Stoic doctrine for the teachings of Christianity. Indeed, Anthony Trollope labels our author the pagan Christian. You would fancy sometimes, says Petrarch, it is not a pagan philosopher but a Christian apostle who is speaking. No less an authority than Frederick the Great has called our book the best work on morals that has been or can be written. Cicero himself looked upon it as his masterpiece. It has its strength, and its weakness its sane common sense and noble patriotism, its self-conceit and partisan politics. It has the master's brilliant style, but it is full of repetitions and rhetorical flourishes, and it fails often in logical order and power. It rings true in its moral tone, but it shows in what haste and distraction it was composed, for it was not written as a contribution to close scientific thinking. It was written as a means of occupation and diversion. Bibliography. The following works are quoted in the critical notes. MSS, A equals Codex Ambrosianus, Milan, 10th century, B equals Codex Bambergensis, Hamburg, 10th century, H equals Codex Herbopolitanus, Wurzburg, 10th century, L equals Codex Harleianus, London, 9th century, AB equals Codices Bernenses, Bern, 10th century, C equals Codex Bernensis, Bern, 13th century, P equals Codex Palatinus, Rome, 12th century. Editio Princeps. The first edition of the De Officiis was from the press of Swainheim and Panarts at the monastery of Subiaco. Possibly the edition published by Fust and Scoffer at Mainz is a little older. Both appeared in 1465. The latter was the first to print the Greek words in Greek type. The De Officiis is, therefore, the first classical book to be issued from a printing press, with the possible exception of Lactantius and Cicero's De Orator, which bear the more exact date of October, 1465, and were likewise issued from the monastery press at Subiaco. Bader and Caesar, M. Tullius Ciceronis Opera Qui Supersunt Omnia, Lipsi, 1860-69. Bayer, M. Tullius Ciceronis De Officiis Libri Tres, cum Commentariis Editi a Carolo Bayero, Lipsi, 1820. Erasmus, M. Tullius Ciceronis Officia Diligenter Restituta Melanchthon, Adjustum de Amicitia et Senectute Dialogi, cum annotationibus Erasmi et P. Melanchthonus, Paraceis, 1533. Ed. M. Tullius Ciceronis Scripta qui manserunt omnia recognavit C. F. W. Muller, Tubner, Lipsi, 1879. This edition is the basis of the text of the present volume. Ernesti, M. Tullius Ciceronis Opera ex Recension Novissima, J.A. Ernesti, cum iustum notis et clave Ciceroniana, editio prima Americana, Bastoni, 1815-16. Faxiolati, M. Tullius Ciceronis De Officiis Libri Tres, de Senectute, de Amicitia, de Somnio Scipianus, et Paradoxa, excedit Q Fratris Commentarialum Petitionis, ex Recension J. A. Faxiolati, Venetias, 1747. Fleckeisen Alf, Kritisch Misellen, Dresden, 1864. Gernhard, M. Tullius Ciceronis De Officiis Libri Tres, Rec. Et Scholiis Iac, Faxiolati Suisc animadversionibus instruxit aug, G. Gernhard, Lipsi, 1811. Grevius, M. Tullius Ciceronis De Officiis Libri Tres, de Senectute, de Amicitia, Paradoxa, Somnium Scipianus, ex Recension J. G. Grevii, Amstelladami, 1689. Gulielmus, M. Tullius Ciceronis Opera Omnia qui extant, Gruter, Emendata Studio, J. Gulielmi et J. Gruteri, Hamburgi, 1618-19. Hein Otto, M. Tullius Ciceronis De Officiis ad Marcum Filium Libri Tres, 6T. Offel, Berlin, 1885. Husinger, M. Tullius Ciceronis De Officiis Libri Tres, Recensut adjectisc J. M. Husingeri e sues annotationibus, editoris erat J. F. Husinger, edited by C. Husinger, Brunsvigi. Holden, M. Tullius Ciceronis de Officiis Libri XIII, with introduction, analysis, and commentary by Herbert Ashton Holden, Th. edition. Cambridge, 1891. To his full notes, the translator is indebted for many a word and phrase. Klotz, M. Tullius Ciceronis scripta qui manserunt omnia. Recognavit Reinholdus Klotz. Lipsii, 1850-57, 1869-74. Lambinus, M. Tullius Ciceronis opera omnia qui extant, a de Lambino. Ex codicibus manuscriptis emendata et octa, Lutetii, -84. Lange, M. Tullius Ciceronis de Officiis lib. Roman 3. Cato major vel de senectute, Laelius vel de amicitia, paradoxa stoicorum sex, somnium Scipianus, opera si langiae recogniti, adjustum in hos, libros annotations, cum annotationibus p. Manute, etc. Antwerpi, 1568. Lund de emendandis Ciceronis libris de Officiis observations critici. Scripsit G. F. G. Lund. Copenhagen, 1848. Manutius, M. Tullius Ciceronis Officium Libri XIII, Cato Mayer vel de senectute, Laelius vel de amicitia, paradoxa stoicorum sex, additi sunt varii lections. Edited by P. Manuzio. P. Manutius, Venetias, 1541. Muller, C.F.W., M. Tullius Ciceronis de Officiis Libri Roman 3, für den Schulgebrauch Erklärt, Leipzig, 1882. Muretus, M. Antoni Muretti Scholia in Sic, Officia, Muretti Opera ed. Runken, Lugged, Bat, 1879. Aureli, M. Tullius Ciceronis Opera qui supersunt omnia ac bater, de perditorum fragmenta, edited J. C. Aurelius M. Halm, Tullius Ciceronis Scholiasti. C. M. Victorinus Rufinus C. Julius Victor Boethius Favonius Eulogius Asconius Petianus Scholia Bobiensia Scholiasta Granovianus editorunt J. C. Aurelius et J. G. Bader. Turissae, 1826-38. Ed. 2 Opus Mort Orale Interruptum Contin. J. G. Baderus et C. Halmius, -62. Pierce, M. Ciceronis de Officiis ad Marcum Filium Libri XIII, Nodes illustravit et emendavit Z. Pierce. Landini, 1745. Sturenberg, M. Tullius Ciceronis de Officiis Libri Roman 3, Recensut R. Sturenberg, Exedit Commentarius. Lipsii, 1843. Unger, M. Tullius Ciceronis de Officiis Libri Roman 3, Erklart VGF. Unger, Leipzig, 1852. Victorius, P. M. Tullius Ciceronis Opera, omnium qui hactenus excusa sunt castigatissima, nunc primum in lucem edita. 4 Tom, Venetias, 1530-34-36. Zumpt, M. Tullius Ciceronis de Officiis Libri XIII cum selectis J.M. et J.F. Husingerorum suisque notis, scholarum in usum itrum edidit car. Tim Zumptius. Brunsvigi, 1849. Cicero de Officiis. Book 1. Moral Goodness. Liber Primus / Book 1. 1 asterisk iquanquam t, Marsfili, annum eum audientum cratipum, id Athens, abundare oportet preceptis institutusque philosophi propter summum et doctoris octoradatum et urbis. Quorum alter t scientia ager podest, altera exemplis, tamen, ut ips ad meme utilitatum semper cum grisis Latina coniunxi nec id in philosophia solium, sed etiam in dicendi exercitation feci, idem tibi sensio faciendum. Ut par sis in utriusque orationis facultate. Quam quidem ad rem nos, ut vidmer, magnum attulimus adiamentum hominibus nostris, ut non modo Graecorum literarum rudes, sed etiam docti aliquentum si arbitrenter adeptos, et ad dicendum et ad iudicandum. 2 asterisk quam ab rem discs 2 quidem a principe huius aetatis philosophorum, et discs, quam diu vols, tam diu autem vel debibus, quod t quantum proficias non penitebit. Sed tamen nostra legens non multum a peripateticis dissidentia, quoniam utrique Socrates, et Platonus I volumus esse, de rebus ipsis uter cui judicio, nihil enim impedio. Orationum autem Latinam Officiis profto legendis nostris plenarum. Nec viro hoc arroganter dictum existimuri velim. Nam philosophandi scientiam concedens multis, quod est oratoris proprium, apt, distinct, ornate dicer, quoniam in eo studio edatum consumpsi, si id mihi assumo, videor id meo eor quadam modo vindicare. 3 quam ob rem magnoper t horder, me Cicero, ut non solum orations mes, sed hos etiam de philosophia libros, qui eam illis fear si equarunt, studios leges. Vis enim meier in illis dicendi, sed hoc quoque colendum est equabile et temperatum orationis genus. Et id quaedam nemini video Grecorum ad hoc contigus, ut idem utroque in gener elaboraret sequereturc, et alud forns dicendi, et hoc quaedam disputandi genus, nisi forte Demetrius Valerius in hoc numoo haberi potest, disputator subtilis, orator parum vehemens, dulcis tamen, ut Theophrasti discipulum passus agnesir. Nos autem quantum in utroque proferimus, alirum sit eudicium, utrumque cert secudi sumus. 4 equidem et Platonum existimo, si genus forns dicendi tractere voluuset, gravissime et copiosissime poduus dicer, et demos tenem sciala, quia Platon didicerat, tenuset et pronunciare voluuset, ornate splendique facer poduus. Iademque modo de Aristotle et Isocrate iudico, quorum uterque seu studio delectatis contempsit alterum. Dicendum ed, descendum MSS, i.e. acquisition of learning. CSC ed, nodum BHABP. Elaborate Lambin, ed, laboraret MSS. Introduction, the importance of combining Greek and Latin studies, hash. 1 my dear son Marcus, you have now been studying a full year under Cratopus, and that too in Athens, and you should be fully equipped with the practical precepts and the principles of philosophy. So much at least one might expect from the preeminence not only of your teacher, but also of the city. The former is able to enrich you with learning, the latter to supply you with models. Nevertheless, just as I for my own improvement have always combined Greek and Latin studies, and I have done this not only in the study of philosophy, but also in the practice of oratory, so I recommend that you should do the same, so that you may have equal command of both languages. And it is in this very direction that I have, if I mistake not, rendered a great service to our countrymen, so that not only those who are unacquainted with Greek literature, but even the cultured consider that they have gained much both in oratorical power and in mental training. Greek philosophy and Cicero's own hash. 2 you will, therefore, learn from the foremost of present-day philosophers, and you will go on learning as long as you wish, and your wish ought to continue as long as you are not dissatisfied with the progress you are making. For all that, if you will read my philosophical books, you will be helped. My philosophy is not very different from that of the Peripatetics, for both they and I claim to be followers of Socrates and Plato. As to the conclusions you may reach, I leave that to your own judgment, for I would put no hindrance in your way. But by reading my philosophical writings, you will be sure to render your mastery of the Latin language more complete. But I would by no means have you think that this is said boastfully. For there are many to whom I yield precedence in knowledge of philosophy, but if I lay claim to the orator's peculiar ability to speak with propriety, clearness, elegance, I think my claim is in a measure justified, for I have spent my life in that profession. Philosophy and oratory, hash. 3 and therefore, my dear Cicero, I cordially recommend you to read carefully not only my orations, but also these books of mine on philosophy, which are now about as extensive. For while the orations exhibit a more vigorous style, yet the unimpassioned, restrained style of my philosophical productions is also worth cultivating. Moreover, for the same man to succeed in both departments, both in the forensic style and in that of calm philosophically discussion, has not, I observe, been the good fortune of any one of the Greeks so far, unless, perhaps, Demetrius of Phalerum can be reckoned in that number a clever reasoner. Indeed, and though rather a spiritless orator, he is yet charming, so that you can recognize in him the disciple of Theophrastus. But let others judge how much I have accomplished in each pursuit. I have at least attempted both. For I believe, of course, that if Plato had been willing to devote himself to forensic oratory, he could have spoken with the greatest eloquence and power, and that if Demosthenes had continued the studies he pursued with Plato and had wished to expound his views, he could have done so with elegance and brilliancy. I feel the same way about Aristotle and Isocrates, each of whom, engrossed in his own profession, undervalued that of the other. Cicero is alluding to his Republic Tusculan Disputations, Theories of the Supreme Good and Evil, The Nature of the Gods, Academics, Hortensius, his essays on friendship, Laelius, Old Age, Cato, Fate, Divination, etc., 15 in all. Roman 2. Sed cum statuissum scriber ad te aliquid hoc tempor, multa post hac, ab eo ordiri maxim volui, quod editati tui esset aptissimum et auctoritati me. Nam cum multa sint in philosophia, et gravia et utilia accurat copiosque a philosophis disputata, latisime pater videnter qui du officiis tradita ob illis et precepta sunt. Nulla enim vidi pars nec publicis nec privatis nec forensibus nec domesticis in rebus, nec si tecum agas quid, nec si cum altero contra has, vacir officio potest, in iac et colendo sita vidi est honestas omnes, et negligendo turpitudo. Asterisk 5 asterisk ac hic quaedam quistio communis est omnium philosophorum, quis est enim, qui nullis officii preceptis tradendis philosophum si audit dicer. Sed sunt non nulli disciplini, qui propositus bonorum et malorum finibus officium omni pervertent. Nam qui summum bonum sic instituit, ut nihil habat cum verdut coniunctum, aeg sues commodis, non honestate mediter, hic, si sibi ips consentiat, et non interdum naturi bonitate vincitur nec amicitium coler possit nec, eustitium nec liberalitatem. Fortis viro dolorum summum malum eudicans aut temperans, voluptatem, summum bonum statuens esse cert nullo modo potest. De fin, Roman 2, 12 ff. Tusc, disp, Roman 4v de off, Roman 3, 117. 6 asterisk qui quamquam ita sunt in promptu, ut res disputation non egit tamen, sunt a nobis alio loco disputata. He disciplini igiter si sibi consentini velint esse, du officio nihil quint dicer, nec ulla officii precepta firma, stabilia, coniuncta naturi tradi possunt nisi aut ob iis, qui solem, aut ob iis, qui maxime honestatem propter si dicent expetendum. Ita propria est e preceptio stoicorum, academicorum, peripateticorum, quoniam Aristonis, Pyrrhinus, erilli eum praedam explosa sententia est. Qui tamen haberent ius suum disputandi de officio, si rerum aliquam dulctum reliquiscent, ut ad officii inventionem addidus esset. Sequemer igiter hoc quaedam tempor, et hac in question potissimum stoicos non ut interprets, sed, ut solemis, e fontibus aerum iudicio arbitrioque nostro, quantum quoque modo videbiter, horimus. Asterisk 7 asterisk placit igiter, quoniam omnes disputatio de officio futura est, ante definir, quid sit officium. Quod panidio pretermissum esse mirror, omnes enim, qui rations suscipiter de aliqua re institutio debit a definition proficiscae, ut intelligator, quid sit id, de quo disputator. Et negligendo a hb ed, et in negligendo bc. Dalctum bhb ed, delectum a c. Sequimer grievius ed, sequimer mss. Ration ed, a ration mss, ration Muller. Cicero's definition must have followed here, something like omni igiter, quod ration actum est officium appellemus unjure. Statement of subject, hash. Roman 2. But since I have decided to write you a little now, and a great deal by and by, I wish, if possible, to begin with a matter most suited at once to your years and to my position. Although philosophy offers many problems, both important and useful, that have been fully and carefully discussed by philosophers, those teachings which have been handed down on the subject of moral duties seem to have the widest practical application. For no phase of life, whether public or private, whether in business or in the home, whether one is working on what concerns oneself alone or dealing with another, can be without its moral duty. On the discharge of such duties depends all that is morally right, and on their neglect all that is morally wrong in life. The philosophically schools and ethical teaching, hash. 5 asterisk moreover, the subject of this inquiry is the common property of all philosophers, for who would presume to call himself a philosopher if he did not inculcate any lessons of duty? But there are some schools that distort all notions of duty by the theories they propose touching the supreme good and the supreme evil. For he who posits the supreme good as having no connection with virtue and measures it not by a moral standard, but by his own interests if he should be consistent, and not rather at times overruled by his better nature, He could value neither friendship nor justice nor generosity. And brave he surely cannot possibly be that counts pain the supreme evil, nor temperate he that holds pleasure to be the supreme good. Reasons for choice of subject and authorities. 6. Although these truths are so self-evident that the subject does not call for discussion, still I have discussed it in another connection. If, therefore, these schools should claim to be consistent, they could not say anything about duty. And no fixed, invariable, natural rules of duty can be posited, except by those who say that moral goodness is worth seeking solely or chiefly for its own sake. Accordingly, the teaching of ethics is the peculiar right of the Stoics, the Academicians, and the Peripatetics, for the theories of Aristo, Pyrrho, and Aurelius have been long since rejected. And yet they would have the right to discuss duty if they had left us any power of choosing between things, so that there might be a way of finding out what duty is. I shall therefore, at this time, and in this investigation follow chiefly the Stoics, not as a translator, but, as is my custom, I shall at my own option and discretion draw from those sources in such measure, and in such manner as shall suit my purpose. 7. Since, therefore, the whole discussion is to be on the subject of duty, I should like at the outset to define what duty is, as, to my surprise, Panidius has failed to do. For every systematic development of any subject ought to begin with a definition, so that everyone may understand what the discussion is about. Roman 3. Omnes de officio duplex est quaestio, unum genus est, quod pertinet ad finem bonorum, alterum, quod pausatum est in preceptis, quibus in omnes partes usus vidi conformari possit. Superioris generis huius modi sunt exempla. Omniane officia perfecta sint, num quod officium aliud alio meus sit, et qui sunt generis iustum. Quorum autem officium precepta tradentur, equamquam pertinent ad finem bonorum, tamen minus id apparit, quia magis ad institutionem vidi communis spectere videnter, de quibus est, nobis his libris explicandum. Ac etiam alia divisio est officii. *8 nam et medium quadam officium dicitur et perfectum. Perfectum officium rectum, opiner, vosemus, quonium Greece kappa alpha tau letter 1 F7 9 rho theta omega mu alpha, hoc autem commune officium kappa alpha theta letter 1 FC6 kappa omicron nu vocant. Ac sic definiant, ut rectum quod sit, id officium perfectum esse definiant, medium autem officium id esticant, quod cur factum sit, ratio probabilis redi possit. *9 triplex igitur est, ut penidio vidter, concilii capiendi deliberatio. Nam aut honestumni factu sit interp dubitant id, quod in deliberationem cadit, in quo considerando sep animi in contrarias sententias distrahuntur. Tum autem aut anquirant aut consultant, ad vidi commoditatem iucunditatec, ad facultates rerum ac copias, ad ops, ad potentium, quibus et si possint iuver et suos, conjucat id necni, de quo deliberant. Qui deliberatio omnes in rationem utilitatis cadit. Tertium dubitandi genus est, cum pugner vidtur cum onisto id, quod vidtur esse util. Cum enim utilitas ad si rapper, honestas contra revocer ad si vidtur, fit ut distrahatur in deliberando animus afferac, ancipitum curem cogitandi. 10 hac division, cum praeterire aliquid maximum vidium in dividendo sit, duo praetermissa sunt. Nec enim solium utrum honestum interp sit deliberari solit, sed etiam duobus propositus honestis utrum honestius, item duobus propositus utilibus utrum utilius. Ida, quam ille triplicem putavit esse rationem, in quinque parts distribui deber reparator. Primum igitur est honesto, sed dupliciter, tum peri ration de utili, post de comparation aerum disserendum. Conformari ed, confirmari MSS, i.e. fortified. Officium kappa alpha theta letter 1 FC6 kappa omicron nu vocant pierce, ed, hein officium vocant MSS, BT. Anquirant a BHB, inquirant a C. Classification of duties, Roman 3. Every treatise on duty has two parts. One, dealing with the doctrine of the supreme good, the other, with the practical rules by which daily life in all its bearings may be regulated. The following questions are illustrative of the first part: whether all duties are absolute, whether one duty is more important than another, and so on. But as regards special duties, for which positive rules are laid down, though they are affected by the doctrine of the supreme good, still the fact is not so obvious, because they seem rather to look to the regulation of everyday life. And it is these special duties that I propose to treat at length in the following books. 8. And yet there is still another classification of duties. We distinguish between mean duty, so-called, and absolute duty. Absolute duty we may, I presume, call right. For the Greeks call it kappa alpha tau, letter 1 F79, rho theta omega mu alpha, while the ordinary duty they call kappa alpha theta letter 1 FC6, kappa omicron nu. And the meaning of those terms they fix thus. Whatever is right they define as absolute duty, but mean duty, they say, is duty for the performance of which an adequate reason may be rendered. The threefold classification of Panidius, hash. 9 * the consideration necessary to determine conduct is, therefore, as Panidius thinks, a threefold one. First, people question whether the contemplated act is morally right or morally wrong, and in such deliberation their minds are often led to widely divergent conclusions. And then they examine and consider the question whether the action contemplated is or is not conducive to comfort and happiness in life, to the command of means and wealth, to influence, and to power by which they may be able to help themselves and their friends. This whole matter turns upon a question of expediency. The third type of question arises when that which seems to be expedient seems to conflict with that which is morally right. For when expediency seems to be pulling one way, while moral right seems to be calling back in the opposite direction, the result is that the mind is distracted in its inquiry and brings to it the irresolution that is born of deliberation. The question is fivefold, hash. 10. Although omission is a most serious defect in classification, 2 points have been overlooked in the foregoing. For we usually consider not only whether an action is morally right or morally wrong, but also, when a choice of 2 morally right courses is offered, which one is morally better. And likewise, when a choice of 2 expedients is offered, which one is more expedient. Thus the question which Panidius thought threefold ought, we find, to be divided into 5 parts. First, therefore, we must discuss the moral end that, under 2 subheads. Secondly, in the same manner, the expedient. And finally, the cases where they must be weighed against each other. Cicero's technical terms are difficult because he has to invent them to translate Greek that is perfectly simple. Rectum is right, i.e. perfect, absolute. Its opposite is medium, mean, i.e. intermediate, falling short of the absolute and occupying a middle ground, common, ordinary. Honestum is morally right. As a noun, moral goodness equals honestas. Its opposite is turp, morally wrong. Honestas is moral rectitude, moral goodness, morality. Its opposite turpitudo, moral wrong, immorality. Honestus, on the other hand, is always honorable, and honors are always offices of honor. For Panidius was a Stoic, and the Stoics did not admit that there were any degrees of right or wrong. 11 * Roman 4. Principio generi animantium omni est natura tributum, ut si videm corpusc tuuter, declinet e, qui nocitura videnter, omniac, qui sint ad vivendum necessaria, anquerat et perit, ut pastum, ut latibula, ut alia generis iestum. Commune idem animantium omnium, est coniunctionis id petitus procrendi causa et cura quidem aerum, qui procreata sint. Sed inter hominum et belluum hoc maxim interest, quod hic tantum, quantum sensu moviter, ad id solum, quod adest quod capricens est, si accommodat paulum ad modum sentiens praeteritum aut futurum. Homo autem, quod rationis est particeps, per quam consequentia cernit, causas rerum vidit irumque pregressus et quaes antecessions non ignoret, similitudines comperet robusque praesentibus adiungit ac annectit futuras. Facile totius vidicursum vidit ad imc digendam preparat res necessarias. 12 Edemque natura Roman 6 rationis hominum conciliat homini, et ad orationis, et ad vidi societum ingenerac in primis praecipium quendam amorum in ius. Qui procreati sunt, impellic, ut hominum coetus et celebrations, et esse et esse abiri velit ob isc causas studit perera e. Qui suppetitant ad cultum et ad victum, nec sibi soli, sed coniugi, liberis ceterisque, quos caros habet tarique debit. qui cura exsuscitat etiam animos, et maiors ad rem gerundum facit. 13 in primis communis est propria, veri inquisitio ac investigatio. Id ac cum summis necessariis negodiis curisque vacui, tum avimus aliquid viter, audaer, adicere cognitionem rerum aut occultarum aut admirabilium ad beat vivendum necessarium ducimus. Ex quo intelligitur, quod verum, simplex sincerumque sit, id esse naturi homines aptissimum. Huic veri videndi cupiditati adiuncta est appetitio quidem principatus, ut nemini para animus beni, informetis a natura velit, nisi precipienti aut docenti, aut utilitatis causa east, et legitime imperenti. Ex quo magnitudo animi existit humanarum rerum contemptio. 14 nec viro illa parva vis naturi est rationisque, quod unum hoc animal sentit, quid sit ordo, quid sit, quod deceit, in factis dictus qui modus. Id ac aerum ipsorum, qui aspectu sentienter, nullum aliud animal pulchritudenum, venestatum, convenientium partium sentit. Quam similitudinem natura radioque ob oculis ad animum transferens multo etiam magis pulchritudenum, constantium, ordinum in conciliis factis conservandum pudet cavec. Ni quid in decor effeminate facit tum in omnibus et opinionibus et factis, ni quid libidinos aut facit aut cogitet. Quibus ex rebus conflater et efficitor id, quod querimus, honestum quod etiamsi nobilitatem non sit, tamen honestum sit, quod quiridissimus, etiamsi annullo laudator, natura esse laudabile. Item minutius ed, autem MSS. Procreata sint bhab, procreata sunt of bt, procreanter c. Pregressus a hab ed, progressus bc. Conservandum MSS, conservanda cod, aliquot recentiers bt. The essential differences between man and the lower animals, hash. 11 Roman 4. First of all, nature has endowed every species of living creature with the instinct of self-preservation, of avoiding what seems likely to cause injury to life or limb, and of procuring and providing everything needful for life, food, shelter, and the like. A common property of all creatures is also the reproductive instinct, the purpose of which is the propagation of the species, and also a certain amount of concern for their offspring. Instinct and reason. But the most marked difference between man and beast is this. The beast, just as far as it is moved by the senses, and with very little perception of past or future, adapts itself to that alone which is present at the moment. While man, because he is endowed with reason, by which he comprehends the chain of consequences, perceives the causes of things, understands the relation of cause to effect and of effect to cause, draws analogies, and connects and associates the present and the future easily, surveys the course of his whole life, and makes the necessary preparations for its conduct. Family ties, 12 nature likewise by the power of reason associates man with man in the common bonds of speech and life. She implants in him above all, I may say, a strangely tender love for his offspring. She also prompts men to meet in companies, to form public assemblies, and to take part in them themselves. And she further dictates, as a consequence of this, the effort on man's part to provide a store of things that minister to his comforts and wants, and not for himself alone, but for his wife and children and the others whom he holds dear and for whom he ought to provide. And this responsibility also stimulates his courage and makes it stronger for the active duties of life. Search after truth, 13 above all, the search after truth and its eager pursuit are peculiar to man. And so, when we have leisure from the demands of business cares, we are eager to see, to hear, to learn something new, and we esteem a desire to know the secrets or wonders of creation as indispensable to a happy life. Thus we come to understand that what is true, simple, and genuine appeals most strongly to a man's nature. To this passion for discovering truth there is added a hungering, as it were, for independence, so that a mind well molded by nature is unwilling to be subject to anybody save one who gives rules of conduct or is a teacher of truth, or who, for the general good, rules according to justice and law. From this attitude come greatness of soul and a sense of superiority to worldly conditions. Moral sensibility, 14 And it is no mean manifestation of nature and reason that man is the only animal that has a feeling for order, for propriety, for moderation in word and deed. And so no other animal has a sense of beauty, loveliness, harmony in the visible world. And nature and reason, extending the analogy of this from the world of sense to the world of spirit, find that beauty, consistency, order are far more to be maintained in thought and deed. And the same nature and reason are careful to do nothing in an improper or unmanly fashion, and in every thought and deed to do or think nothing capriciously. It is from these elements that is forged and fashioned that moral goodness which is the subject of this inquiry, something that, even though it be not generally ennobled, is still worthy of all honor, and by its own nature, we correctly maintain, it merits praise, even though it be praised by none. Cicero plays on the double meaning of honestum: 1, moral goodness, and 2, honorable, distinguished, etc. Feeder 250d #. 15 *v formam quidem ipsum, Mars fili, et tamquem facem honesty vides. Qui si oculis cerner redder, mirabiles amores, ut 8 Plato, exciterit sapientiae. Sed omni, quod est honestum, id quatuor partium orator ex aliqua. Aut enim in perspicentia veri solertiac versitur aut in hominum sociedate, tuenda tribuendo suum cuique, et rerum contractorum, fide out in animi excelsi ac invicti magnitudine ac robor out in omnium, qui fiant quic dicuntur, ordine et modo, in quo inest modestia et temperantia. 15. Qui quatuor quamquam inter si colligata ac implicata sunt tamen ex singulis surda officium genera nascuntur. Velet ex e part, qui prima descripta est, in qua sapientium et prudentium ponimus, inest indagatio ac inventio veri, iusque virtutis hoc munus est proprium. 16 ut enim quisque maxime perspicit, quid in re quac verissimum sit, quic acutisime et celirime potest et vider et explicare rationum, is prudentissimus et sapientissimus right haberi solit. Quaserca huic quaes materia, quam tractet et in qua verseter, subicta est veritas. 17 reliquis autem tribus virtutibus necessitates propositi sunt ad ease res parendas tuendesc. Quibus actio vidi contentur, ut et societas hominum coniunctioque, servitor, et animi excellentia magnitudoque, cum in agendis opibus utilitibusque, et sibi et suis comparandis. Tum multo magis in his ipsis despiciendis elucit. Ordo autem et constantia et moderatio, et qui sunt his similia, versenter in gener, ad quod est et hibenda actio quidem, non solum mentis agitatio. Iis enim rebus, qui tractanter in vita, modum quendam et ordinum et hibens honestatem et decus conservabimus. Descripta hein, descripto MSS, BT. Autumn MSS, Muller hein item Pierce ed, BT. 15 v you see here, Marcus, my son, the very form and as it were the face of moral goodness. And if, as Plato says, it could be seen with the physical eye, it would awaken a marvelous love of wisdom. The 4 cardinal virtues. But all that is morally right rises from someone of 4 sources. It is concerned either, 1, with the full perception and intelligent development of the true, or 2, with the conservation of organized society, with rendering to every man his due, and with the faithful discharge of obligations assumed, or 3, with the greatness and strength of a noble and invincible spirit, or 4, with the orderliness and moderation of everything that is said and done, wherein consist temperance and self-control. Their several provinces, 15, although these 4 are connected and interwoven, still it is in each one considered singly that certain definite kinds of moral duties have their origin. In that category, for instance, which was designated first in our division, and in which we place wisdom and prudence, belong the search after truth and its discovery. And this is the peculiar province of that virtue. 16 for the more clearly anyone observes the most essential truth in any given case, and the more quickly and accurately he can see and explain the reasons for it, the more understanding and wise he is generally esteemed, and justly so. So, then, it is truth that is, as it were, the stuff with which this virtue has to deal, and on which it employs itself. 17, before the 3 remaining virtues, on the other hand, is set the task of providing and maintaining those things on which the practical business of life depends, so that the relations of man to man in human society may be conserved, and that largeness and nobility of soul may be revealed not only in increasing one's resources and acquiring advantages for one's self and one's family, but far more in rising superior to these very things. But orderly behavior and consistency of demeanor and self-control, and the like have their sphere in that department of things in which a certain amount of physical exertion, and not mental activity merely, is required. For if we bring a certain amount of propriety and order into the transactions of daily life, we shall be conserving moral rectitude and moral dignity. 18 Romans 6. Ex quatuor autem locis in quos honesty naturem vimpt divissimus, primus alle, qui in veri cognition consistit, maxime naturem attingit humanum. Omnes enim trahimer et ducimer ad cognitionis et scientiae cupididatum, in qua exceller pulchrum putamus, labi autem erer nescer, dissipiet malum et terp ducimus. In hoc gener, et naturali, et honesto duo viscivitanda sunt, unum, ni incognita pro cognitus habemus eisc temere essentiamer. Quod vidium effugere qui valet, omnes autem vel debent, et haebit ad considerandas reset tempus et diligentiam. 19 Alterum est vidium, quod quidem nimis magnum studium multamque operam in res obscuras ac difficiles conferent istemque non necessarias. Quibus vidiis declinatis quod in rebus honestis et cognition dignis operi curic ponter, id eer laudabiter, ut in astrologia si. Sulpicium audivimus, in geometria sex. Pompeum ipsi cognivimus, multos in dialecticis, plurs in eer civili, qui omnes arts in veri investigation versanter. Cuia studio a rebus gerendis abduci contra officium est. Virtudes enim laus omnes in action consistit. Aqua tamen fit intermissio seep multic danter ad studia reditus. Tum agitatio mentis, qui numquam acquiescit, potus nos in studiis cognitionis etiam sine opera nostra continer. Omnes autem cogitatio motusque animi, out in conciliis capiendis de rebus honestis, et pertinentibus, ad bene bidec, vivendum out in studiis scientiae cognitionisque versibiter. Ac de primo, quaedam officii font diximus. Ducimus c. ed. Decimus a bh a b. Cognitionis a bt. Muller Hein, cogitationis bh abc, error caused by cogitatio in next line. A wisdom hash. 18 Romans 6. Now, of the four divisions which we have made of the essential idea of moral goodness, the first, consisting in the knowledge of truth, touches human nature most closely. For we are all attracted and drawn to a zeal for learning and knowing, and we think it glorious to excel therein, while we count it base and immoral to fall into error, to wander from the truth, to be ignorant, to be led astray. In this pursuit, which is both natural and morally right, two errors are to be avoided. First, we must not treat the unknown as known, and two, readily accept it, and he who wishes to avoid this error, as all should do, will devote both time and attention to the weighing of evidence. 19 The other error is that some people devote too much industry and too deep study to matters that are obscure and difficult and useless as well. If these errors are successfully avoided, all the labor and pains expended upon problems that are morally right and worth the solving will be fully rewarded. Such a worker in the field of astronomy, for example, was Gaius Sulpicius, of whom we have heard. In mathematics, Sextus Pompey, whom I have known personally, in dialectics many, in civil law still more. All these professions are occupied with the search after truth, but to be drawn by study away from active life is contrary to moral duty. For the whole glory of virtue is in activity. Activity, however, may often be interrupted, and many opportunities for returning to study are opened. Besides, the working of the mind, which is never at rest, can keep us busy in the pursuit of knowledge even without conscious effort on our part. Moreover, all our thought and mental activity will be devoted either to planning for things that are morally right and that conduce to a good and happy life, or to the pursuits of science and learning. With this, we close the discussion of the first source of duty. 20 Romans 7. De tribus autem reliquis laticime petet e ratio, qua societas hominum inter ipsos et vidi quaes et communitas contenter. Cuius parts dui, iustitia, in qua virtudes est splendor maximus, ex qua viri boni nominanter, et huic coniuncta beneficentia, quam indem vel benignitatem vel liberalitatem appellere licet. Sed iustitii primum munus est, ut ni cui quis nosat nisi laecissitus in iuria, deigned ut communibus pro communibus iudetur, privities ut sways. 21 asterisk sunt autem privata nulla natura, sed out veter occupation, ut qui quondam in vacua venerunt, out victoria, ut qui bello potiti sunt, out liege, paction, condition sort, ex quo fit, ut ager arpanas arpanadium dicitur, tusculanus tusculanorum. Similisc est privatarum possessionum descriptio. Ex quo quia suum cuiusc fit aerum, qui natura furent communia, quod cuic obtigit, id quisc tenit. Equo si quis sibia patet, violabit ius humani societatis. Ep. Roman 9, ad Architam 358. 22 asterisk sed quoniam, ut preclare scriptum est a Platon, non nobis solum nati sumus ordusc nostri partum patria vindicat, partum amici, ac. Ut placit stoicis, qui in terris gignanter, ad usum hominum omnia creri, homines autem hominum causa esse generatos, ut ipsi inter si aliis alii protus passent, in hoc naturam debimus dusum sequi, communes utilitates in medium afra mutation officium, dando accipiendo, tum artibus. Tum opera, tum facultatibus divincaer hominum inter homines societatem. 23 asterisk fundamentum autem est iusticii fides, id est dictorum conventorum constantia et veritas. Ex quo, quamquam hoc videbiter fortis cuipium durius, tamen audimus imitari stoicos, qui studios exquirent, unda verba sint ducta, credimusc, quia fiat, quod dictum est, appellatam fidem. Sed iniusticii genera du sunt, unum aerum, qui inferunt, alterum aerum, qui ob iis, quibus inferter, si possunt, non propulsant in iurium. Nam qui iniust impedum in quempium facit aut ira aut aliqua perturbation incidetis, is quasi manus afra vidter socio. Qui autem non defendit nec obsistit, si potest, in iurii tam est invidio, quam si parents aut amicos aut patrium desuret. 24 ac illi quaedam in iurii, qui nocendi causa industria inferenter, sipa medu proficiscunter, cum is, qui noser alteri cogitat, timit ni, nisi fecerit, ips aliquo officiator incommodo. Maximam autem partum ad in iurium faciendum aggredienter, ut adipiscanter qui concupiverunt, in quo video laticime petet avaritia. Parts dui bhb, parts dui sunt cbt, hein. Descriptio b, ed, descriptio a h a bc. Equo a 1 h a bc muller, eob de quo bt, supple, hein. Hash b just as hash. 20 asterisk Roman 7. Of the three remaining divisions, the most extensive in its application is the principle by which society and what we may call its common bonds are maintained. Of this again there are two divisions: justice, in which is the crowning glory of the virtues and on the basis of which men are called good men, and close akin to justice, charity, which may also be called kindness or generosity. The first office of justice is to keep one man from doing harm to another, unless provoked by wrong, and the next is to lead men to use common possessions for the common interests, private property for their own. Public versus private interests, hash. 21 asterisk There is, however, no such thing as private ownership established by nature, but property becomes private either through long occupancy, as in the case of those who long ago settled in unoccupied territory, or through conquest, as in the case of those who took it in war, or by due process of law, bargain, or purchase, or by allotment. On this principle, the lands of Arpinum are said to belong to the Arpinates, the Tusculan lands to the Tusculans, and similar is the assignment of private property. Therefore, inasmuch as in each case some of those things which by nature had been common property became the property of individuals, each one should retain possession of that which has fallen to his lot. And if anyone appropriates to himself anything beyond that, he will be violating the laws of human society. 22 But since, as Plato has admirably expressed it, we are not born for ourselves alone, but our country claims a share of our being, and our friends a share. And since, as the Stoics hold, everything that the earth produces is created for man's use, and as men, too, are born for the sake of men, that they may be able mutually to help one another. In this direction, we ought to follow nature as our guide, to contribute to the general good by an interchange of acts of kindness, by giving and receiving, and thus by our skill, our industry, and our talents to cement human society more closely together, man to man. Good faith hash. 23 asterisk the foundation of justice, moreover, is good faith, that is, truth and fidelity to promises and agreements. And therefore we may follow the Stoics, who diligently investigate the etymology of words, and we may accept their statement that good faith is so called because what is promised is made good, although some may find this derivation rather far-fetched. Injustice, active and passive, hash. There are, on the other hand, two kinds of injustice, the one on the part of those who inflict wrong, the other on the part of those who, when they can, do not shield from wrong those upon whom it is being inflicted. For he who, under the influence of anger or some other passion, wrongfully assaults another seems, as it were, to be laying violent hands upon a comrade. But he who does not prevent or oppose wrong, if he can, is just as guilty of wrong as if he deserted his parents or his friends or his country. 24 Then, too, those very wrongs which people try to inflict on purpose to injure are often the result of fear. That is, he who premeditates injuring another is afraid that, if he does not do so, he may himself be made to suffer some hurt. But for the most part, people are led to wrongdoing in order to secure some personal end. In this vice, avarice is generally the controlling motive. Of course, good faith and made good have just as little etymological connection as fiat and fideum. 25 asterisk Roman 8. Expetenter autem divici cum ad usus vidi necessarios, tum ad perfruendas voluptates. In quibus autem maior est animus, in iis pecunii cupiditas spectat, ad ops et ad gratificandi facultatem, ut nuper m crassus negabat ullum satis magnum pecuniam esse, qui in republica princeps velit esse, cuius fructibus exercitum allure non posset. Delectant etiam magnifice, apparatus vidi cultus, cum elegantia et copia, quibus rebus effectum est, ut infinita pecunii cupiditas esset. Nec viro re familiaris amplificatio, nemini nocens vituperanda est, sed fugienda semper in iuria est. 26 asterisk maxime autem educuntur pleric, ut ius iustitii capiat oblivio, cum in imperiorum, honorum, gloriae cupididatum insiderunt. Quod enim est apud enim. Fab Inc. Thyestes, Vol. 2, 404. Nulla sancta societas, nec fids rigni est. Id latius patet. Nam quicquid ius modi est, in quo non possent plures exceller, in eo fit plerumc tanta contentio, ut difficilimum sit server, sanctam societatem. Declaravit id modo temeritas si Caesaris, qui omnia iura divina et humana pervertit propter eum, quem sibi ipsa opinionis error finxerat, principatum. Est autem in hoc gener molestum, quod in maximis animis splendidissimis ingeniis plerumc existunt honoris, imperii, potentii, gloriae cupiditates. Quo magis cavendum est, ni quid in eo gener pexeter. 27 asterisk sed in omni iniestitia per multum interest, utrum perturbation aliqua animi, qui plerumc brevis est et ad tempus, and consulto et cogitata fiat in iuria. Levera enim sunt qui repentino aliquo modu accidunt, quam qui meditata et preparata inferentur. Acida inferenda quaedam in iuria satis dictum est. Insiderant a bh alla b, insiderant c. Cogitator a bh a bp, ed. Cogitato c, cogitato alii madvig ad defin, p. 696. 25 asterisk Roman 8. Again, men seek riches partly to supply the needs of life, partly to secure the enjoyment of pleasure. The dangers of ambition. With those who cherish higher ambitions, the desire for wealth is entertained with a view to power and influence, and the means of bestowing favors. Marcus Crassus, for example, not long since declared that no amount of wealth was enough for the man who aspired to be the foremost citizen of the state, unless, with the income from it, he could maintain an army. Fine establishments and the comforts of life in elegance and abundance also afford pleasure, and the desire to secure it gives rise to the insatiable thirst for wealth. Still, I do not mean to find fault with the accumulation of property, provided it hurts nobody, but unjust acquisition of it is always to be avoided. 26 asterisk The great majority of people, however, when they fall a prey to ambition for either military or civil authority, are carried away by it so completely that they quite lose sight of the claims of justice. For Aeneas says, "There is no fellowship inviolate, no faith is kept, when kingship is concerned. And the truth of his words has an uncommonly wide application. For whenever a situation is of such a nature that not more than one can hold preeminence in it, competition for it usually becomes so keen that it is an extremely difficult matter to maintain a fellowship inviolate. Caesar. We saw this proved, but now in the effrontery of Gaius Caesar, who, to gain that sovereign power which by a depraved imagination he had conceived in his fancy, trod underfoot all laws of gods and men. But the trouble about this matter is that it is in the greatest souls and in the most brilliant geniuses that we usually find ambitions for civil and military authority, for power, and for glory springing up. And therefore we must be the more heedful not to go wrong in that direction. The motives to wrong 27. But in any case of injustice, it makes a vast deal of difference whether the wrong is done as a result of some impulse of passion, which is usually brief and transient, or whether it is committed willfully and with premeditation. For offenses that come through some sudden impulse are less culpable than those committed designedly and with malice aforethought. But enough has been said on the subject of inflicting injury. 28 Roman 9. Pretermittendi autem defensionis discerndic officii plurs solent esse causi. Nam aut inimicitias aut laborum aut sumptus susciper nolent, aut etiam negligentia, pigritia, inertia aut suis studiis quibustum occupationibus sic impedienter, ut ius, quos tutari debint, desertos esse patienter. Rep. Romans 6, 485 ff. Romans 7, 520d idac videndum est, ni non satis sit id, quod apud platinum est in philosophos dictum, quod in veri investigation versenter quod qui plerique vehementer expetent, de quibus inter si digladiari solent, contemnent et pro nihilo putent, propteria iustos esse. Nam alterum assequenter, ut inferenda ni cui nocent in iuria, in alterum incident, descendi enim studio impediti, quos turi debent, deserunt. Rep. I. 347 c idac ius ni ad rem publicam quidem accessoros putet nisi coctos. Equius autem erat id voluntate feri, nam hoc ipsum ida iustum est, quod rect fit, si est voluntarium. 29 sunt etiam, qui aut studio re familiaris tuendi aut odio quadam hominum suum si negodium ager dicent nec facere cuiquem videnter in iurium. Qui altero gener in iustitii vacant, in alterum incurrent, deserunt enim vidi societatem, quia nihil conferent in eam studii, nihil operi, nihil facultatem. Quando igitur duobus generibus in iustitii propositus adiuncimus causas utriusque generis isque rasanti constituimus, quibus iustitia contineretur, facile, quod cuiusque temporis officium sit, potrimus nisi nosmit ipsos valda amabimus, iudicer. 30 est enim difficilis cura rerum alienarum. Hute. Tim 77 quamquam terentianus elecremes, humani nihil assi alienum pudet. Sed tamen, quia magisi percipimus ac sentimus, qui nobis ipsis aut prospera aut adversa eveniant, quam illa, qui ceteris, qui quaes longo intervallo interrecto vidmus, aliter delis ac de nobis iudicamus. Quaserca beni precipiant, qui vetent quicquam ager, quod dubites equum sit and iniquum. Equitas enim lucet ipsa per se, dubitatio cogitationum significat in iurie. Expectant b, expectant h, expectant c. Alterum iustitii genus assequenter MSS. Alterum assequenter Pierce, J.M. Husinger, et al., alterum genus assequenter Bayer. Ut helm in MSS, bt. In alterum incident a b h a b, in altero delinquent c, bt. Delinquent, i.e. they offend in the other direction. Motives to passive injustice, 28 Roman 9. The motives for failure to prevent injury and so for slighting duty are likely to be various. People either are reluctant to incur enmity or trouble or expense. A. Preoccupation, or through indifference, indolence, or incompetence, or through some preoccupation or self-interest, they are so absorbed that they suffer those to be neglected whom it is their duty to protect. And so there is reason to fear that what Plato declares of the philosophers may be inadequate, when he says that they are just because they are busied with the pursuit of truth, and because they despise and count as naught that which most men eagerly seek, and for which they are prone to do battle against each other to the death. For they secure one sort of justice, to be sure, in that they do no positive wrong to anyone, but they fall into the opposite injustice. For hampered by their pursuit of learning, they leave to their fate those whom they ought to defend. And so, Plato thinks, they will not even assume their civic duties except under compulsion. But in fact, it were better that they should assume them of their own accord, for an action intrinsically right is just only on condition that it is voluntary. B. Self-interest 29 *. There are some also who, either from zeal in attending to their own business or through some sort of aversion to their fellowmen, claim that they are occupied solely with their own affairs, without seeming to themselves to be doing anyone any injury. But while they steer clear of the one kind of injustice, they fall into the other. They are traitors to social life, for they contribute to it none of their interest, none of their effort, none of their means. Rules of duty required by justice, Now since we have set forth the two kinds of injustice, and assigned the motives that lead to each, and since we have previously established the principles by which justice is constituted, we shall be in a position easily to decide what our duty on each occasion is, unless we are extremely self-centered. 30 *. For indeed it is not an easy matter to be really concerned with other people's affairs. And yet in Terence's play, we know, Cremes thinks that nothing that concerns man is foreign to him. Nevertheless, when things turn out for our own good or ill, we realize it more fully and feel it more deeply than when the same things happen to others, and we see them only, as it were, in the far distance. And for this reason we judge their case differently from our own. It is, therefore, an excellent rule that they give who bid us not to do a thing, when there is a doubt whether it be right or wrong. For righteousness shines with a brilliance of its own, but doubt is a sign that we are thinking of a possible wrong. 31 * X sed incident sic tempora, cum qui maxim videnter digna esiusto homine iac, quem verum bonum dissimus, commutanter fiant contraria, ut redir depositum, face repromissum. Quic pertinent ad veritatem et ad fidem, migrare inter dum et non server fit iustum. Ch. Romans 7 referi enim disset ad qui possui principio, fundamenta iustitui, primum ut neque noceter, deigned ut communi utilitati serviatur. Ecum tempor commutator officium et non semper iusti idem. 32 * Potest enim accidir promissum aliquad et conventum, ut id officii sit in util veli, cui promissum sit, veli qui promiserit, e.g. your. Hip. 1315-1319 nam c. Ut in fabulis est, Neptunus, quod Thesio promiserat, non feciset, Theseus Hippolyto filio non esset orbetus. Ex tribus enim optatis, ut scribiter, hoc erat tertium, quod de Hippolyti interridu eratus optivit. Quo impetrato in maximos luctus incidit. Nec promissa igitur servanda sunt qui sint iis, quibus promiseris, in utilia nec, c plus tibi nocent quam illi prosint, cui promiseris, contraficium est meus antiponi minori. Ut, si consideris cuipium t advocatum in rem presentem esse venturum ac interim graviter egroter filius coeperit, non sit contraficium non facere, quod dixeris, magisc alle, cui promissum sit, ab officio dissedet, cc destitutum quaeritur. Iam illis permissis standum non est quis non vidit, qui coctus quis medu, qui deceptus dolo promiserit. Qui quaedam plerac iur praetorio liberantur, non nulla legibus. 33 * Existunt etiam seep in iuri calumnia quadam et nimis calida, sed maladiosa iuris interpretation. Ex quo alud, summum ius summa in iuria factum est iam tritum sermon proverbium. Quo in gener etiam in re publica multipecentur, ut alle, qui, cum trigenta dirum essent cum host induci facti, noctu populabetur agros, quod dirum essent pacti, non noctium induci. Ni noster quaedam probendis, si verum estq. Fabium labonum su quem alium, nihil enim habeo praetor auditum, arbitrum Nolanis et Neapolitanis definibus assenitu datum, cum ad locum venisset, cum utriusque separatum locutum, ni cupid quid agerant, ni appetentur, ac ut regredi quam progredi malent. Id cum utrique fecissent, aliquantum agri in medio relictum est. Idac alorum finis sic, ut ipsi dixerent, terminavit, in medio relictum quod erat, populo Romano ad judicavit. Disciper hoc quaedam est, non iudicere. Quaserca in omni est refugienda talis solertia. Cui ba ed, QE quod HB, QE quid C. Change of duty in change of circumstances, hash. 31 asterisk X, but occasions often arise, when those duties which seem most becoming to the just man, and to the good man, as we call him, undergo a change and take on a contrary aspect. It may, for example, not be a duty to restore a trust or to fulfill a promise, and it may become right and proper sometimes to evade and not to observe what truth and honor would usually demand. For we may well be guided by those fundamental principles of justice which I laid down at the outset. First, that no harm be done to anyone. Second, that the common interests be conserved. When these are modified under changed circumstances, moral duty also undergoes a change, and it does not always remain the same. 32 asterisk non-fulfillment of promises. Hash for a given promise or agreement may turn out in such a way that its performance will prove detrimental either to the one to whom the promise has been made or to the one who has made it. If, for example, Neptune in the drama had not carried out his promise to Theseus, Theseus would not have lost his son Hippolytus. For, as the story runs, of the 3 wishes that Neptune had promised to grant him, the third was this. In a fit of anger, he prayed for the death of Hippolytus, and the granting of this prayer plunged him into unspeakable grief. Promises are, therefore, not to be kept, if the keeping of them is to prove harmful to those to whom you have made them. And, if the fulfillment of a promise should do more harm to you than good to him to whom you have made it, it is no violation of moral duty to give the greater good precedence over the lesser good. For example, if you have made an appointment with anyone to appear as his advocate in court, and if in the meantime your son should fall dangerously ill, it would be no breach of your moral duty to fail in what you agreed to do. Nay, rather, he to whom your promise was given would have a false conception of duty, if he should complain that he had been deserted in his time of need. Further than this, who fails to see that those promises are not binding which are extorted by intimidation, or which we make when misled by false pretenses? Such obligations are annulled in most cases by the praetor's edict in equity, in some cases by the laws. Chicanery, hash. 33 asterisk injustice often arises also through chicanery, that is, through an oversubtle and even fraudulent construction of the law. This it is that gave rise to the now familiar saw, more law, less justice. Through such interpretation also a great deal of wrong is committed in transactions between state and state. Thus, when a truce had been made with the enemy for 30 days, a famous general went to ravaging their fields by night, because, he said, the truce stipulated days, not nights. Not even our own countrymen's action is to be commended, if what is told of Quintus Fabius Labeo is truer whoever it was, for I have no authority but hearsay. Appointed by the Senate to arbitrate a boundary dispute between Nola and Naples, he took up the case and interviewed both parties separately, asking them not to proceed in a covetous or grasping spirit, but to make some concession rather than claim some accession. When each party had agreed to this, there was a considerable strip of territory left between them. And so he set the boundary of each city as each had severally agreed, and the tract in between he awarded to the Roman people. Now that is swindling, not arbitration, and therefore such sharp practice is under all circumstances to be avoided. The 3 wishes were: 1. Safe return from Hades, 2. Escape from the labyrinth, 3. The death of Hippolytus. Each praetor, at his inauguration, announced publicly the principles and policies that should guide him in the administration of his office. These were the source of the ius praetorium, which explained and supplemented the common law ius civil, and even modified its ancient rigor so as to conform with a more advanced public sentiment, and form a most valuable part of the body of Roman law. This story is told of Cleomenes, king of Sparta, 520-491 B.C., in the war with Argus. Plutarch Apoph, Lacon, 223a. Zisunt autem quidem officia etiam adversus ea servanda, a quibus in iurium exceperis. Est enim ulcisendi et puniendi modus. Ac cod scio and satis sit eam, qui laeciserit, in iuri sui penitor, ut et ips ni quid tail post hac et ceteri, sint ad in iurium tardiers. 34 ac in Republica maxime conservanda sunt iura belli. Nam cum sint duo genera dissertandi, unum per dissertationem, alterum per vim, cumc illud proprium sit homines, hoc belluarum, confugendum est ad posterius, si iudi non licet superior. 35 Quer suscipienda quaedam bella sunt ob eam causam, ut sine in iuria in pace vivetur, parta autem victoria conservandi Roman II. Qui non crudels in bello, non amanes furunt, ut maiores nostri Tusculanos, equos, Volscos, Sabinos, Hernicos in civitatem etiam exceperunt, at Carthaginem et Numantium fundidus sustulerunt. Nolum Corinthum, sed credo aliquid secutos, opportunitatem loci maxime, ni possit aliquando ad bellum faciendum locus ips ad hortari. Mi quaedam sententia passae, qui nihil habitura sit insidiarum, semper est consulendum. In quo si mihi esset optimperatum si non optimam, et aliquem rem publicam, qui nunc nulla est, haberemus. Et cum iis, quos Roman VI divisoris, consulendum est, tum Roman II, qui armis positus ad imperatorum fidem confugent, quamvis murum aries percussorit, recipiendi. In quo tantoper apud nostros eistisha culta est, ut Roman II, qui civitates aut nations divictas bello in fidem recepissent, iram patroni essent more maiorum. 36 AC belli quaedam equitas sanctisime feciali, populi Romani iur perscripta est. Ex quo intelligi potest nullum bellum esse eastum, nisi quod aut rebus repetitus gerator aut denunciatum anti sit et indictum, Papilius imperator tenebat provincium, in cuius exercitu catinus filius Tyro militabit. Cum autem Papilio vidretur unum dimiter legionum, catinus quoque filium, qui in idem legion militabit, dimisit. Sed cum amore pugnandi in exercitu romanceset, cado ad Papilium scripsit, ut, si eam patitor in exercitu romaner, secundo eam obligit militiae sacramento, quia prior emisso iur cum hostibus pugner non potrat. 37 dio, summa erat observatio in bello movendo. M quaedam catinus sinis, est epistula adem filium, in qua scribit si audis eam missum factum essia consul, cum in Macedonia bello persico miles esset. Monet igitur, ut caveat ni prolium init, neget enim ius essi, qui miles non sit, cum host pugner. Patitor ab, patiator c. Papilius, movendo bracketed by Madvig ed, Papilius, potrat bracketed by unjure. Our duty to those who have wronged us, hash. Say again, there are certain duties that we owe even to those who have wronged us. For there is a limit to retribution and to punishment. Or rather, I am inclined to think, it is sufficient that the aggressor should be brought to repent of his wrongdoing, in order that he may not repeat the offense and that others may be deterred from doing wrong. 34 Then, too, in the case of a state in its external relations, the rights of war must be strictly observed. For since there are two ways of settling a dispute, first, by discussion, second, by physical force, and since the former is characteristic of man, the latter of the brute, we must resort to force only in case we may not avail ourselves of discussion. 35 Excuse for war. The only excuse, therefore, for going to war is that we may live in peace unharmed. And when the victory is won, we should spare those who have not been bloodthirsty and barbarous in their warfare. Justice toward the vanquished. For instance, our forefathers actually admitted to full rights of citizenship the Tusculans, Equians, Volscians, Sabines, and Hernicians, but they razed Carthage and Numantia to the ground. I wish they had not destroyed Corinth, but I believe they had some special reason for what they did. Its convenient situation, probably, and feared that its very location might someday furnish a temptation to renew the war. In my opinion, at least, we should always strive to secure a peace that shall not admit of guile. And if my advice had been heeded on this point, we should still have at least some sort of constitutional government, if not the best in the world, whereas, as it is, we have none at all. Not only must we show consideration for those whom we have conquered by force of arms, but we must also ensure protection to those who lay down their arms and throw themselves upon the mercy of our generals, even though the battering ram has hammered at their walls. And among our countrymen justice has been observed so conscientiously in this direction, that those who have given promise of protection to states or nations subdued in war become, after the custom of our forefathers, the patrons of those states. The humanity of Rome's laws of war, 36 As for war, humane laws touching it are drawn up in the Fetial Code of the Roman people under all the guarantees of religion, and from this it may be gathered that no war is just, unless it is entered upon after an official demand for satisfaction has been submitted or warning has been given, and a formal declaration made. Popilius was general in command of a province. In his army, Cato's son was serving on his first campaign. When Popilius decided to disband one of his legions, he discharged also young Cato, who was serving in that same legion. But when the young man, out of love for the service, stayed on in the field, his father wrote to Popilius to say that if he let him stay in the army, he should swear him into service with a new oath of allegiance, for in view of the voidance of his former oath he could not legally fight the foe. So extremely scrupulous was the observance of the laws in regard to the conduct of war. 37 * There is extant, too, a letter of the elder Marcus Cato to his son Marcus, in which he writes that he has heard that the youth has been discharged by the consul when he was serving in Macedonia in the war with Perseus. He warns him, therefore, to be careful not to go into battle, for, he says, the man who is not legally a soldier has no right to be fighting the foe. Lucius Aemilius Paulus, BC 168. Roman 12. Equidem etiam illud enim adverto quod qui propria nomen perdulis esset is hostis vocerter lenitate verbi re tristitium mitigatum. Hostis enim apud maiores nostros is dispetter, quem nunc peregrinum dissimus. Indicant dudsum tabuli, out status dies cum host idemc, adversus hostum eterna octoritas. Quid ad hanc mansitudinem adipodist, eam, quicum bellum geras, tam mali nomen appeller. Quamquam id nomen durius effessit eam vetustas, a peregrino enim recessit et proprian eo, qui arma contra ferit, romansit. 38 * cum viro de imperio dissertator bello queritor gloria, causas omnino subest tamen oportet istum, quas dixi paulo anti eastas causas es bellorum. Sed e bella, quibus imperii proposita gloria est, minus acerb gerenda sunt. Ut enim cum civia liter contendimus, si est inimicus, a liter si competitor, cum altero surdamen honoris et dignitatis est, cum altero capitis et fami, sic cum celtiberis cum cimbris bellum ut cum inimicis gerabater, uteresset, non uterum puerit, cum latinis, sabinis, samnitibus, ponis, piro de imperio dimicabeter. Poni fotofragi, crudelis Hannibal, reliqui eastirs, pir hae quidem de captivis redendis alla preclara. Aeneas Ann, Roman 6 Vol 2 Roman 12, 194-1. Nec me orum pasco nec me pretium deteritus, nec coponantes bellum, sed belligerantes fero, non oro vitam cernamus utrique. Vosni velit in me rignare era, quid feret fors virtut experiamur. Et hoc simul accipe dictum, quorum virtudi belli fortuna peppersit, earendum libertati me parcere cerdum est, dono ducite doc volentibus cum magnis dis. Regalis saint et digna easidorum gener sententia. Efficit ed, efficit MSS. Cum sive a liter contendimus si L anemotius, ed. Cum civiliter contendimus a liter si a BHABC. Nec a BHBC, non LPBT, hein. Virtuti a B2LC, ed. Virtut B1HB, virtute valen. Roman 12. This also I observe that he who would properly have been called a fighting enemy, Perdules, was called a guest, hostes, thus relieving the ugliness of the fact by a softened expression. For enemy, hostes meant to our ancestors what we now call stranger, peregrinus. This is proved by the usage in the 12 tables, or a day fixed for trial with a stranger, hostes, and again, right of ownership is inalienable forever in dealings with a stranger, hostes. What can exceed such charity, when he with whom one is at war is called by so gentle a name? And yet long lapse of time has given that word a harsher meaning, for it has lost its signification of stranger and has taken on the technical connotation of an enemy under arms. Justice in war 38 But when a war is fought out for supremacy, and when glory is the object of war, it must still not fail to start from the same motives which I said a moment ago were the only righteous grounds for going to war. But those wars which have glory for their end must be carried on with less bitterness. For we contend, for example, with a fellow citizen in one way, if he is a personal enemy, in another if he is a rival. With the rival it is a struggle for office and position, with the enemy for life and honor. So with the Celtiberians and the Cimbrians we fought as with deadly enemies, not to determine which should be supreme, but which should survive. But with the Latins, Sabines, Samnites, Carthaginians, and Pyrrhus we fought for supremacy. The Carthaginians violated treaties, Hannibal was cruel, the others were more merciful. From Pyrrhus, we have this famous speech on the exchange of prisoners. Gold will I none, nor price shall ye give, for I ask none. Come, let us not be chaffers of war, but warriors embattled. Nay, let us venture our lives, and the sword, not gold, weigh the outcome. Make we the trial by valor in arms, and see if Dame Fortune wills it that ye shall prevail or I, or what be her judgment. Hear thou too this word, good Fabricius, whose valor so ever spared hath been by the fortune of war their freedom I grant them, such my resolve. I give and present them to you, my brave Romans take them back to their homes. The great God's blessings attend you. A right kingly sentiment this, and worthy a scion of the XIII. 39 Roman 13. Ac etiam si quid singuli temporibus adducti hosti promiserunt, est in eo ipso fides conservanda, ut primo punico bello regulus captus opponis cum de captivis commutandis ramum missus esset ieresec si redicirum, primum, ut venet, captivos redendos in senetu non sensut, deigned, cum retinere propinquis et ob amicis, ad supplicium redire maluit quam fidem hosti datum fallor. 42 autumn punico bello post canonsum pugnum quos decem Hannibal ramum astrictos missit ierando si rediciros esse. Nisi der redimendis iis, qui capti erant, impetrascent, ius omnes censors, quod quisque aerum vixit, qui periscent, in eraries reliquerant nec minus alum, qui iuris ierandi fraud culpem invenerat. Cum enim Hannibalis permissu exisset de castris, rediat paulo post, quod si oblitum nescio quid dicerit, deigned egressus e castris ierando si salutum putabat, et erat verbis, re non erat. Semper autem in fide quid censoris, non quid dixeris, cogitandum. Maximum autem exemplum est iusticii in hostum, a maioribus nostris constitutum, cum a piro perfuga senatui est policitus si venenum rigidacerum et eam necaturum, senatus et si fabricius perfugam pyrrho dedidit. Ida ni hostis quaedam et patentes et bellum ultro inferentes interritum cum celer approbavit. 41 AC de bellicis quaedam, Officiis suttis dictum est. Meminarimus autem etiam adversus infimos iustitium esse servendum. Est autem infima condicio et fortuna servorum, quibus non male precipiant, qui ida iubent iudi ut mercenariis, operam exigendum, iusta probenda. Cum autem duobus modis, id est out Roman 6 out fraud, fiat iniuria, fraus quaes e vulpiculi vis lienus viter, utrum commine alienissimum, sed fraus odio digna maior. Todius autem iniusticii nulla capitalier quam aerum, qui tum, cum maxime fallant, id agant, ut viri boni es videnter. De iustitia suttis dictum. Secundo re non erat om, elsi, secundo approbavit om, a bhb ed. Fidelity to a promise, 39 Roman 13. Again, if under stress of circumstances individuals have made any promise to the enemy, they are bound to keep their word even then. 1. Regulus. For instance, in the First Punic War, when Regulus was taken prisoner by the Carthaginians, he was sent to Rome on parole to negotiate an exchange of prisoners. He came and, in the first place, it was he that made the motion in the Senate that the prisoners should not be restored. And in the second place, when his relatives and friends would have kept him back, he chose to return to a death by torture rather than prove false to his promise, though given to an enemy. 2. Hannibal's envoys, 40 and again in the Second Punic War, after the Battle of Cannae, Hannibal sent to Rome 10 Roman captives bound by an oath to return to him if they did not succeed in ransoming his prisoners. And as long as any one of them lived, the censors kept them all degraded and disfranchised, because they were guilty of perjury in not returning. And they punished in like manner the one who had incurred guilt by an evasion of his oath. With Hannibal's permission, this man left the camp and returned a little later on the pretext that he had forgotten something or other. And then, when he left the camp the second time, he claimed that he was released from the obligation of his oath, and so he was, according to the letter of it, but not according to the spirit. In the matter of a promise, one must always consider the meaning and not the mere words. Our forefathers have given us another striking example of justice toward an enemy. When a deserter from Pyrrhus promised the Senate to administer poison to the king and thus work his death, the Senate and Gaius Fabricius delivered the deserter up to Pyrrhus. Thus they stamped with their disapproval the treacherous murder even of an enemy who was at once powerful, unprovoked, aggressive, and successful. 41. With this I will close my discussion of the duties connected with war. Justice toward slaves, But let us remember that we must have regard for justice even towards the humblest. Now the humblest station and the poorest fortune are those of slaves, and they give us no bad rule who bid us treat our slaves as we should our employees. They must be required to work. They must be given their dues. Injustice of hypocrisy, While wrong may be done, then, in either of two ways, that is, by force or by fraud, both are bestial. Fraud seems to belong to the cunning fox, force to the lion. Both are wholly unworthy of man, but fraud is the more contemptible. But of all forms of injustice, none is more flagrant than that of the hypocrite who, at the very moment when he is most false, makes it his business to appear virtuous. This must conclude our discussion of justice. Ch. Romans 7. 42 * Roman 14. Dainceps, ut erat propositum, de beneficentia ac de liberalitate dicatur, qua quaedam nihil est naturi homines accommodatius, sed habet multas cautions. Videndum est anim, primum ni obsit benignitas et iis ipsis, quibus benign videbiter feri, et ceteris, deigned ni mare benignitas sit quam facultates, tum ut pro dignitate cuique tribuator. Id enim est iusticui fundamentum, ad quam hic referenda sunt omnia. Nam et qui gratificanter cuipium, quod obsit illi, cui prodis vel vidanter, non benefici nec liberals, sed perniciosi assentators iudicandi sunt. Et qui aliis nocent, ut in alios liberales sint, in idem sunt iniustitia, ut si in suum rem aliena convertent. 43 * sunt autem multi, et quaedam cupidi splendoris et gloriae, qui erapiant aliis, quod aliis largianter, iec arbitranter si beneficos in suus amicos visum iri, si locupletent ius quacum ration. Id autem tantum abest ob officio, ut nihil magis officio possit est contrarium. Videndum est igiter, ut illiberalitate utimur, qui prosit amicis, nocet nemini. Quer el sully, si Caesaris pecuniarum translatio a iestis dominis ad alienos non debit liberalis vidri. Nihil est enim liberale, quod non idem iestum. 44 * alter locus erat cautionis, ni benignitas mare esset quam facultates, quod, qui benigners volunt esse, quam res patiter, primum in eo peccant, quod in iuriosi sunt in proximos. Quas enim copias his et suppeditari equius est et relinqui, eis transferunt ad alienos. Inest autem in tali liberalitate cupiditas plerumque rapiendi et offerendi per iniurium, ut ad largendum suppetent copiae. Viter etiam licet plerosque non tam natura liberals quam quadam gloria ductos, ut benefici videnter, face remulta, qui proficiscae ob ostentation magis quam a voluntate videnter. Talis autem simulatio venitati, iesti coniuncture, quam aut liberalitati aut honestati. 45 * tertium est propositum, ut in beneficentia dulctus esset dignitatis. In quo et mores ius erunt spectandi in quem beneficium conferitor, et animus erga nos et communitas ac societas vidi et ad nostras utilitates officia anticolata. Qui ut concurrent omnia optibile est. C-, plurs causi meorsque ponderis plus habebunt. Obsi ed, not in a bhlb. His ed, iisabb, is lc. Justice and generosity, # 42 * Roman 14. Next in order, as outlined above, let us speak of kindness and generosity. Nothing appeals more to the best in human nature than this, but it calls for the exercise of caution in many particulars. We must, in the first place, see to it that our act of kindness shall not prove an injury either to the object of our beneficence or to others. In the second place, that it shall not be beyond our means. And finally, that it shall be proportioned to the worthiness of the recipient. For this is the cornerstone of justice. And by the standard of justice, all acts of kindness must be measured. For those who confer a harmful favor upon someone whom they seemingly wish to help are to be accounted not generous benefactors, but dangerous sycophants. And likewise those who injure one man, in order to be generous to another, are guilty of the same injustice as if they diverted to their own accounts the property of their neighbors. Generosity must be 1. Hurtful to no one. 43. Now, there are many and especially those who are ambitious for eminence and glory who rob one to enrich another, and they expect to be thought generous towards their friends if they put them in the way of getting rich, no matter by what means. Such conduct, however, is so remote from moral duty that nothing can be more completely opposed to duty. We must, therefore, take care to indulge only in such liberality as will help our friends and hurt no one. The conveyance of property by Lucius Sulla and Gaius Caesar from its rightful owners to the hands of strangers should, for that reason, not be regarded as generosity. For nothing is generous if it is not at the same time just. 2. Within our means. 44 asterisk, the second point for the exercise of caution was that our beneficence should not exceed our means. For those who wish to be more open-handed than their circumstances permit are guilty of 2 faults. First, they do wrong to their next of kin, for they transfer to strangers property which would more justly be placed at their service or bequeathed to them. And second, such generosity too often engenders a passion for plundering and misappropriating property, in order to supply the means for making large gifts. We may also observe that a great many people do many things that seem to be inspired more by a spirit of ostentation than by heartfelt kindness. For such people are not really generous, but are rather influenced by a sort of ambition to make a show of being open-handed. Such a pose is nearer akin to hypocrisy than to generosity or moral goodness. 3. According to merit, 45. The third rule laid down was that in acts of kindness we should weigh with discrimination the worthiness of the object of our benevolence. We should take into consideration his moral character, his attitude toward us, the intimacy of his relations to us, and our common social ties, as well as the services he has hitherto rendered in our interest. It is to be desired that all these considerations should be combined in the same person. If they are not, then the more numerous and the more important considerations must have the greater weight. 46 asterisk Roman 15. Quoniam autem vivitur non cum perfectis hominibus plank sapientibus, sed cum iis, in quibus preclare agitur si sunt simulacra virtutis, etiam hoc intellegendum pudo, neminum omnino esse negligendum in quo aliqua significatio virtutis apparit, colendum autem esse ita quemque maxime. Ut quisque maxime virtutibus his leneribus erit ornatus, modestia, temperantia, hac ipsa, de qua multa iam dicta sunt iustitia. Nam fortis animus et magnus, in homine non perfecto nec sapient ferventur plerumque est, illi virtuts bonum verum videnter podius attinger. Ac hic in moribus. 47 asterisk de benevolentia autem, quam quisque habet erga nos, primum allud iusti in officio, ut I plurimum tribuemus, a quo plurimum diligamer, sed benevolentiam non adolescentialorum more ardor quadam amoris, sed stabilitate podius et constantia iudismus. Sin erunt merita, ut non inunda, sed referenda sit gratia, meier quidem cura et hibenda est nullum, enim officium referenda gratia magis necessarium est. Op. 349-351. 48 asterisk quadsi e, qui utendo exceperis, meior mensura, si modo passus, iubit redir hesiodis, quidnam beneficio provocati face redebimus. Inimitari agros fertiles, qui multo plus efferent quam exceperunt. Etenim si in ius, quos speramus nobis per futuros, non dubitamus officia confera, quales in ius esse debimus, qui iam preferunt. Nam cum duo genera liberalitatis sint, unum dandi beneficii, alterum redendi, demus necni, in nostra potstate est, non redir viro bono non licit, modo id face repossit sine iniuria. 49 exceptorum autem beneficiarum sunt dalctus habendi, nec dubium, quin maximo cuique plurimum debitor. In quo tamen in primis, quo quisque animo, studio, benevolentia facerit, ponderandum est. Multi-anim faciant multa temeritate quadam sine judicio vel morbo in omnis vel repentino, quadam quasi vento impetu animi incitati. Qui beneficia ec magna non sunt habenda ac qui judicio, considerat constanterque delata sunt. Sed in collicando beneficio et in referenda gratia, si cetera peria sunt, hoc maxime officii est, ut quisque maxime opes indiget, ida I podissimum opicellari. Quod contra fida plerisque. A quo enim plurimum sperent, etiam ze ille iis non egit, tamen ipodicimum inserviunt. Sapient MSS, Sapienti Wessenberg BT. Diligamer a B2 HLBC, Diligamer B1, BT1. Modo a HLBC, C Modo B. Sperent Marg a ed, Spectin a B Spernant Marg, B. 46 Roman 15. Now, the men we live with are not perfect and ideally wise, but men who do very well, if there be found in them but the semblance of virtue. I therefore think that this is to be taken for granted, that no one should be entirely neglected who shows any trace of virtue. But the more a man is endowed with these finer virtues, temperance, self-control, and that very justice about which so much has already been said, the more he deserves to be favored. I do not mention fortitude, for a courageous spirit in a man who has not attained perfection and ideal wisdom is generally too impetuous. It is those other virtues that seem more particularly to mark the good man. So much in regard to the character of the object of our beneficence. Motives to generosity, hash. 1. Love. 47 asterisk. But as to the affection which anyone may have for us, it is the first demand of duty that we do most for him who loves us most. But we should measure affection, not like youngsters, by the ardor of its passion, but rather by its strength and constancy. 2. Requital, hash. But if there shall be obligations already incurred, so that kindness is not to begin with us, but to be requited, still greater diligence, it seems, is called for. For no duty is more imperative than that of proving one's gratitude. 48. But if, as Hesiod bids, one is to repay with interest, if possible, what one has borrowed in time of need, what, pray, ought we to do when challenged by an unsought kindness? Shall we not imitate the fruitful fields which return more than they receive? For if we do not hesitate to confer favors upon those who we hope will be of help to us, how ought we to deal with those who have already helped us? For generosity is of two kinds, doing a kindness and requiting one. Whether we do the kindness or not is optional, but to fail to requite one is not allowable to a good man, provided he can make the requital without violating the rights of others. 49. Furthermore, we must make some discrimination between favors received. For, as a matter of course, the greater the favor, the greater is the obligation. But in deciding this, we must above all give due weight to the spirit, the devotion, the affection that prompted the favor. For many people often do favors impulsively for everybody without discrimination, prompted by a morbid sort of benevolence or by a sudden impulse of the heart, shifting as the wind. Such acts of generosity are not to be so highly esteemed as those which are performed with judgment, deliberation, and mature consideration. But in bestowing a kindness, as well as in making a requital, the first rule of duty requires us, other things being equal, to lend assistance preferably to people in proportion to their individual need. Hash. 3. Self-interest. Hash. Most people adopt the contrary course. They put themselves most eagerly at the service of the one from whom they hope to receive the greatest favors, even though he has no need of their help. 50 asterisk Romans 16. Optime autem societas hominum coniunctioque servibiter, c. Ut quisque erit coniunctissimus, ida in eam benignitatis plurimum conferetur. Sed qui naturi principia sint communitatis et societatis humani repetendum vider altius. Est enim primum, quod cernitur in universi generis humani societate. Ius autem vinculum est ratio et oratio, qui docendo, dicendo, communicando, disiptando, iudicando conciliat inter si homines coniungic naturali quadam societate. Nec ulla re longius obsumus a natura ferarum, in quibus ines fortitudinem sep dissimus, ut in equis, in leonibus, eustitium, equitatem, bonitatem non dissimus, sunt enim rationis et orationis experts. 51 asterisk ac laticime quidem patens hominibus inter ipsos, omnibus inter omnes societas hic est. In qua omnium rerum, quas ad communum hominum usum natura genuit, est servanda communitas, ut, qui descripta sunt legibus et ear civili, hic ida teninter, ut sit constitutum legibus ipsis, cetera sic observenter, ut in Grecorum proverbio est emicorum esse communia omnia. Omnium autem communia hominum videnter, qui sunt generis ius, quod ab ini oppositum in una, re transferi in per multis potest. Telephus, Vol. 2 Fab. Inc., 398. Homo qui erranti cometer monstrat viam, quasi lumen desu lumen excendat, facit, nihilo minus ipsi lucit, cum illi accenderit. Una ex recites praecipit, ut, quicquid sine detrimento commodari possit, id tribuiter velignode. 52 ex quo sunt alla communia. Non prohiber aqua perfluente, pati ob in ignum caper, si qui velit concilium fidel deliberanti dare, qui sunt iis utilia, qui accipiunt danti non molesta. Quaerat his utendum est et semper aliquid ad communum utilidatum afferendum. Sed quoniam copii parvi singulorum sunt, aerum autem, qui his egint, infinita est multitudo, vulgaris liberalitas referenda est ad alum enae finum. Nihilo minus ipsi lucit, ut facultas sit, qua in nostros simus liberals. Descripta HB ed, descriptura B LSC. Legibus ipsis Gulielmus ed, exc quibus ipsis MSS. Omnium zumpt ed, omnia MSS. Ipsi lucit ed, ipsi lucida BHBC, ipsi ut lucid A. 4. Relationship, hash. 50 Romans 16. The interests of society, however, and its common bonds will be best conserved if kindness be shown to each individual in proportion to the closeness of his relationship. The principles of human society, hash. But it seems we must trace back to their ultimate sources the principles of fellowship and society that nature has established among men. The first principle is that which is found in the connection subsisting between all the members of the human race. And that bond of connection is reason and speech, which by the processes of teaching and learning, of communicating, discussing, and reasoning associate men together, and unite them in a sort of natural fraternity. In no other particular are we farther removed from the nature of beasts, for we admit that they may have courage, horses and lions, for example. But we do not admit that they have justice, equity, and goodness, for they are not endowed with reason or speech. 51 This, then, is the most comprehensive bond that unites together men as men and all to all. And under it the common right to all things that nature has produced for the common use of man is to be maintained, with the understanding that, while everything assigned as private property by the statutes and by civil law shall be so held as prescribed by those same laws, everything else shall be regarded in the light indicated by the Greek proverb, amongst friends all things in common. Furthermore, we find the common property of all men in things of the sort defined by Aeneas, and though restricted by him to one instance, the principle may be applied very generally. Who kindly sets a wanderer on his way does e'en as if he lit another's lamp by his, no less shines his, when he his friends hath lit. In this example, he effectively teaches us all to bestow even upon a stranger what it costs us nothing to give. 52 On this principle, we have the following maxims. Deny no one the water that flows by. Let anyone who will take fire from our fire. Honest counsel give to one who is in doubt. For such acts are useful to the recipient and cause the giver no loss. We should, therefore, adopt these principles and always be contributing something to the common weal. But since the resources of individuals are limited, and the number of the needy is infinite, this spirit of universal liberality must be regulated according to that test of Aeneas, no less shines his in order that we may continue to have the means for being generous to our friends. Kappa Omicron Iota Nu letter 1 F70, Tau letter 1 F70, Tau letter 1 FF6 Nu, Phi letter 1 F77 Lambda Omega Nu, Plato, Feeder. 279c, Aristotle Eth. Roman 8:11. 53 Roman 17. Gradus autem plures sunt societatis hominum. Ut enim ob illa infinita diseditor, propior est iustum gentes, nationis, lingui qua maxime homines caniungunter. Interius etiam est iustum a civitatis. Multa enim sunt civibus inter si communia, forum, fauna porticus, via, legs, iura, iudicia, suffragia, consududines praeterea et familiaritates multisque cum multis res rationesque contracti. Artur viro collegatio est societatis propinquorum. Ob illa enim immensa societate humani generis in exiguum angustum concluditor. 54 Nam cum sit hoc natura commune animantium, ut habent lubidinum procrendi, prima societas in ipso coniugio est, proxima in liberis, deigned unidomus, communia omnia. Id autem est principium urbis et quasi seminarium rei publici. Sequenter fratrum coniunctions, post consobranorum sobranorum, qui communa domo eam capi non passant, in alias domos tamquam in colonias exeunt. Sequenter connubia et affinitates, ex quibus etiam plures propinqui, qui propagatio et subles origo est rerum publicarum. Sanguinis autem coniunctio et benevolentia divincit homines et caritate. 55 magnum est, enim idem haber monumenta maiorum, aestum iudi sacris, sepulchra haber communia. Sed omnium societatem nulla praestentur est, nulla firmur, quam cum viri boni moribus similis sunt familiaritate coniuncti. Illud enim honestum, quod septissimus, etiam si in alio cernimus, nos movit ac illi in quo idinas vidter, amicos facit. 56 et quamquam omnes virtus nos ad si alicit facit, ut ius diligamus in quibus ipsa ines videtur, tamen ius discia et liberalitas id maxime efficit. Nihil autem est amabilius nec copulatius quam morum similitudo bonorum. In quibus enim idem studia sunt, iedem voluntates, in iis fit ut equisque altero delectator acc ipso, efficiturc id, quod Pythagoras vult in amicitia, ut unius fiat ex pluribus. Magna etiam illa communitas est, qui conficitur ex beneficiis ultro et citro datis acceptis, qui et mutua et grata dum sunt, inter quos e sunt, firma divinciunter societate. 57 sed cum omnia ration animo lustraris, omnium societatem nulla est gravir, nulla carrier quam qui cum re publica est unicuique nostrum. Cari sunt parents, cari liberi, propinqui, familiars, sed omnes omnium caritates patria una complexa est, pro quaquis bonus dubitet mortem opeter, si sit profuturus. Quo est detestabilior istorum immunitas, qui lacerarent omni celer patrium et in funditus delenda occupati, et sunt et furunt. 58 sed si contentio quidem et comparatio fiat, quibus plurimum tribuendum sit officii, principe sint patria et parents, quorum beneficiis maximus obligati sumus, proximi liberi todec domus, qui spectat in nos solos nec aliud ullum potest haber perfugum, dainceps beni conveniens propinqui, quibuscum communis etiam fortuna plerumc est. Quam ob rem necessaria presidia vidi debenter iis maxime, quos antedixi, vita autem victus communis, concilia, sermons, cohortations, consolations, interdum etiam obligations in amicitiis vigent maxime, est iucundissima amicitia, quam similitudo morum coniugavit. Propiora c excor, ed, proprior bhb. Et Perizonius ed, not in MSS. Tamen MSS, Muller Dellinger BT, Hein. Efficiturc id quod p ultimum in amicitia, putavit ut non ius, as v ultimum, i.e. Pythagoras's ideal of friendship is realized. Degrees of social relationship, hash. 1. Citizenship. 53 Roman 17. Then, 2, there are a great many degrees of closeness or remoteness in human society. To proceed beyond the universal bond of our common humanity, there is the closer one of belonging to the same people, tribe, and tongue, by which men are very closely bound together. It is a still closer relation to be citizens of the same city-state. For fellow citizens have much in common forum, temples, colonnades, streets, statutes, laws, courts, rights of suffrage, to say nothing of social and friendly circles and diverse business relations with many. 2. Kinship. But a still closer social union exists between kindred. Starting with that infinite bond of union of the human race in general, the conception is now confined to a small and narrow circle. 54 For since the reproductive instinct is by nature's gift the common possession of all living creatures, the first bond of union is that between husband and wife, the next, that between parents and children. Then we find one home, with everything in common. And this is the foundation of civil government, the nursery, as it were, of the state. Then follow the bonds between brothers and sisters, and next those of first and then of second cousins. And when they can no longer be sheltered under one roof, they go out into other homes, as into colonies. Then follow between these, in turn, marriages and connections by marriage, and from these again a new stock of relations. And from this propagation and aftergrowth states have their beginnings. The bonds of common blood hold men fast through goodwill and affection. 55 asterisk for it means much to share in common the same family traditions, the same forms of domestic worship, and the same ancestral tombs. 3. Friendship. But of all the bonds of fellowship, there is none more noble, none more powerful than when good men of congenial character are joined in intimate friendship. For really, if we discover in another that moral goodness on which I dwell so much, it attracts us and makes us friends to the one in whose character it seems to dwell. 56. And while every virtue attracts us and makes us love those who seem to possess it, still justice and generosity do so most of all. Nothing, moreover, is more conducive to love and intimacy than compatibility of character in good men. For when two people have the same ideals and the same tastes, it is a natural consequence that each loves the other as himself. And the result is, as Pythagoras requires of ideal friendship, that several are united in one. Another strong bond of fellowship is affected by mutual interchange of kind services. And as long as these kindnesses are mutual and acceptable, those between whom they are interchanged are united by the ties of an enduring intimacy. 4. Love of country, 57 asterisk, but when with a rational spirit you have surveyed the whole field, there is no social relation among them all more close, none more dear than that which links each one of us with our country. Parents are dear. Dear are children, relatives, friends, but one native land embraces all our loves, and who that is true would hesitate to give his life for her, if by his death he could render her a service. So much the more execrable are those monsters who have torn their fatherland to pieces with every form of outrage, and who are, and have been engaged in compassing her utter destruction. 58 now, if a contrast and comparison were to be made to find out where most of our moral obligation is due, country would come first, and parents. For their services have laid us under the heaviest obligation, next come children and the whole family, who look to us alone for support and can have no other protection. Finally, our kinsmen, with whom we live on good terms and with whom, for the most part, our lot is one. All needful material assistance is, therefore, due first of all to those whom I have named. But intimate relationship of life and living, counsel, conversation, encouragement, comfort, and sometimes even reproof flourish best in friendships. And that friendship is sweetest which is cemented by congeniality of character. Antony and his associates. Caesar, Clodius, Catiline. 59 asterisk Roman 18. Said in his omnibus officiis tribuendis videndum erit, quid cuique maxime nesses sit, et quid quisque vel sine nobis aut possit consequi, aut non possit. Ita non eadem erunt necessitudinem gradis, qui temporum. Sunt officia, qui aliis magis quam aliis debinter. Ut vicinum sitius adiuveris in fructibus percipiendis, quam aut fratrum aut familiarum, at si lees in iudicio sit, propinquam podius et amicum quam vicinum defenderis. Hic igiter et talia circumspicienda sunt in omni officio, ut boni ratiocinators officium esse possumus et addendo deducendoque viter, qui reliqui summa fiat, ex quo, quantum cuique debiter, intelligas. 60 asterisk said ut nec medici nec imperators nec orators, quamvis artes precepta perseperint, quicquam magna laud dignum sine, usu et exercitation consequi possunt, sic officii conservandi precepta tradentur, illa quidem, ut facimus ipsi, sed re magnitudo usum quoque exercitationem desiderat. Atc ob iis rebus, qui sunt in iur societatis humani, quem ad modum judicature honestum, ex quo aptum est officium, satis fear diximus. 61 asterisk intelligendum autem est, cum proposita sint genera quatuor, e quibus honestas officium manerit, splendidissimum vidri, quod animo magno eladoque humanasque res despicient factum sit. Idac in probris maxime impromptu est, si quid tale disipodist. Inc. Fab Ribec 210. Vos anim, euvines, animum geritis mulibrum, elav virgo viri. Et si quid ius modi. And ag volentu 18. Salmacida, spolia sine sudor et sanguine. Contraquem laudibus, qui magno animo et fortiter excellenter gesta sunt, inessio quomodo quasi plenior or laudamus. Hinc retorum campus de Marathon, Salamine, Platies, Thermopyles, Luctris, hinc noster cockles, hinc disse, hinc cien. Et P. Cipiens, hinquem Marcellus, innumerables aliae, maximque ips populus Romanus animi magnitudine excellit. Declarator autem studium bellici gloriae, quod statuas quoque videmus ornatu fir militari. Et capiender faxiolati ed. Deducendoc P, ducendoc a bh elab superscur sec, demendoc c. Iis ed, his MSS. Enim a bhbc, etenim a. Illa virgo viri ed, illa virgo viri MSS, varego orelli. Luctris hinc noster cockles Baldwin ed. Lutris stercockles a bh lutrister chode c, lutris stercodes l. Duties may vary under varying circumstances. 59 Roman 18. But in the performance of all these duties, we shall have to consider what is most needful in each individual case, and what each individual person can or cannot procure without our help. In this way, we shall find that the claims of social relationship, in its various degrees, are not identical with the dictates of circumstances. For there are obligations that are due to one individual rather than to another. For example, one would sooner assist a neighbor in gathering his harvest than either a brother or a friend. But should it be a case in court, one would defend a kinsman and a friend rather than a neighbor. Such questions as these must, therefore, be taken into consideration in every act of moral duty in order to become good calculators of duty, able by adding and subtracting to strike a balance correctly and find out just how much is due to each individual. 60. But as neither physicians nor generals nor orators can achieve any signal success without experience and practice, no matter how well they may understand the theory of their profession, so the rules for the discharge of duty are formulated. It is true, as I am doing now, but a matter of such importance requires experience also and practice. This must close our discussion of the ways in which moral goodness, on which duty depends, is developed from those principles which hold good in human society. See Fortitude, 61 We must realize, however, that while we have set down 4 cardinal virtues from which as sources moral rectitude and moral duty emanate, that achievement is most glorious in the eyes of the world, which is one with a spirit great, exalted, and superior to the vicissitudes of earthly life. And so, when we wish to hurl a taunt, the very first to rise to our lips is, if possible, something like this. For ye, young men, show a womanish soul, yon maiden a man's. And this, thou son of Salmacis, wind spoils that cost nor sweat nor blood. When, on the other hand, we wish to pay a compliment, we somehow or other praise in more eloquent strain the brave and noble work of some great soul. Hence there is an open field for orators on the subjects of Marathon, Salamis, Plataea, Thermopylae, and Leuctra, and hence our own Cockles, the Disse, Cneus and Publius Scipio, Marcus Marcellus, and countless others, and above all, the Roman people as a nation are celebrated for greatness of spirit. Their passion for military glory, moreover, is shown in the fact that we see their statues usually in soldiers' garb. Clolia C. Index 62 Roman 19. Sed e animi elatio, qui cernitur in periculis et laboribus si eastitia vacet pugnac, non pro salute communi, sed pro suis commodis invideo est, non modo enim id virtutis non est, sed est podius emanitatis omnem humanidatum repellentis. Idac prob definitur a stoicis fortitudo, cum eam virtutum esse dicunt propugnantem pro equitate. Quaser canemo, qui fortitudinis gloriam consecutus est insidiis et malicia, laudum est adeptus. Nihil enim honestum est potest, quod eastitia vacet. Menex, 246e, Laches 197b. 63 preclarum igitur alud Platonus. Non, inquit, solum scientia, qui est remota ob eastitia, caliditas podius quam sapientia est appellanda, verum etiam animus paradis ad periculum, si sua cupiditate, non utilitate communi impellitur, audaci podius nomen habat quam fortitudinis. Idac viros fortes, et magnanimos eostem bonos et simplices, veritatis amicos minimec fallaces esse volumus, qui sunt ex media laudistici. 64 sed alud odiosum est, quod in haculation et magnitudine animi facile pertinatia, et nimia cupiditas principatis in nascitur. Lashes 182 ad enim apud platinum est, omnem morm laestimoniorum inflammatum esse cupiditate vincendi, sic, ut quisque animi magnitudine maxime excellit, ita maxime vult princeps omnium vel podius salus es. Difficile autem est, cum priester omnibus concuperus, server equitatem, qui est iustitii maxime propria. Ex quo fit, ut nec disiptation vinci si nec ullo publico ac legitimo iur patienter, existunc in re publica plerumque largiters et factiosi, ut opes quam maximas consequenter et sint Roman 6 podius superiors quam iustitia pairs. Sed quo difficilius hoc preclarius, nullum enim est tempus, quod iustitia vacer debit. 65 fortes igiter et magnanimi sunt habendi, nonqui faciunt, sed qui propulsant in iurium. Vera autem et sapiens animi magnitudo honestum alud, quod maxime natura sequitur, in factis pausitum, non in gloria iudicet principem si esse mavult quam vidri. Etenim qui ex error imperiti multitudinis pendit, hic in magnis viris non est habendus. Facilime autem ad res iniestas impellitor, ut quisque altissimo animo est, gloriae cupiditate. Qui locus est sane lubricus, quod vix invenitor, qui laboribus susceptis periculisque aditus non quaes immersedum rerum gestarum desiderit gloriam. Anima c ed, not in a BHLB BT2. Eta ed, not in a BHLBCP. Excellit a BHLBC, excellit a BT. Roman 6 ed, ut a BHB, ut cumc LC. Altissimo animo est, gloriae cupiditate pierce, confirmed by several MSS. Ed. Alt. And et gloriae cupiditate a BHBP, est alt. And et gloria et cupiditate LC. Fortitude in the light of justice, hash. 62 Roman 19. But if the exaltation of spirit seen in times of danger and toil is devoid of justice and fights for selfish ends instead of for the common good, it is a vice. For not only has it no element of virtue, but its nature is barbarous and revolting to all our finer feelings. The Stoics, therefore, correctly define courage as that virtue which champions the cause of right. Accordingly, no one has attained to true glory who has gained a reputation for courage by treachery and cunning, for nothing that lacks justice can be morally right. 63 This, then, is a fine saying of Plato's. Not only must all knowledge that is divorced from justice be called cunning rather than wisdom, he says, but even the courage that is prompt to face danger, if it is inspired not by public spirit, but by its own selfish purposes, should have the name of effrontery rather than of courage. And so we demand that men who are courageous and high-souled shall at the same time be good and straightforward, lovers of truth, and foes to deception. For these qualities are the center and soul of justice. 64 But the mischief is that from this exaltation and greatness of spirit spring all too readily self-will and excessive lust for power. For just as Plato tells us that the whole national character of the Spartans was on fire with passion for victory, so, in the same way, the more notable a man is for his greatness of spirit, the more ambitious he is to be the foremost citizen, or, I should say rather, to be sole ruler. But when one begins to aspire to preeminence, it is difficult to preserve that spirit of fairness which is absolutely essential to justice. The result is that such men do not allow themselves to be constrained either by argument or by any public and lawful authority, but they only too often prove to be bribers and agitators in public life, seeking to obtain supreme power and to be superiors through force rather than equals through justice. But the greater the difficulty, the greater the glory, for no occasion arises that can excuse a man for being guilty of injustice. True greatness of spirit, 65 So then, not those who do injury, but those who prevent it are to be considered brave and courageous. Moreover, true and philosophic greatness of spirit regards the moral goodness to which nature most aspires as consisting in deeds, not in fame, and prefers to be first in reality rather than in name. And we must approve this view, for he who depends upon the caprice of the ignorant rabble cannot be numbered among the great. Then, too, the higher a man's ambition, the more easily he is tempted to acts of injustice by his desire for fame. We are now, to be sure, on very slippery ground, for scarcely can the man be found who has passed through trials and encountered dangers, and does not then wish for glory as a reward for his achievements. 66 Roman 20. Omnino fortis animus et magnus duobus rebus maxime cerniter, quarum una in rerum externarum dispicientia poniter, cum persuasum est nihil hominum, nisi quod honestum decorum sit, aut admirari aut opter, aut expeder oporter nalique nec, hemini nec perturbationi animi nec fortuni succumber. Altera est res, ut, cum ita sis effectus animo, ut superdixi, res geras magnas elas quaedam et maxime utils, sed vehementer arduas plenesque laborum et periculorum cum vidi, tum multarum rerum, qui ad vitam pertinent. 67 harum rerum duorum splendor omnes, amplitudo, addo etiam utilidatum, in posterior est, causa autem et ratio efficiens magnos viros in prior. In eo est anim alud, quod excellence animos et humana contemnens facit. Id autem ipsum cerniter in duobus, si et solum id, quod honestum sit, bonum eudices et ob omni animi perturbation liber sis. Nam et qui eximia plarisque et preclara videnter, parva ducere ec rations stabili firmec contemner fortis animi magnique ducendum est, et qui videnter acerba, qui multa et varia in hominum vita fortunac versenter. Ida fair, ut nihil a statu naturi dissedas, nihil a dignitate sapientes, robusti animi est magnique constantui. 68 non est autem consentinium, qui medu non frangater iam frangi cupiditate nec, qui invictum si a labor priestiterit, vinci a voluptate. Quam ob rem et hic vitanda et pecuni fugienda cupiditas, nihil anim est tam angusti animi tamque parvi quam amor divicias, nihil anistius magnificentius quam pecuniam contemner, si non habeas, ad beneficentiam liberalitate confera. Cavenda etiam est gloriae cupiditas, ut supra dixi, eripit enim libertatem, pro qua magnanimus virus omnes debit esse contentio. Nec viro imperia expetenda ac podius aut non accipienda inter dum, aut deponenda non numquam. 69 vacandum autem omni est animi perturbation, cum cupiditate et medu, tum etiam egratudine et voluptate nimia et iracundia, ut tranquillitas animi et securitas id sit, qui affert cum constantiam, tum etiam dignitatem. Multi autem et sunt et furunt, qui quam dico tranquillidatem expetens a negodiis publicis si removerint ad odium perfugerint. In his et nobilissimi philosophy, longec principes et quidem homines, severi et graves nec populi nec principum mores fair poterunt, vixerunt non nulli in agris delictati, res sua familiari. 70 his idem propositum fuit, quod regibus, ut ni qua re egerent, ni cui parent, libertate uterenter, cuius proprium est sic viver, ut velis. Persuasum est madvig ad defin, p. 448 ff, ed. p. sit MSS. Vitanda ed. cum duobus cod, Gulferbitanis, videnda MSS. Voluptate nimia Aureli, Muller, voluptate animia H. Elabisi, vol. Animi et securitas et iracundia ut tr animi by a later hand on the margin b, voluptate bt, Hein. Characteristics of fortitude, hash. 66 Roman 20. The soul that is altogether courageous and great is marked above all by two characteristics. One of these is indifference to outward circumstances. For such a person cherishes the conviction that nothing but moral goodness and propriety deserves to be either admired or wished for or striven after, and that he ought not to be subject to any man or any passion or any accident of fortune. The second characteristic is that, when the soul is disciplined in the way above mentioned, one should do deeds not only great and in the highest degree useful, but extremely arduous and laborious and fraught with danger both to life and to many things that make life worth living. 1. Moral courage, hash. 67 All the glory and greatness, and I may add, all the usefulness of these two characteristics of courage are centered in the latter, the rational cause that makes men great in the former. Indifference to outward fortunes, hash for it is the former that contains the element that makes souls preeminent and indifferent to worldly fortune. And this quality is distinguished by two criteria. 1. If one account moral rectitude as the only good, and 2. If one be free from all passion. For we must agree that it takes a brave and heroic soul to hold as slight what most people think grand and glorious, and to disregard it from fixed and settled principles. And it requires strength of character and great singleness of purpose, to bear what seems painful, as it comes to pass in many and various forms in human life, and to bear it so unflinchingly as not to be shaken in the least from one's natural state of the dignity of a philosopher. 68. Moreover, it would be inconsistent for the man who is not overcome by fear to be overcome by desire, or for the man who has shown himself invincible to toil to be conquered by pleasure. We must, therefore, not only avoid the latter, but also beware of ambition for wealth. For there is nothing so characteristic of narrowness and littleness of soul as the love of riches, and there is nothing more honorable and noble than to be indifferent to money if one does not possess it, and to devote it to beneficence and liberality, if one does possess it. As I said before, we must also beware of ambition for glory, for it robs us of liberty, and in defense of liberty a high-souled man should stake everything. And one ought not to seek military authority, nay, rather it ought sometimes to be declined, sometimes to be resigned. 3. Freedom from passion. 69. Again, we must keep ourselves free from every disturbing emotion, not only from desire and fear, but also from excessive pain and pleasure, and from anger, so that we may enjoy that calm of soul and freedom from care which bring both moral stability and dignity of character. The retired life. But there have been many and still are many who, while pursuing that calm of soul of which I speak, have withdrawn from civic duty and taken refuge in retirement. Among such have been found the most famous and by far the foremost philosophers, and certain other earnest, thoughtful men who could not endure the conduct of either the people or their leaders. Some of them, too, lived in the country and found their pleasure in the management of their private estates. 70 such men have had the same aims as kings: to suffer no want, to be subject to no authority, to enjoy their liberty, that is, in its essence, to live just as they please. As Cicero did at the expiration of his consulship. As Sulla did in his dictatorship. The contrast to Caesar is the more striking for Cicero's not mentioning it. E.g. Plato, Aristotle, Zeno, Pythagoras, and Anaxagoras. Such is Cicero's friend, Atticus and Marcus Tullius. Roman 21. Quer cum hoc commune sit potentii cupidorum cum iis, quos dixi, odiosis, alteri si Oedipiscae id posse arbitranter, si opes magnas habent, alteri, si contenti sint et suet parvo. In quo neutrorum omnino contemnenda sententia est, sed et facilior et tutior et minus aliis gravis aut molesta vita est odiosorum. Fructuosior autem hominum generi, et ad claritatem amplitudem aptior aerum, qui si ad rem publicem et ad magnas res gerendas accommodaverunt. 71 quapropter, et iis forsitan considendum, sit rem publicam non capacentibus, qui excellenti ingenio doctrini sis dediterunt, et iis, qui aut validudinis imbecilitate aut aliqua gravir causa impediti, a republica recesserunt, cum ius administrandi potestatem aliis laudem concederent. Quibus autem talis nulla sit causa, si dispicere si dicent qui pleric maienter, imperia et magistratus, iis non modo non laudi, verum etiam video dandum puto. Quorum judicium in eo, quod gloriam contemnent et pro nihilo putent, difficile facto est non prober, sed videnter labors et molestias, tum offensionum et repulsarum quaes, quandam ignominium timer et infamiam. Sunt enim, qui in rebus contraries parum sibi constent, voluptatem severusime contemnent, in dolor sint moliers, gloriam negligent, franganter infamia, atque equitem non satis constanter. 72 sed iis, qui habent a natura adiamenta rerum gerendarum, abicta omni cunctation adipicendi magistrates et gerenda res publica est. Nec enim, aliter aut regicivitas, aut declarari animi magnitudo potest. Capacentibus autem rem publicam nihilo minus quam philosophis, hodcio and magis etiam, et magnificentia, et dispicientia et hibenda est rerum humanarum, quam sip dico, et tranquillitas animi ac securitas, siquitem nec anxiae futuri, sunt et cum gravitate constantiae victuri. 73 qui facilira sunt philosophis, quo minus multa patent in aerum vita, qui fortuna feriat, et quo minus multis rebus egent, et quia, si quid adversi eveniet, tam gravitor cadir non possunt. Quaserca non sine causa maiors modus enamorum consitanter maior ex studia, efficiendi rem publicam gerentibus quam quietis, quo magis iis et magnitudo est animi, et hibenda et vacuitas ob angoribus. Ad rem gerendum autem qui excedit, caveat, ni id modo considerit, quam illa res honesta sit, sed etiam ut habet efficiendi facultatem. In quo ipso considerandum est, ni aut temur disperit propter ignavium aut nimis confidat propter cupididatum. In omnibus autem negotiis, prius quam aggredier, et hibenda est preparatio diligens. Nihilo Wessenberg ed, nihil MSS. Est minutius ed, sit MSS. Majorac studia efficiendi unjur, Muller, Majorac efficiendi a 1b HLBC, Major cura efficiendi a BT. Hein, Majorac efficienda a 2p. The life of public service viz the life of retirement, Roman 21. So, while this desire is common to men of political ambitions and men of retirement, of whom I have just spoken, the one class think they can attain their end if they secure large means, the other, if they are content with the little they have. And in this matter, neither way of thinking is altogether to be condemned. But the life of retirement is easier and safer, and at the same time less burdensome or troublesome to others, while the career of those who apply themselves to statecraft and to conducting great enterprises is more profitable to mankind and contributes more to their own greatness and renown. 71. So perhaps those men of extraordinary genius who have devoted themselves to learning must be excused for not taking part in public affairs. Likewise, those who from ill health, or for some still more valid reason have retired from the service of the state and left to others the opportunity and the glory of its administration. But if those who have no such excuse profess a scorn for civil and military offices, which most people admire, I think that this should be set down not to their credit but to their discredit. For in so far as they care little, as they say, for glory and count it as naught, it is difficult not to sympathize with their attitude. In reality, however, they seem to dread the toil and trouble, and also, perhaps, the discredit and humiliation of political failure and defeat. For there are people who in opposite circumstances do not act consistently. They have the utmost contempt for pleasure, but in pain they are too sensitive. They are indifferent to glory, but they are crushed by disgrace. And even in their inconsistency, they show no great consistency. Public service a duty, 72. But those whom nature has endowed with the capacity for administering public affairs should put aside all hesitation, enter the race for public office, and take a hand in directing the government. For in no other way can a government be administered or greatness of spirit be made manifest. Statesmen, too, no less than philosophers, perhaps even more, so should carry with them that greatness of spirit and indifference to outward circumstances to which I so often refer, together with calm of soul and freedom from care, if they are to be free from worries and lead a dignified and self-consistent life. 73. This is easier for the philosophers, as their life is less exposed to the assaults of fortune, their wants are fewer, and if any misfortune overtakes them, their fall is not so disastrous. Not without reason, therefore, are stronger emotions aroused in those who engage in public life than in those who live in retirement, and greater is their ambition for success. The more, therefore, do they need to enjoy greatness of spirit and freedom from annoying cares. If anyone is entering public life, let him beware of thinking only of the honor that it brings, but let him be sure also that he has the ability to succeed. At the same time, let him take care not to lose heart too readily through discouragement, nor yet to be overconfident through ambition. In a word, before undertaking any enterprise, careful preparation must be made. 74. Roman 22. Sed cum plerique arbitrenter res bellicas maiores esse quam urbanas, minuenda est hic opinio. Multi enim bella sep quiseverunt propter gloriae cupididatum, ac id in magnis animis ingenius plerumt contingit, eac magis, si sunt ad rem militarum apti et cupidi bellorum gerendorum, vir autem si volumus iudicer, multi res extiterunt urbani maiores clariresque quam bellici. 75. Quamvis enim, Themistocles eer laudator et sit ius nomen quam solenis illustrius citerc salamis clarissimi testis victoriae, qui anteponator concilio solenis I, quo primum constituit areopagitas, non minus preclarum hoc quam illud iudicandum est. Illud enim semel perfuit, hoc semper prodrit civitati, hoc concilio legs Atheniensium, hoc maiorum instituta serventer. Et Themistocles quaedam nihil dixerit, in quo ips Areopagum adiuverit, ad alle vir a si adiutum Themistoclem. Est enim bellum gestum concilio senatus ius, quia salon erat constitutus. 76 licit idem de Pausania Lysandroque dicer, quorum rebus gestis quamquam imperium laestimoniaes partum pudetur, tamen ni minima quaedam ex part, lycurgi legibus et disciplini conferendi sunt. Quin etiam ob has ipses causas et parentiers, habuerent exercitus et fortiers. Mihi quaedam nec puris nobis m scorus si Mario nec, cum versermer in re publica, q catulus cien. Pompeo sedir videbatter, parvi enim sunt foris arma, nisi est concilium domi, nec plus Africanus singularis et ver et imperator, in extendenda numentia re publici, perfuit quam eadem tempor p nasica privatus, cum t. Gracchum intramit. Quamquam hic quaedam res non solum ex domestica est ration, attingit etiam bellicam, quonium Roman 6 manute confecta est, sed tamen id ipsum est gestum concilio urbano sine exercitu. Sic de temp, sues Roman 3. 77, illud autem optimum est, in quod invadi solar ob improbis et invidiis audio. Sedent armatagi, concedet luria laudi. Ut enim alios omitem, nobis rem publicam gubernantibus non ni tagi arma cesserunt, nec enim, periculum in republica fuit gravius umquam nec meus odium. Ida conciliis diligentiac nostra celeritur de manibus audicissimorum civium delapsa arma ipsa cessiterunt. Qui res igitur gesta umquam in bello tanta. 78 qui triumphus conferendus. Licit enim mihi, fili, apud t gloriae, ad quem et hereditas huius gloriae et factorum imitatio pertinet. Mihi quaedam cert ver abundans bellicis laudibus, cn. Pompeius, multis audientibus hoc tribuit, ut dicerit frustra si triumphum tertium deportaturum fuis, nisi meo in rem publicam beneficio, ubi triumpharit, esset habituris. Sunt igitur domestici, fortitudines non inferiors militaribus, in quibus plus etiam quam, in his operi studiique ponendum est. Ed, not in MSS. Si adiutum a BHB ed, adiuvit L1 CP, si adiutum ob illo dixerit, Themistocles L2. L partum Lambinis, Muller, partum L BT. Partum A1 BH L1 AB, L dilatatum A2, dilatatum LL2C. Victories of war versus victories of peace, hash. 74 Roman 22. Most people think that the achievements of war are more important than those of peace, but this opinion needs to be corrected, for many men have sought occasions for war from the mere ambition for fame. This is notably the case with men of great spirit and natural ability, and it is the more likely to happen if they are adapted to a soldier's life and fond of warfare. But if we will face the facts, we shall find that there have been many instances of achievement in peace more important and no less renowned than in war. Themistocles versus Solon, hash. 75, however highly Themistocles, for example, may be extolled and deservedly and, however much more illustrious his name may be than Solon's, and however much Salamis may be cited as witness of his most glorious victory of victory, glorified above Solon's statesmanship, in instituting the Areopagus, yet Solon's achievement is not to be accounted less illustrious than his. For Themistocles' victory served the state once and only once, while Solon's work will be of service forever. For through his legislation, the laws of the Athenians and the institutions of their fathers are maintained. And while Themistocles could not readily point to any instance in which he himself had rendered assistance to the Areopagus might with justice assert that Themistocles had received assistance from it, for the war was directed by the councils of that Senate which Solon had created. Pausanias and Lysander versus Lycurgus, hash. 76 the same may be said of Pausanias and Lysander. Although it is thought that it was by their achievements that Sparta gained her supremacy, yet these are not even remotely to be compared with the legislation and discipline of Lycurgus. Nay, rather, it was due to these that Pausanias and Lysander had armies so brave and so well disciplined. For my own part, I do not consider that Marcus Scaurus was inferior to Gaius Marius, when I was a lad, or Quintus Catulus to Cnaeus Pompey, when I was engaged in public life. For arms are of little value in the field unless there is wise counsel at home. So, too, Africanus, though a great man and a soldier of extraordinary ability, did no greater service to the state by destroying Numantia than was done at the same time by Publius Nasica, though not then clothed with official authority, by removing Tiberius Gracchus. This deed does not, to be sure, belong wholly to the domain of civil affairs. It partakes of the nature of war also, since it was effected by violence. But it was, for all that, executed as a political measure without the help of an army. Cicero's great victory, #77*. The whole truth, however, is in this verse, against which, I am told, the malicious and envious are wont to rail. Yield ye arms to the toga, to civic praises ye laurels. Not to mention other instances, did not arms yield to the toga, when I was at the helm of state. For never was the republic in more serious peril, never was peace more profound. Thus, as the result of my counsels and my vigilance, their weapons slipped suddenly from the hands of the most desperate traitors, dropped to the ground of their own accord. What achievement in war, then, was ever so great? 78*. What triumph can be compared with that? For I may boast to you, my son Marcus, for to you belong the inheritance of that glory of mine and the duty of imitating my deeds. And it was to me, too, that Cnaeus Pompey, a hero crowned with the honors of war, paid this tribute in the hearing of many, when he said that his third triumph would have been gained in vain, if he were not to have through my services to the state a place in which to celebrate it. There are, therefore, instances of civic courage that are not inferior to the courage of the soldier. Nay, the former calls for even greater energy and greater devotion than the latter. The praises of Cicero for his overthrow of the conspiracy of Catiline. The laurels of the triumphant general. 79*. Roman 23. Omnino illud honestum, quod ex animo excelso magnifico querimus, animi efficiter, non corporis viribus. Exercendum tamen corpus, et ida efficiendum est, ut abodire concilio rationique possit in exsequendis negodiis et in labor tolerando. Honestum autem id, quod exquirimus, totum est positum in animi cura et cogitation, in quo non minorum utilitatem afferunt, qui tigati re publici presunt, quam qui bellum gerunt. Id ac aerum concilio seep out non suscepta out confecta bella sunt, non numquam etiam allata, ut m catinis bellum tertium punicum, in quo etiam mortui valuat octoritas. 80 quaer expetenda quaetum magis est discernendi ratio quam dissertandi fortitudo, sed cavendum, ni id bellandi magis fuga quam utilitatis ration faciamus. Bellum autem ida suscipietur, ut nihil aliud nisi pax quisita videtur. Fortis viro animi et constantis, est non perturbari in rebus asperis nec tumultuentum de gradu desi. Ut dissiter, sed presenti animo iudi et concilio nec a ration dissedir. 81*. Quamquam hoc animi, illud etiam ingenii magni est, praeciper cogitation futura et aliquanto ante considera, quid accidir possit in utranc partum, et quid agendum sit, cum quid evenerit, nec committer, ut aliquando dicendum sit. Non puteram. Hic sunt opera magni animi, et excelsi et prudentia concilioque fidentes. Temur autem in assae versari, et manu cum host confliger imain quidem et belluarum simile est. Sed cum tempus necessitasque postulat, dissertandum manu est, et mors servitudi turpitudinique antiponenda. Aliquanto ed, aliquando MSS. 2. Physical courage, #79*. Roman 23. That moral goodness which we look for in a lofty, high-minded spirit is secured, of course, by moral, not by physical strength. And yet the body must be trained and so disciplined that it can obey the dictates of judgment and reason in attending to business and in enduring toil. But that moral goodness which is our theme depends wholly upon the thought and attention given to it by the mind. And in this way, the men who in a civil capacity direct the affairs of the nation render no less important service than they who conduct its wars. By their statesmanship oftentimes wars are either averted or terminated, sometimes also they are declared. Upon Marcus Cato's counsel, for example, the Third Punic War was undertaken, and in its conduct his influence was dominant, even after he was dead. 80 And so diplomacy, in the friendly settlement of controversies, is more desirable than courage in settling them on the battlefield. But we must be careful not to take that course merely for the sake of avoiding war, rather than for the sake of public expediency. War, however, should be undertaken in such a way as to make it evident that it has no other object than to secure peace. But it takes a brave and resolute spirit not to be disconcerted in times of difficulty or ruffled and thrown off one's feet, as the saying is, but to keep one's presence of mind and one's self-possession, and not to swerve from the path of reason. Courage and discretion, 81 Now, all this requires great personal courage, but it calls also for great intellectual ability by reflection to anticipate the future, to discover some time in advance what may happen whether for good or for ill, and what must be done in any possible event, and never to be reduced to having to say, I had not thought of that. These are the activities that mark a spirit, strong, high, and self-reliant in its prudence and wisdom. But to mix rashly in the fray, and to fight hand to hand with the enemy is but a barbarous and brutish kind of business. Yet when the stress of circumstances demands it, we must gird on the sword and prefer death to slavery and disgrace. Roman 22. 82 Roman 24. Do evertendis autem diripiendisc herbibus valda consider random est ni quid temere, ni quid crudaliter. Aidc est magni viri, rebus agitatis punire sans, multitudinem conserver, in omni fortuna recta ac honesta retinere. Ut enim sunt, quem ad modum superdixi, qui urbanis rebus bellicas anteponent, sic rapirias multos, quibus periculosa et callida concilia quietis et cogitatis splendidira et maiora videnter. 83 Nunquam omnino periculi fuga comitendum est, ut imbels timidique videmer, sed fugendum illud etiam, ni offeramus nos periculis sine causa, quo esse nihil potus stultius. Quapropter in adjundis periculis consutudo imitanda medicorum est, qui leviter igrotantes leniter curant, graviribus autem morbis periculoses curations et ansipites et hiber cogunter. Quer in tranquillo tempestatum adversum opter dementis est, subvenir autem tempestati quavis ration sapientis, eoc magis, si plus adipiscere re explicata boni quam adubitata mali. Periculisi autem rerum actions partem iis sunt, qui eis suscipiant, partem re publici. Idem alii de vita, alii de gloria et benevolentia civium in discrimen vocanter. Promptiers igitur debimus es ad nostra pericula, quam ad communia dimicerc paritius de honor et gloria quam de ceteris commodis. 84 Inventi autem multi sunt, qui non modo pecuniam, sed etiam vitam profundir pro patria partia sent. Idem gloriae iaxerem ni minimam quaedam face revellant, ni re publica quaedam postulante. Ut calicratides, qui, cum laestimoniarum dux fus et Peloponnesiaco bello multec fessus et egregi, vertit ad extremum omnia, cum concilio non parut aerum, qui classum ob arginusis removendum nec cum Atheniensibus dimicandum putibant. Quibus ille respondit laestimonios class, illa, emissa alium para passi, si fuger sine su dedicor non passi. Ac hic quaedam laestimoniis plaga mediocris, illa pestifera, qua, cum Cleombratus invidium timens temir, cum epiminonda conflixisset laestimoniarum ops correrent. Ann, Roman 12, Vol. 2, 373-72. Quanto Q Maximus Melius, de quo Aeneas. Unius homo nobis cunctando restituit rem. In nonum rumors ponbet ante salutum, ergo postque magisque viri nunc gloria claret. Quod genus peccandi vitandum est etiam in rebus urbanis. Sunt enim, qui, quod sentiunt, etsi optimum sit, tamen invidii medu non audient dicer. Callida nonius ed, callida MSS. Concilia quietis et cogitatis ed. Concilia et quietis et cogitationis a b h a b. Concilia et quietis cogitationibus cp. Iis ed, his MSS. Quaedam laestimoniis ed, quaedam de laestimoniis MSS. Nonum rumors ponbet lachman ad lucre. Roman 3, 198, non enim rumors ponbet MSS. Non ponbet enim alii. Auding earnesty, audent MSS, BT 1 hein. 82 Roman 24. As to destroying and plundering cities, let me say that great care should be taken that nothing be done in reckless cruelty or wantonness. And it is a great man's duty in troublous times to single out the guilty for punishment, to spare the many, and in every turn of fortune to hold to a true and honorable course. For whereas there are many, as I have said before, who place the achievements of war above those of peace, so one may find many to whom adventurous, hot-headed counsels seem more brilliant and more impressive than calm and well-considered measures. Courage in times of doubt and danger, 83. We must, of course, never be guilty of seeming cowardly and craven in our avoidance of danger, but we must also beware of exposing ourselves to danger needlessly. Nothing can be more foolhardy than that. Accordingly, in encountering danger, we should do as doctors do in their practice. In light cases of illness, they give mild treatment. In cases of dangerous sickness, they are compelled to apply hazardous and even desperate remedies. It is, therefore, only a madman who, in a calm, would pray for a storm. A wise man's way is, when the storm does come, to withstand it with all the means at his command. And especially, when the advantages to be expected in case of a successful issue are greater than the hazards of the struggle. Patriotism and self-sacrifice, The dangers attending great affairs of state fall, sometimes upon those who undertake them, sometimes upon the state. In carrying out such enterprises, some run the risk of losing their lives, others their reputation and the goodwill of their fellow citizens. It is our duty, then, to be more ready to endanger our own than the public welfare, and to hazard honor and glory more readily than other advantages. 84 Many, on the other hand, have been found who were ready to pour out not only their money, but their lives for their country, and yet would not consent to make even the slightest sacrifice of personal glory, even though the interests of their country demanded it. For example, when Callicratidas, as Spartan admiral in the Peloponnesian War, had won many signal successes, he spoiled everything at the end by refusing to listen to the proposal of those who thought he ought to withdraw his fleet from the Arginusi and not to risk an engagement with the Athenians. His answer to them was that the Spartans could build another fleet if they lost that one, but he could not retreat without dishonor to himself. And yet what he did dealt only a slight blow to Sparta. There was another which proved disastrous, when Cleombrotus, in fear of criticism, recklessly went into battle against Epaminondas. In consequence of that, the Spartan power fell. How much better was the conduct of Quintus Maximus? Of him Aeneas says, "One man and he alone restored our state by delaying. Not in the least did fame with him take precedence of safety. Therefore now does his glory shine bright, and it grows ever brighter." This sort of offense must be avoided no less in political life. For there are men who, for fear of giving offense, do not dare to express their honest opinion, no matter how excellent. Such as the esteem and goodwill of fellow citizens, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, the existence of the state and all the advantages it brings. Sacrificing public interests to personal glory. 85 Roman 25. Omnino qui re publici prefuturi sunt, duo Platinus precepta tenint, rep I 342 unum, ut utilitatem civium sic tuenter, ut, quicumque agunt, ad eam referent oblidi commodorum suorum, rep Roman 4, 420 b alterum, ut totum corpus re publici current, ni dum partem aliquem tuenter, reliquas deserrent. Ut enim tutela, sic procuratio re publici ad aerum utilitatem, qui commissi sunt non ad aerum, quibus commissa est, gerenda est. Qui autem parti civium consulant, partem negulgunt, rem perniciosissimum in civitatem inducunt seditionem ac discordium. Ex quo evenit, ut alii populars, alii studiosi optimi cuiusque videnter, possa universorum. 86 hinc, apud Atheniensis magni discordii, in nostra republica non solum seditions, sed etiam pestifera bella civilia. Qui gravis et fortis civis, et in re publica dignus principatu fugiat ac, oderit tradex si, totum re publici nec, ops aut potentium consectabiter todem eam sic tubiter, ut omnibus consulat. Nec viro criminibus falsis in odium aut invidium, quemquam vocabit omninoque, ida eusticii honestatique adherasit. Ut, dum e conservat, quamvis graviter offendet, mortem oppetat podius quam desuret illa, qui dixi. Rep. Romans 6, 488b, 489c. 87 miserrima omnino est ambitio honorum contentio, de qua preclare apud undum est platinum, similiter face reius, qui inter si contenderant, uter podius rem publicam administraret, ut si nati certerent, quis aerum podissimum gubernaret. Rep. Roman 8, 567c. Leg. Roman 9, 856b #idem precipit, ut ius adversarios existimus, qui arma contra ferent, non ius, qui suo iudicio turi rem publicam velent, qualis fuit inter p Africanum et q metellum sine acerbatate dissensio. 88 nec viro audiendi, qui graviter inimicis irascendum putabunt aec magnanimi et fortis viri esse sensibunt. Nihil enim laudabilius, nihil magno, et preclaro viro dignius placabilitate ac clementia. In liberis viro populis et in iuris equabilitate exercenda etiam, est facilitas, et altitudo animi, qui dissiter, ni, si erascamer aut intempestive excedentibus aut impudenter rogantibus, in morsidatum inutilum et odiosum insidamus. Et tamen ida probanda est mansuetudo ac clementia, ut adhibeter re publici causa severitas, sine qua administrari civitas non potest. Omnes autem, et animadversio, et castigatio contumelia vacer debit, nec ad ius, qui punitor aliquam aut verbis castigat, sed ad re publici utilitatem referi. 89 cavendum est etiam, ni mare ponaquam culpa sit, et ni istum de causis aliae plectanter, aliae ni appellenter quaedam. Prohibenda autem maxime est ira impuniendo. Numquam enim, iratus qui excedit ad ponam mediocritatem elam tenebit, qui est inter nimium et parum, qui placit peripateticis, et rect placit, modo ni lauderant iracendium, et dicerant utiliter a natura datum. Illa viro omnibus in rebus repudianda est optandunc, ut Roman 2, qui presunt re publici, legum similis sint, qui ad puniendum non iracundia, sed equitate dicunter. Punitor non ius ed, punit a puniata bhbc. Castigat MSS, fatigat non ius orelli. Public administration must be free from. 85 Roman 25. Those who propose to take charge of the affairs of government should not fail to remember two of Plato's rules. First, to keep the good of the people so clearly in view that regardless of their own interests, they will make their every action conform to that. Second, to care for the welfare of the whole body politic, and not in serving the interests of some one party to betray the rest. #1 Partisanship. For the administration of the government, like the office of a trustee, must be conducted for the benefit of those entrusted to one's care, not of those to whom it is entrusted. Now, those who care for the interests of a part of the citizens and neglect another part introduce into the civil service a dangerous element dissension and party strife. The result is that some are found to be loyal supporters of the democratic, others of the aristocratic party, and few of the nation as a whole. 86 As a result of this party spirit bitter strife arose at Athens, and in our own country not only dissensions, but also disastrous civil wars broke out. All this the citizen who is patriotic, brave, and worthy of a leading place in the state will shun with abhorrence. He will dedicate himself unreservedly to his country, without aiming at influence or power for himself, and he will devote himself to the state in its entirety in such a way as to further the interests of all. Besides, he will not expose anyone to hatred or disrepute by groundless charges, but he will surely cleave to justice and honor so closely that he will submit to any loss, however heavy, rather than be untrue to them, and will face death itself rather than renounce them. 2 Self-seeking. 87 A most wretched custom, assuredly, is our electioneering and scrambling for office. Concerning this also, we find a fine thought in Plato. Those who compete against one another, he says, to see which of two candidates shall administer the government, are like sailors quarreling as to which one of them shall do the steering. And he likewise lays down the rule that we should regard only those as adversaries who take up arms against the state, not those who strive to have the government administered according to their convictions. This was the spirit of the disagreement between Publius Africanus and Quintus Metellus. There was in it no trace of rancor. 3. Vindictiveness. 88. Neither must we listen to those who think that one should indulge in violent anger against one's political enemies, and imagine that such is the attitude of a great-spirited, brave man. For nothing is more commendable, nothing more becoming in a preeminently great man than courtesy and forbearance. Indeed, in a free people, where all enjoy equal rights before the law, we must school ourselves to affability and what is called mental poise. For if we are irritated when people intrude upon us at unseasonable hours or make unreasonable requests, we shall develop a sour, churlish temper, prejudicial to ourselves and offensive to others. And yet gentleness of spirit and forbearance are to be commended only with the understanding that strictness may be exercised for the good of the state. For without that, the government cannot be well administered. On the other hand, if punishment or correction must be administered, it need not be insulting. It ought to have regard to the welfare of the state, not to the personal satisfaction of the man who administers the punishment or reproof. 4. Anger. 89 asterisk. We should take care also that the punishment shall not be out of proportion to the offense, and that some shall not be chastised for the same fault for which others are not even called to account. In administering punishment, it is above all necessary to allow no trace of anger. For if anyone proceeds in a passion to inflict punishment, he will never observe that happy mean which lies between excess and defect. This doctrine of the mean is approved by the Peripatetics and wisely approved, if only they did not speak in praise of anger and tell us that it is a gift bestowed on us by nature for a good purpose. But in reality, anger is in every circumstance to be eradicated, and it is to be desired that they who administer the government should be like the laws, which are led to inflict punishment not by wrath but by justice. From the death of Pericles on, such as the conspiracy of Catiline, the civil wars of Marius and Sulla, Caesar and Pompey, the quality elsewhere expressed by Cicero with depth, reserve, the art of concealing and controlling one's feelings under an outward serenity of manner. 90 Roman 26. Ac etiam in rebus prosperis et ad voluntatem nostrum fluentibus superbium magnoper, fastidium arrogantiam fugiamus. Nam ut adversus res, sic secundas immoderate fair levitatis est, preclarac est equabilitas in omni vita, et idem semper vultus idem frans, ut de sacrate idem de si lalio accepimus. Philippum quaedam, Macedonum regem, rebus gestis et gloria superatum affilio, facilitate et humanitate video superiorem fuis. Idac alter semper magnus, alter sep turpissimus. Ut rect preciper videnter, qui monent, ut, quanto superior simus, tanto nos geremus amicius. Penedius quaedam Africanum, auditorum et familiarum suum, solidum 8 dicer. Ut equos propter crebras contentions prolium ferocitate exsultantes domitoribus tradir solent. Ut iis faciliribus passant iudi, sic homines secundis rebus effrenatos, sibique prefidens tamquem in gyrum rationis, et doctrini duce oporter. Ut perspicerant rerum humanarum imbecilidatum varietatem fortunae. 91 Asterisk ac etiam in secondissimus rebus maxime est utendum concilio amicorum iusc mare etiam quam anti tribuend doctoritas. Istem temporibus cavendum est, ni assentatoribus pate faciamus oris ni vagillari nos sinamus, in quo folly facile est. Tales anim nos esputimus, ut ear laudimer. Ex quo nascunter innumerabilia peccata, cum homines inflati opinionibus turpiter irredenter, et in maximis versenter erroribus. Sed hic quaedam hac denis. 92 asterisk alud autumn sic est iudicandum, maximas geri res et maximi animi ab iis, qui res publicas regant, quod eram administratio latisime padet ad plurimasque pertinit. Esse autumn magni animi, et fuis multos etiam in vita odiosa, qui aut investigarant aut canerenter magna quidem sesex suorum, rerum finibus continerant, aut interricti inter philosophos, et ius, qui rem publicam administrarant, delectorenter risua familiari non eam quaedam omni ration, exaggerantes nec excludents, ab ius ususius podiusc et amicis impertients, et re publici. Si quando usus esset. Qui primum beni parta sit nullo nec turpi quistu nec odiosa. deigned auditor ration, diligentia, parsimoniae, tum quam plurimis, modo dignis, si utilum prebit nec libidini podius luxuriique quam liberalitati et beneficentiae periet. Hic prescriptus serventum licet magnifice, graviter animosque viver ac etiam simpliciter, fideliter vir hominum amis. Idem H2a ed, idem B1L BC. Excepimus B2a C ed, accipimus a B1 HB. IIS ed, his MSS. Neve nonius ed, nec MSS. IIS ed, his MSS. Parta B1 ed, parita B2 HL BC. Deigned parsimoniae ed, after unjure transpose in MSS, it follows tum, periet. Fortitude and prosperity, hash. 90 Roman 26. Again, when fortune smiles and the stream of life flows according to our wishes, let us diligently avoid all arrogance, haughtiness, and pride. For it is as much a sign of weakness to give way to one's feelings in success as it is in adversity. But it is a fine thing to keep an unruffled temper, an unchanging mien, and the same cast of countenance in every condition of life. This, history tells us, was characteristic of Socrates and no less of Gaius Laelius. Philip, king of Macedon, I observe, however surpassed by his son in achievements and fame, was superior to him in affability and refinement. Philip, accordingly, was always great. Alexander, often infamously bad. Humility, there seems to be sound advice, therefore, in this word of warning. The higher we are placed, the more humbly should we walk. Panidius tells us that Africanus, his pupil and friend, used to say, as when horses have become meddlesome and unmanageable on account of their frequent participation in battles, their owners put them in the hands of trainers to make them more tractable. So men, who through prosperity have become restive and over self-confident, ought to be put into the training ring, so to speak, of reason and learning, that they may be brought to comprehend the frailty of human affairs and the fickleness of fortune. 91 The greater our prosperity, moreover, the more should we seek the counsel of friends, and the greater the heed that should be given to their advice. Under such circumstances, also we must beware of lending an ear to sycophants or allowing them to impose upon us with their flattery. For it is easy in this way to deceive ourselves, since we thus come to think ourselves duly entitled to praise. And to this frame of mind, 1,000 delusions may be traced, when men are puffed up with conceit and expose themselves to ignominy and ridicule by committing the most egregious blunders. So much for this subject. Greatness of mind in public and in private life, 92 To revert to the original question, we must decide that the most important activities, those most indicative of a great spirit, are performed by the men who direct the affairs of nations. For such public activities have the widest scope and touch the lives of the most people. But even in the life of retirement, there are and there have been many high-souled men who have been engaged in important inquiries or embarked on most important enterprises, and yet kept themselves within the limits of their own affairs. Or, taking a middle course between philosophers on the one hand and statesmen on the other, they were content with managing their own property, not increasing it by any and every means, nor debarring their kindred from the enjoyment of it, but rather, if ever there were need, sharing it with their friends and with the state. Only let it, in the first place, be honestly acquired by the use of no dishonest or fraudulent means. Let it, in the second place, increase by wisdom, industry, and thrift. And, finally, let it be made available for the use of as many as possible, if only they are worthy, and be at the service of generosity and beneficence rather than of sensuality and excess. By observing these rules, one may live in magnificence, dignity, and independence, and yet in honor, truth, and charity toward all. Section 70. 93 Roman 27. Sequitur, ut de una reliqua part honestatis dicendum sit, in qua vericundia et quaes equitum ornatus vidi, temperantia et modestia omnisc sedatio perturbationum animi et rerum modus cernitur. Hoc loco containter id, quod dissi Latin decorum potest. Greece enim pi rho letter 1 F7 3 pi omicron nudicitor. Huius vis est, ut ob onisto non quit separari * 94 * nam et, quod disset, honestum est et, quod honestum est, disset, qualis autem differentia sit honesty et decori, facilius intelligi quam explanari potest. Quicquid est enim, quod deceit, id tum apparit, cum antegressa est honestas. Id ac non solium in hac part honestatis, de qua hoc loco disserendum est, sed etiam in tribus superioribus quid deceit apparit. Nam et ration udi ac oration prudenter et ager, quod agas, considerat omnic in re quid sit veri viter et turi decet, contraque folly, error, labi, discipi tam dedesit quam delurer et ment esse captum. Et iasta omnia decora sunt, iniasta contra, ut turpia, sic indecora. Similes est ratio fortitudinis. Quod enim viriliter animoque magno fit, id dignum viro et decorum vidter, quod contra, id ut turp, sic indecorum. 95 Quare pertinet quidem ad omnem honestatem hoc, quod dico, decorum, et ida pertinet, ut non recondita quadam ration cernator, sed sit impromptu. Est enim quidem, id intelligitor in omni virtut, quod deceit, quod cogitation magis of virtut potest quam re separari. Ut venustas et pulchritudo corporis cesserni, non potest of valetudine, sic hoc, de quo laquimer, decorum tatum illud quidem est cum virtut confusum, sed ment et cogitation distinguitor. 96 est autem ius descriptio duplex, nam et generale quadam decorum intelligimus, quod in omni honestate versitur, et aliud huic subjectum, quod pertinet ad singulas parts honestatis. Ac illud superius sic fear definiri solit, decorum id esse, quod consentinium sit homines excellentiae in eo, in quo natura ius a reliquis animantibus differat. Qui autem pars subjecta generi est, eam sic definiunt, ut id decorum velant esse, quod ida naturi consentinium sit, ut in eo moderatio et temperantia apparit, cum specie quadam liberali. Dicitor huius ed, dicitor decorum, huius MSS. Descriptio B ed, descriptio BH a distinctio LC. D temperance, hash. 93 Roman 27. We have next to discuss the one remaining division of moral rectitude. That is the one in which we find considerateness and self-control, which give, as it were, a sort of polish to life. It embraces also temperance, complete subjection of all the passions, and moderation in all things. Propriety. Hash under this head is further included what, in Latin, may be called decorum, propriety. For in Greek it is called pi rho letter 1 F73 pi omicron nu. Such is its essential nature, that it is inseparable from moral goodness. 94 for what is proper is morally right, and what is morally right is proper. The nature of the difference between morality and propriety can be more easily felt than expressed. For whatever propriety may be, it is manifested only when there is pre-existing moral rectitude. And so, not only in this division of moral rectitude which we have now to discuss, but also in the three preceding divisions, it is clearly brought out what propriety is. Propriety and the cardinal virtues. Hash for to employ reason and speech rationally, to do with careful consideration whatever one does, and in everything to discern the truth and to uphold it that is proper. To be mistaken, on the other hand, to miss the truth, to fall into error, to be led astray that is as improper as to be deranged and lose one's mind. And all things just are proper, all things unjust, like all things immoral, are improper. The relation of propriety to fortitude is similar. What is done in a manly and courageous spirit seems becoming to a man and proper. What is done in a contrary fashion is at once immoral and improper. 95 This propriety, therefore, of which I am speaking belongs to each division of moral rectitude, and its relation to the cardinal virtues is so close that it is perfectly self-evident and does not require any abstruse process of reasoning to see it. For there is a certain element of propriety perceptible in every act of moral rectitude, and this can be separated from virtue theoretically better than it can be practically. As comeliness and beauty of person are inseparable from the notion of health, so this propriety of which we are speaking, while in fact completely blended with virtue, is mentally and theoretically distinguishable from it. Propriety defined, hash. 96 The classification of propriety, moreover, is twofold. 1. We assume a general sort of propriety, which is found in moral goodness as a whole. Then 2. There is another propriety, subordinate to this, which belongs to the several divisions of moral goodness. The former is usually defined somewhat as follows. Propriety is that which harmonizes with man's superiority in those respects in which his nature differs from that of the rest of the animal creation. And they so define the special type of propriety which is subordinate to the general notion, that they represent it to be that propriety which harmonizes with nature, in the sense that it manifestly embraces temperance and self-control, together with a certain deportment such as becomes a gentleman. Decorum. Cicero's attempt to translate pi rho letter 1 f7 3 pi omicron nu means an appreciation of the fitness of things, propriety in inward feeling or outward appearance, in speech, behavior, dress, etc. Decorum is as difficult to translate into English as pi rho letter 1 f7 3 pi omicron nu is to reproduce in Latin. As an adjective, it is here rendered by proper, as a noun, by propriety. Sic or Roman 22:71. 97 Roman 28. Hic ita intelligi possumus existimer ex eo decoro, quad piety sequuntur, de quo alio loco plura dissolent. Sed tum servere lud pietas, quad deceit, dissimus, cum id, quad quac persona dignum est, et fit et disider. Ut, si iacus aut minus diceret. Atius, Atrius, Rebec 2, 203. Odorant dum machuant. Out. Ibid, 226. Natis sepulchro ips est parens. Indecorum vidretur, quod ius fuis iustos excepimus, et atrio dicent placis excitanter, est enim digna persona oratio. Sed piety, quid quemque deceit, ex persona iudicabunt, nobis autem personam impossut ipsa natura magna cum excellentia priestentiac animantium reliquarum. 98 Qua circa piety in magna varietate personarum, etiam vidiosus quid conveniat et quid deceit. Videbunt, nobis autem cum a natura constantii, moderationis, temperantii vericundii parts data sint, cumque idem natura docet non negligere, quem ad modum nos adversus homines geramus, efficiter, ut et alud, quad ad omnem honestatem pertinet, decorum quam late fusum sit, apparit et hoc. Quod spectator in uno quoque gener virtutis. Ut enim pulchritudo corporis apta composition membrorum movit oculos et delectet hoc ipso, quad inter si omnes parts cum quadam lepor consentient, sic hoc decorum, quad elucit in vita, movit approbationem aerum, quibuscum vivitor, ordine et constantia et moderation dictorum omnium ac factorum. 99 Et hibenda est igitur quidem reverentia adversus homines et optimi cuiusque et reliquarum. Nam negligere, quid disi quisque sentiat, non solum arrogantes est, sed etiam omnino dissoluti. Est autem, quod differat in hominum ration habenda inter iustitium et vericundium. Iustitii parts sunt non violare homines, vericundii non offendir, in quo maxime vis perspicitor decori. His igitur expositus, quale sit id, quod disir dissimus, intellectum puto. 100 Officium autem, quod ob eo ducitur, hanc primum habet viam, qui deducit ad convenientiam conservationem naturi. Quam si sequem reducum, numquam aberrabimus sequemerc et id, quod acutum et perspicex natura est, et id, quad ad hominem consociationem accommodatum, et id, quad vehemens ac forte. Sed maxima vis decori in hac inest part, de qua disputamus. Nec enim solum corporis, qui ad naturam apti sunt, sed multo etiam magis animi modus probandi, qui item ad naturam accommodati sunt. Asterisk 101 asterisk duplex est enim vis enamorum ac natura. Unipars in appetitu posita est, qui est letter 1 f41 rho mu letter 1 f75 Greece, qui hominum huc et alluc rapit, altera in ration, qui docet et explanet, quid faciendum fugindum sit. Ida fit, ut ratio presit, appetitus obtemperit. Sed tum lc ed, sed ut tum a bhb. Reliquarum a 1b1 hb, reliquarum a 2b2c. Natura ed, naturi mss. Et lc ed, not in a bhb. Fugendunk a bhb, fugendum lcp. Poetic propriety, hash. 97 Roman 28. That this is the common acceptation of propriety we may infer from that propriety which poets aim to secure. Concerning that, I have occasion to say more in another connection. Now, we say that the poets observe propriety when every word or action is in accord with each individual character. For example, if Iacchus or Minos said, Let them hate, if only they fear. Or, the father is himself his children's tomb. That would seem improper, because we are told that they were just men. But when Atreus speaks those lines, they call forth applause, for the sentiment is in keeping with the character. But it will rest with the poets to decide, according to the individual characters, what is proper for each. But to us nature herself has assigned a character of surpassing excellence, far superior to that of all other living creatures, and in accordance with that we shall have to decide what propriety requires. 98 asterisk the poets will observe, therefore, amid a great variety of characters, what is suitable and proper for all, even for the bad, moral propriety. But to us nature has assigned the rôles of steadfastness, temperance, self-control, and considerateness of others. Nature also teaches us not to be careless in our behavior towards our fellow men. Hence, we may clearly see how wide is the application, not only of that propriety, which is essential to moral rectitude in general, but also of the special propriety which is displayed in each particular subdivision of virtue. For, as physical beauty with harmonious symmetry of the limbs engages the attention and delights the eye, for the very reason that all the parts combine in harmony and grace, so this propriety, which shines out in our conduct, engages the approbation of our fellow men by the order, consistency, and self-control it imposes upon every word and deed. Considerateness, 99 we should, therefore, in our dealings with people show what I may almost call reverence toward all men, not only toward the men who are the best, but toward others as well. For indifference to public opinion implies not merely self-sufficiency, but even total lack of principle. There is, too, a difference between justice and considerateness in one's relations to one's fellow men. It is the function of justice not to do wrong to one's fellow men, of considerateness not to wound their feelings, and in this the essence of propriety is best seen. With the foregoing exposition, I think it is clear what the nature is of what we term propriety. Duties prescribed by propriety, 100 further, as to the duty which has its source in propriety, the first road on which it conducts us leads to harmony with nature and the faithful observance of her laws. 1 Follow nature. If we follow nature as our guide, we shall never go astray, but we shall be pursuing that which is in its nature clear-sighted and penetrating, wisdom, that which is adapted to promote and strengthen society, justice, and that which is strong and courageous, fortitude. But the very essence of propriety is found in the division of virtue, which is now under discussion, temperance. For it is only when they agree with nature's laws that we should give our approval to the movements not only of the body, but still more of the spirit. 2 Subject appetite to reason, 101 now we find that the essential activity of the spirit is twofold. One force is appetite, that is, letter 1F41 Rho mu letter 1F75 in Greek, which impels a man this way and that. The other is reason, which teaches and explains what should be done and what should be left undone. The result is that reason commands, appetite obeys. Roman 29. Omnes autem actio vacere debit, temeritate et negligentia nec viro ager quicquem, cuius non possit causam probabilem redir. Hic est enim fear descriptio officii. 102 officiandum autem est, ut appetitus rationi obodient imc nec precurrent nec propter pigratium aut ignavium deserent sint tranquilli ac omni animi perturbation carient. Ex quo elusibit omnes constantia omnisque moderatio. Nam qui appetitus longius evagantur, et tamquam exsultantes, sive cupiendo sive fugindo non satis a ration retinenter. Roman 2 sine dubio finum et modum transunt. Relinquent enim et absciant obodientium nec rationi parent, cui sunt subjecti lege naturi. Equibus non modo animi perturbenter, sed etiam corpora. Licit ora ipsa cerner irritorum aut aerum, qui aut libidine aliqua, aut medu commodi sunt aut voluptate nimia gestiunt. Quorum omnium voltus, voces, motus statusque mutenter. 103 ex quibus illud intelligitur, ut ad officii formam revertimur appetitus omnes, contrahendos sedendosque esse, excitendamque animadversionum et diligentium, ut ni quid temir ac fortuid, inconsiderate negligenter agamus. Nec enim ita generati a natura sumus, ut ad ludum et iacum facti esse videmer, ad severitatem podius et ad quidem studia gravera ac meora. Ludo autem et ioco iudia lo quaetum licet, sed sicut somno et quietibus ceteris tum, cum gravibus serius gribus satis fesserimus. Ipsum genus iacandi non profusum nec immodestum, sed ingenuum et festum esse debit. Ut enim puris non omnum ludendi licentium damus, sed eam, qui ob honestatis actionibus non sit aliena, sic in ipso ioco aliquad probi ingenii lumen elucit. 104 duplex omnino est iacandi genus, unum illiberale, petulans, flagitiosum obscenum, alterum elegans, urbanum, ingeniosum festum. Quo gener non modo plotus noster et edicorum antiqua commodia, sed etiam philosophorum socraticorum libri referti sunt, multec multorum face dicta, ut qui a sane catum collecta sunt, qui vocant letter 1F00 pi omicron phi theta letter 1F73 gamma mu alpha tau alpha. Facilis igiter est distinctio ingenui et illiberalis iosi. Alter est, si tempor fit, ut si remisso animo, gravissimo homine dignus, alter ni libero quaetum, si rerum turpitudini et hypter verborum obscenitas. Ludendi etiam est, quidem modus retinendis, ut ni nimis omnia profundemus illitique voluptate in aliquam turpitudinem dilabimer. Suppetitant autem et campus noster et studia venandi honesta exempla ludendi. Descriptio BH BT 1. Descriptio a LBC BT 2. Muller Hein. Roman 2 ed. Hia H. Hij C. Fit ut si remisso animo gravissimo homine dignus ed. Fit ut et si remisso animo homine dignus MSS. Fit out si remen. Magno homine madvig. Fit ut sit remissio animo homine dignus unjure. Turpitudini et hypter verborum ab ed. Turpitudo et hypter et verborum LC. Roman 29. Again, every action ought to be free from undue haste or carelessness. Neither ought we to do anything for which we cannot assign a reasonable motive, for in these words we have practically a definition of duty. 102 The appetites, moreover, must be made to obey the reins of reason and neither allowed to run ahead of it nor from listlessness or indolence to lag behind. But people should enjoy calm of soul and be free from every sort of passion. Self-control in #1 passions, as a result strength of character and self-control will shine forth in all their luster. For when appetites overstep their bounds and galloping away, so to speak, whether in desire or aversion, are not well held in hand by reason, they clearly overleap all bound and measure. For they throw obedience off and leave it behind and refuse to obey the reins of reason, to which they are subject by nature's laws. And not only minds, but bodies as well are disordered by such appetites. We need only to look at the faces of men in a rage, or under the influence of some passion or fear, or beside themselves with extravagant joy. In every instance their features, voices, motions, attitudes undergo a change. 103 From all this to return to our sketch of duty, we see that all the appetites must be controlled and calmed, and that we must take infinite pains not to do anything from mere impulse or at random, without due consideration and care. 2. Amusements. For nature has not brought us into the world to act as if we were created for play or jest, but rather for earnestness and for some more serious and important pursuits. We may, of course, indulge in sport and jest, but in the same way as we enjoy sleep or other relaxations, and only when we have satisfied the claims of our earnest, serious tasks. 3. Raillery. Further than that, the manner of jesting itself ought not to be extravagant or immoderate, but refined and witty. For as we do not grant our children unlimited license to play, but only such freedom as is not incompatible with good conduct, so even in our jesting let the light of a pure character shine forth. 104 There are, generally speaking, two sorts of jest. The one, coarse, rude, vicious, indecent; the other, refined, polite, clever, witty. With this latter sort not only our own Plautus and the old comedy of Athens, but also the books of Socratic philosophy abound. And we have many witty sayings of many men like those collected by old Cato under the title of bons mots or apophthegms. So the distinction between the elegant and the vulgar jest is an easy matter. The one kind, if well timed, for instance, in hours of mental relaxation, is becoming to the most dignified person. The other is unfit for any gentleman, if the subject is indecent and the words obscene. Then, too, certain bounds must be observed in our amusements, and we must be careful not to carry things too far and, swept away by our passions, lapse into some shameful excess. Our campus, however, and the amusements of the chase are examples of wholesome recreation. 105 XXX. Sed pertinet ad omnem officii questionum semper in promptu haber, quantum natura homines pecudibus reliquisque beluis antecedet, illi nihil sentient nisi, voluptatem ad inc feruntur omni impedu, homines autem mens descendo aliter et cogitando. Semper aliquid aut anquirit aut agit viden dic, et audiendi delectation duciter. Quin etiam, si quis est paulo ad voluptates propensior, modo ni sit ex pecudum gener. Sunt enim quidem homines non re, sed nomen, sed si quis est paulo erectior, quamvis voluptate capiator, occultat et dissimulat appetitum voluptatis propter vericundium. 106 ex quo intelligitor corporis voluptatum non satis esse dignum homines prestantia, imc contemni et risae oporter. Sin sit quispium, qui aliquid tribuat voluptati, diligenter itenendum es ius fruendi modum. Itac victus cultus corporis ad valetudinem referitur, et ad vires, non ad voluptatem. Atc etiam si considerare volumus, qui sit in natura excellentia et dignitas, intelligemus quam sit terp, difflura luxuria et delicate ac molitor, viver quamque honestum pars, continenter, severe, sabri. 107 intellegendum etiam est duibus quaes, nosa natura indudos est personas. Quarum una communis est ex eo, quod omnes participe sumus rationis prestantiae ius, qua anticelimus bestes, a qua omni honestum decorum trahiter, et ex qua ratio inveniendi officii exquiritur, altera autem, qui proprii singulis est tributa. Ut enim in corporibus magni, dissimilitudines sunt, alios videmus velocitate ad cursum, alios viribus ad luctandum valor, idemc informis aliis dignitatem ines, aliis venestatem. Sic in animis existunt maiores etiam varietates. 108 erat in L. Crasso, in L. Filippo multis lipos, maior etiam magisctu industria in C. Cicero L. Filio. At istum temporibus in M. Scoro, et in M. Druso, adolescent singularis severitas, in C. Lalio multa hilaritas, in ius familiari sapieni ambitio maior, vita tristior. Degresis autem dulcem et festum festivique sermonis ac in omni oration simulatorum, quem epsilon letter 1f34 rho omega nu alpha Grisae nominarent, Socratum excepimus, contra Pythagoram et Periclum summum octoridatum consecutos sine ulla hilaritate. Calidum Hannibalum exponorum, ex nostris ducibus q maximum excepimus, facile celer, tessir dissimulare, insidiari, prariper hostium concilia. In quo gener Grisae themistoclum et ferium iasonum ceteris antiponent, in primisque versutum et calidum factum solenis, qui, quo et tutior ius vita esset, et plus aliquanto re publici prodicet, furor si simulavit. 109 sunt his alii multum dispars, simplices et aperti, qui nihil ex occulto, nihil de insidiis agendum putent, veritatis culturs, fraudis inimici, idemc alii, qui quidvis perpetienter, cuivis deservient. Dum, quod velant, consequenter, ut sullem et m crassum videbemus. Quo in gener versutissimum et patientissimum laestimonium Lysandrum excepimus, contraque calicratidum, qui prefectus classis proximus post Lysandrum fuit, idemc in sermonibus alium, quamvis prepotens sit, efficere, ut unius de multis esse videtur, quod in catulo, et in pater et in filio, idemc in q musio mantia vitimus. Audivi ex maioribus natu hoc idem fuis in p sapieni nasica, contraque patrum ius, illum qui t. Gracae canatus perdidos vindicavit, nullum comitatum habeas sermonis ni xenocratum quaedam, severissimum philosophorum, ob imc rem ipsum magnum et clarum fuis. Innumerables alii dissimilitudes sunt naturi morumque, minim tamen vituperandorum. Volumus a B1H1B, volmus B2H2 BT, hein velimus L, velimus C. Epsilon letter 1F34 rho omega nu alpha Grisae ed. Ironia Grisae a BHB, Ironian Grisae, a Gressae Myrnian C. Quia elsi, cbhab. Allium quamvis ed, allium quemque quamvis mss, quemque allium quamvis p, aliquum quamvis pierce bt, allium quamvis faciolati hein. Et in pater et in filio abb, ed. Et in pater et filio h, et pater et filio lc idemc bh2 bt, 1 muller, idemca h1 elabc bt2 hein. In q musio mancha hein bt2, in q musio mancha b, in q. Mutio mancha hlc, in q mutio mancha a inc musio mancha b, inc mutio mancha a in q muntio mancha p in q musio mancha muller. Ni nexi xenocratum nlc, philosophorum mss, bracketed by human ed. 105 XXX. But it is essential to every inquiry about duty that we keep before our eyes how far superior man is by nature to cattle and other beasts. They have no thought except for sensual pleasure, and this they are impelled by every instinct to seek. But man's mind is nurtured by study and meditation. He is always either investigating or doing, and he is captivated by the pleasure of seeing and hearing. 4. Pleasure. Nay, even if a man is more than ordinarily inclined to sensual pleasures, provided, of course, that he be not quite on a level with the beasts of the field. For some people are men only in name, not in fact. If, I say, he is a little too susceptible to the attractions of pleasure, he hides the fact, however much he may be caught in its toils, and for very shame conceals his appetite. 106 asterisk. From this, we see that sensual pleasure is quite unworthy of the dignity of man, and that we ought to despise it and cast it from us. But if someone should be found who sets some value upon sensual gratification, he must keep strictly within the limits of moderate indulgence. One's physical comforts and wants, therefore, should be ordered according to the demands of health and strength, not according to the calls of pleasure. And if we will only bear in mind the superiority and dignity of our nature, we shall realize how wrong it is to abandon ourselves to excess and to live in luxury and voluptuousness, and how right it is to live in thrift, self-denial, simplicity, and sobriety. The universal and the individual nature of man. 107. We must realize also that we are invested by nature with two characters, as it were. One of these is universal, arising from the fact of our being all alike endowed with reason, and with that superiority which lifts us above the brute. From this all morality and propriety are derived, and upon it depends the rational method of ascertaining our duty. Individual endowments. The other character is the one that is assigned to individuals in particular. In the matter of physical endowment there are great differences. Some, we see, excel in speed for the race, others in strength for wrestling. So in point of personal appearance, some have stateliness, others comeliness. 108 asterisk. Diversities of character are greater still. Lucius Crassus and Lucius Philippus had a large fund of wit. Gaius Caesar, Lucius's son, had a still richer fund and employed it with more studied purpose. Contemporary with them, Marcus Scaurus and Marcus Drusus, the younger, were examples of unusual seriousness. Gaius Laelius, of unbounded jollity, while his intimate friend, Scipio, cherished more serious ideals and lived a more austere life. Among the Greeks, history tells us, Socrates was fascinating and witty, a genial conversationalist. He was what the Greeks call epsilon letter 1f34 rho omega nu in every conversation, pretending to need information and professing admiration for the wisdom of his companion. Pythagoras and Pericles, on the other hand, reached the heights of influence and power without any seasoning of mirthfulness. We read that Hannibal, among the Carthaginian generals, and Quintus Maximus, among our own, were shrewd and ready at concealing their plans, covering up their tracks, disguising their movements, laying stratagems, forestalling the enemy's designs. In these qualities the Greeks rank Themistocles and Jason of Pheræ above all others. Especially crafty and shrewd was the device of Solon, who, to make his own life safer, and at the same time to do a considerably larger service for his country, feigned insanity. 109 Then there are others, quite different from these, straightforward and open, who think that nothing should be done by underhand means or treachery. They are lovers of truth, haters of fraud. There are others still who will stoop to anything, truckle to anybody if only they may gain their ends. Such, we saw, were Sulla and Marcus Crassus. The most crafty and most persevering man of this type was Lysander of Sparta, we are told. Of the opposite type was Callicratidas, who succeeded Lysander as admiral of the fleet. So we find that another, no matter how eminent he may be, will condescend in social intercourse to make himself appear but a very ordinary person. Such graciousness of manner we have seen in the case of Catullus both father and son, and also of Quintus Mucius Mantia. I have heard from my elders that Publius Scipio Nasica was another master of this art. But his father, on the other hand, the man who punished Tiberius Gracchus for his nefarious undertakings, had no such gracious manner in social intercourse, and because of that very fact he rose to greatness and fame. Countless other dissimilarities exist in natures and characters, and they are not in the least to be criticized. 110 Roman 31. Ad modum autem tenenda sunt sua cuique non vidiosa, sed tamen propria, quo facilius decorum illud, quod querimus retiniter. Sic enim est faciendum, ut contra universum naturem nihil contendimus, e tamen conservata proprium nostrum sequamur, ut, etiam zi sint alia graverac melira, tamen nos studia nostri naturi regula metiamur. Nec enim attinit naturi repugner nec quicquam sequi, quod sequi non quis. Ex quo magis emergit, quale sit decorum illud, ideo quia nihil deset in vita Minerva, ut aiunt, id est adversante et repugnante natura. 111 omnino si quicquam est decorum, nihil est profito magis quam equabilitas cum universi vidi, tum singularum actionem, quam conserver non possis, si alirum naturam imitans omittas tuum. Ut enim sermon eo debimus iudi, qui in natus est nobis, ni, ut quidem, Greca verba inculcantes eer optimo ridemer, sic in actions omnem videm nullem discrepantium confera debimus. 112 ac hic differentia naturarum tantum habet vim, ut non numquam mortem sibi ips consisir alias debit, alias non debit. Num enim alia in causa caudo fuit, alia ceteri, qui si in Africa Caesari tradiderunt. Acqui ceteris forsitan video datum esset, si interem essent, propteria quad lenior aerum vita, et mores furent faciliers. Catoni cum incredibilum tribuus et natura, gravitatem imc ips perpetua constantia, robor eviset semperc in proposito suscepto concilio permensis et, moriendum podius quam tyranni vultus aspiciendus fuit. 113 quam multa passus est ulixes in allo error diuturno, cum et mulieribus, si circe et calypso mulieres appellendi sunt, inservert et in omni sermon omnibus affabilum esse velit domi viro etiam contumelias servorum ancillarum percilit, ut ad ideali quando, quod cupibat, venert. At Ajax, quo animo traditor, miles opeter mortem quam illa perpeti maluiset. Qui contemplantes expendir opertebit, quid quisque habet sue, ec moderari nec vel experiri, quam si aliena decint. Id enim maxime quemque deset, quod est cuiusque maxime suum. 114 suum quisque igiter nascet ingenium acermc, siet benorum et viderum suorum iudicem prebit, ni scienasi plus quam nos videnter haber prudentiae. Ilienim non optimas, sed sibi accommodatissimas fabulas alligant, qui voce fredi sunt, epigonos medumc, qui gestum melanipem, Clytemnestram, semper rupilius, quem ego memini, Antiopem, non sep aesopus aesum. Ergo histrio hoc videbit in scena, non videbit sapiens ver in vita. Ad quas igiter res aptissimi eramis, in iis podissimum elaborabimus. Sin aliquando necessitas nos addi detruserit, qui nostri ingenii non erunt, omnis ad hibenda erit cura, meditatio, diligentia, ut esse non decor, et quam minim indecor facer possumus. Nec tam est anitendum, ut bona, qui nobis data non sint, sequamur, quam ut vitia fugiamus. Studia nostri naturi regula ernesti, bt. Hein, studia nostra cor. Ex nostri regula a studia nostri reguli b, studia nostri regula h, studia nostra regula a studia cor. In studiae nostri regula b, studia nostra naturi regula lc nonius, studia nostri naturi regula muller. Cum lambinus ed, not in MSS. In natus bt, ed, notus MSS. Alias in idem causa non debit LCP, Muller, hein not in a BHB, alias non debit alias in idem causa non debit BT, ed. Et iacundum LCP, not in a BHB, BT, ed. Suum Orelli, not in MSS, but P has ingenium suum. Tam LC ed, tam ie tamen a BHB. conduct must accord with individual endowments. 110 Roman 31. Everybody, however, must resolutely hold fast to his own peculiar gifts, in so far as they are peculiar only and not vicious, in order that propriety, which is the object of our inquiry, may the more easily be secured. For we must so act as not to oppose the universal laws of human nature, but, while safeguarding those, to follow the bent of our own particular nature. And even if other careers should be better and nobler, we may still regulate our own pursuits by the standard of our own nature. For it is of no avail to fight against one's nature or to aim at what is impossible of attainment. From this fact, the nature of that propriety defined above comes into still clearer light, inasmuch as nothing is proper that goes against the grain, as the saying is that is, if it is in direct opposition to one's natural genius. 111. If there is any such thing as propriety at all, it can be nothing more than uniform consistency in the course of our life as a whole and all its individual actions. And this uniform consistency one could not maintain by copying the personal traits of others and eliminating one's own. For as we ought to employ our mother tongue, lest, like certain people who are continually dragging in Greek words, we draw well-deserved ridicule upon ourselves, so we ought not to introduce anything foreign into our actions or our life in general. 112. The same course may be right for one, wrong for another. Indeed, such diversity of character carries with it so great significance that suicide may be for one man a duty, for another a crime. Did Marcus Cato find himself in one predicament, and were the others, who surrendered to Caesar in Africa, in another? And yet, perhaps, they would have been condemned if they had taken their lives, for their mode of life had been less austere and their characters more pliable. But Cato had been endowed by nature with an austerity beyond belief, and he himself had strengthened it by unswerving consistency and had remained ever true to his purpose and fixed resolve. And it was for him to die rather than to look upon the face of a tyrant. 113 How much Ulysses endured on those long wanderings, when he submitted to the service even of women, if Circe and Calypso may be called women, and strove in every word to be courteous and complacent to all. And arrived at home, he brooked even the insults of his men-servants and maid-servants, in order to attain in the end the object of his desire. But Ajax, with the temper he is represented as having, would have chosen to meet death 1,000 times rather than suffer such indignities. Let every one sustain his own character, If we take this into consideration, we shall see that it is each man's duty to weigh well what are his own peculiar traits of character, to regulate these properly, and not to wish to try how another man's would suit him. For the more peculiarly his own a man's character is, the better it fits him. 114 Everyone, therefore, should make a proper estimate of his own natural ability and show himself a critical judge of his own merits and defects. In this respect, we should not let actors display more practical wisdom than we have. They select, not the best plays, but the ones best suited to their talents. Those who rely most upon the quality of their voice take the epigone and the metis. Those who place more stress upon the action choose the Melanippa and the Clytemnestra. Rupilius, whom I remember, always played in the Antiope, Aesopus rarely in the Ajax. Shall a player have regard to this in choosing his role upon the stage, and a wise man fail to do so in selecting his part in life? We shall, therefore, work to the best advantage in that role to which we are best adapted. But if at some time stress of circumstances shall thrust us aside into some uncongenial part, we must devote to it all possible thought, practice, and pains, that we may be able to perform it, if not with propriety, at least with as little impropriety as possible. And we need not strive so hard to attain to points of excellence that have not been vouchsafed to us as to correct the faults we have. 115 Roman 32. Ac duobus iis personas, quas superdixi, tertia adiungitur, quam casus aliqui aut tempus imponet, quarta etiam, quam nobismit ipsi iudicio nostro accommodamus. Nam regna imperia nobilitas honors divici opes ec, qui sunt his contraria, in caju sita temporibus gubernanter, ipsi autem gerer quam personam velimus, a nostra voluntate proficissiter. Idac si alii ad philosophiam, alii ad ius civil, alii ad eloquentiam applicant, ipsarumque virtutum in alia alias mavult exceller. 116 quorum viro paters aut maiores aliqua gloria praestaturunt. Roman 2 student plerumque eadem in gener laudes exceller. Ut q mutius p.f. In eir civili, Pauli filius Africanus in re militari. Quidem autem ad eis laudes, quasi patribus exceperunt, adunt aliquem suem, ut hic idem Africanus eloquentia cumulavit bellicam gloriam. Quod idem fecit Timotheus canonis filius, qui cum belli laud non inferior fuiset quam pater, ad eam laudum doctrini, et ingenii gloriam adacit. Fit autem interdam, ut non nulli omissa imitation, maiorum suum quadam institutum consequenter, maximque in eo plerumque elaborant Roman 2, qui magna sibi proponent obscuris ordi maioribus. 117 hic igiter omnia, cum querimus, quid deceit, complecti animo et cogitation debimus. In primis autem constituendum est, quos nos et quals esse velimus et in quo gener vidi, qui deliberatio est omnium difficilima. Inunt enim adolescentia, cum est maxima imbecilitas conciliae, tum id sibi quisque genus aetatis digendi constituit, quod maxime adamavit. Idac ante implicatur aliquo surdo gener cursuc vivendi, quam potuit, quod optimum esset, eudicere. Mem. Roman 2, I 2134. 118 nam quod Herculum prodicus dicit, ut estapud Xenophontum, cum primum pubiserit, quod tempus a natura ad diligendum. Quam quisque viam vivendi sit ingressiuris, datum est, exis in solitudinem ac ibi sedentum diu secum multum dubitas, cum duas cernerit vias, unum voluptatis, alteram virtutis, utram ingredi melius esset, hoc Herculi iavis sadu adit, potuit fortes continger, nobis non item, qui imitamer. Quos cuique visum est, atque ad aerum studia institutec impellimer. Plerumque autem parentium preceptis imbuti ad aerum consududinum mormque deducimer. Aliae multitudinis iudicio ferenter, quic maiori parti pulcherima videnter, e maxime exotant. Non nulli tamen sive felicitate quadam sive bonitate naturi sine parentium disciplina rectam vidi secuti sunt viam. Nobilitas h divitianger, nobilitatem h divitias MSS. Roman 2 ed, hega hb hijc hi ba. Nam quad lc ed, namca bhb. Prodicus minutius ed, prodigus lc, prodigum bhb. Idem ed, idem MSS. Sine Sturenberg ed pleric, sive MSS, BT 1. 115 Roman 32. To the two above-mentioned characters is added a third, which some chance or some circumstance imposes, and a fourth also, which we assume by our own deliberate choice. Regal powers and military commands, nobility of birth and political office, wealth and influence, and their opposites depend upon chance and are therefore controlled by circumstances. Selection of a career, but what role we ourselves may choose to sustain, is decided by our own free choice. And so some turn to philosophy, others to the civil law, and still others to oratory, while in case of the virtues themselves, one man prefers to excel in one, another in another. 1. Inheritance. 116 they, whose fathers or forefathers have achieved distinction in some particular field, often strive to attain eminence in the same department of service. For example, Quintus, the son of Publius Mucius in the law, Africanus, the son of Paulus in the army. And to that distinction which they have severally inherited from their fathers some have added luster of their own. For example, that same Africanus, who crowned his inherited military glory with his own eloquence. Timotheus, Canon's son, did the same. He proved himself not inferior to his father in military renown and added to that distinction the glory of culture and intellectual power. 2. Choice. It happens sometimes, too, that a man declines to follow in the footsteps of his fathers and pursues a vocation of his own. And in such callings, those very frequently achieve signal success, who, though sprung from humble parentage, have set their aims high. 117 All these questions, therefore, we ought to bear thoughtfully in mind when we inquire into the nature of propriety. But above all, we must decide who and what manner of men we wish to be and what calling in life we would follow. And this is the most difficult problem in the world. For it is in the years of early youth, when our judgment is most immature, that each of us decides that his calling in life shall be that to which he has taken a special liking. and thus he becomes engaged in some particular calling and career in life, before he is fit to decide intelligently what is best for him. Hercules at the parting of the ways, 118 asterisk, for we cannot all have the experience of Hercules, as we find it in the words of Prodicus in Xenophon. When Hercules was just coming into youth's estate, the time which nature has appointed unto every man for choosing the path of life on which he would enter, he went out into a desert place. And as he saw two paths, the path of pleasure and the path of virtue, he sat down and debated long and earnestly which one it were better for him to take. This might perhaps happen to a Hercules, scion of the seed of Jove, but it cannot well happen to us, for we copy, each the model he fancies, and we are constrained to adopt their pursuits and vocations. But usually we are so imbued with the teachings of our parents that we fall irresistibly into their manners and customs. 3. Accident. Others drift with the current of popular opinion and make a special choice of those callings which the majority find most attractive. Some, however, as the result either of some happy fortune or of natural ability, enter upon the right path of life, without parental guidance. The universal and the individual, section 107. 119 asterisk Roman 33. Illud autem maxime rarum genus est aerum, qui aut excellenti ingenii magnitudine aut preclara erudition, ac doctrina aut utrac re ornati spatium etiam deliberandi habuerant, quem podissimum vidi cursum sequi velent. In qua deliberation ad suum cuiusque naturam concilium est omni revocandum. Nam cum in omnibus, qui aguntur, ex eo, quo modo quisque natus est, ut supra dictum est, quid deceit, exquirimus, tum in tota vita constituenda multo est ire cura meior ad hibenda, ut constare in perpetuitate vidi possumus nobismit ipsis nec in ullo officio claudicare. 120 asterisk ad hinc autem rationem quoniam maximam vim natura habet, fortuna proximam, utriuscum nino habenda ratio est in diligendo gener vidi, sed naturi magis. Multo enim et firmior est et constantior, ut fortuna non numquam tamquam ipsum mortalis cum immortali natura pugner videtur. Qui igitur ad naturi sui non vidiasi genus concilium vivendi omni concellaret, is constantium tenit, id enim maxime decet, nisi forte si intellixerit eris in diligendo gener vidi. Quod si acciderit, potest autem accidir, facienda morum institutorum mutatio est. Mutationem si tempora adiuvabunt, facilius commodiusque facimus. Sin minus, sensum erit peditemptum facienda, ut amiciches, qui minus delectant et minus probenter, magis disir sensent sapiens, sensum dilera quam repent precedir. 121 asterisk commutato autem gener vidi omni ration curandum est, ut id bono concilio fessus videmer. Sed quoniam paulo antedictum est imitandos esse maiors, primum illud acceptum sit, ni vitia sint imitanda, dane si natura non ferit, ut quidem imitari possit, ut superioris filius Africani, qui hunc paulo natum adoptivit, propter infirmitatem validudinis non tam poduit patris similis esse, quam ille furit sue. Si igitur non potrit sive causas defensiter sive populum cantionibus tenor sive bella gerer, illa tamen priester debibit, qui erunt in ipsius potstate, eastitium, fidem, liberalitatem, modestiam, temperantium, quo minus ob eo id, quod dizit, requiretur. Optima autem hereditas a patribus traditor liberis omnic patrimonio prestantior gloria virtutis rerumque gestarum, cui dedicori esse nefas iudicandum est. Excellenti LC, excellenta BHAB, excellentis P. Est I re gruter ed. Est ius re LCP, est re a BHB, est IA. Possit J.M. Husinger ed. Possint MSS. Et sed B vidium a BHAB, BT 2 ed. Et visium C, et impium LP BT 1 hein. 119 asterisk Roman 33. There is one class of people that is very rarely met with. It is composed of those who are endowed with marked natural ability, or exceptional advantages of education and culture, or both, and who also have time to consider carefully what career in life they prefer to follow. And in this deliberation, the decision must turn wholly upon each individual's natural bent. 4. Natural bias. For we try to find out from each one's native disposition, as was said above, just what is proper for him. And this we require not only in case of each individual act, but also in ordering the whole course of one's life. And this last is a matter to which still greater care must be given, in order that we may be true to ourselves throughout all our lives and not falter in the discharge of any duty. 120 asterisk, but since the most powerful influence in the choice of a career is exerted by nature, and the next most powerful by fortune, we must, of course, take account of them both in deciding upon our calling in life. But of the two, nature claims the more attention. For nature is so much more stable and steadfast that for fortune to come into conflict with nature seems like a combat between a mortal and a goddess. If therefore anyone has conformed his whole plan of life to the kind of nature that is, his better nature, let him go on with it consistently, for that is the essence of propriety, unless, perchance, he should discover that he has made a mistake in choosing his life work, change of vocation. If this should happen, and it can easily happen, he must change his vocation and mode of life. If circumstances favor such change, it will be effected with greater ease and convenience. If not, it must be made gradually, step by step, just as, when friendships become no longer pleasing or desirable, it is more proper, so wise men think, to undo the bond little by little than to sever it at a stroke. 121. And when we have once changed our calling in life, we must take all possible care to make it clear that we have done so with good reason. But whereas I said a moment ago that we have to follow in the steps of our fathers, let me make the following exceptions. First, we need not imitate their faults. Second, we need not imitate certain other things if our nature does not permit such imitation. For example, the son of the elder Africanus, that Scipio who adopted the younger Africanus, the son of Paulus, could not on account of ill health be so much like his father as Africanus had been like his. If then a man is unable to conduct cases at the bar, or to hold the people spellbound with his eloquence, or to conduct wars, still it will be his duty to practice these other virtues, which are within his reach: justice, good faith, generosity, temperance, self-control, that his deficiencies in other respects may be less conspicuous. The noblest heritage, however, that is handed down from fathers to children, and one more precious than any inherited wealth, is a reputation for virtue and worthy deeds. And to dishonor this must be branded as a sin and a shame. 122 Roman 34. Et quoniam officia non idem disparibus editibus tribuntur, aliac sunt euvenum, alia seniorem, aliquid etiam de hac distinction dicendum est. Est igitur adolescentes, maiores natu vereri, XIII diliger optimos et probitissimos, quorum concilio ac auctoritate nidetur. Inuntes enim aetatis insitia senem constituenda, et regenda prudentia est. Maxime autem hic, edas a libidinibus arsenda est exercendec, in labor patientiac, et animi et corporis, ut aerum et in bellicis et in civilibus officiis viget industria. Ac etiam cum relaxere animos, et der si iucunditati volunt, cavent in temperantium, meminurent vericundii, quod erit facilius, si ni in ius modi quaedam rebus maiores natu nolent interesse. 123 Senibus autem, labors corporis minuendi, exercitations animi etiam augendi videnter. Danda viro opera, ut et amicos et juventutem et maxime rem publicam concilio et prudentia quam plurimum adiuvant. Nihil autem magis cavendum est senectudi, quam ni languori si desidiac dedat. Luxuria viro cum omni etati terpes, tum senectudi fodissima iesti. Sin autem etiam libidinum intemperantia excessit, duplex malum est, quod et ipsa senectus dedicus concipit, et facit adolescentium impudentirum intemperantium. 124 AC ni alud quaedam alienum est, de magistratuum, de privatorum, de peregrinorum officiis dicer. Est igitur proprium munus magistratus intelliger, si gerer personam civitatis, deberec ius dignitatem et decus sustener. Server legs, iura describer, e fidae sui commissa meminis. Privatum autem oportet equo et peri, cum civibus iur viver nec sumissum et abactum nec si efferentum, tum in republica evel, qui tranquilla et honesta sint. Talum enim solimus et center bonum saevum et dicer. 125 Peregrini autem ac incali, officium, est nihil praeter suum negotium ager. Nihil de alio anquerer minimec esse in aliena republica curiosum. Ida fear officia reperienter, cum quaeritur, quid deceit, et quid aptum sit personas, temporibus, editibus. Nihil est autumn, quad tam deceit, quam in omni regerenda concilio capiendo server constantium. Si in nolent Sturenberg ed, si in nolent abhb, si in volent lc, si in non nolent lambinus. Decivium MSS, Hieron Wolf ed. Describer BT, ed. Hein Describer MSS. Efferentum a H1 BC, Ekferentum BH2, ed. 122 * Roman 34. Since, too, the duties that properly belong to different times of life are not the same, but some belong to the young, others to those more advanced in years, a word must be said on this distinction also. Duties of 1. Youth. It is, then, the duty of a young man to show deference to his elders, and to attach himself to the best and most approved of them, so as to receive the benefit of their counsel and influence. For the inexperience of youth requires the practical wisdom of age to strengthen and direct it. And this time of life is above all to be protected against sensuality, and trained to toil and endurance of both mind and body, so as to be strong for active duty in military and civil service. And even when they wish to relax their minds and give themselves up to enjoyment, they should beware of excesses and bear in mind the rules of modesty. And this will be easier if the young are not unwilling to have their elders join them even in their pleasures. 2. Age. 123. The old, on the other hand, should, it seems, have their physical labors reduced. Their mental activities should be actually increased. They should endeavor, too, by means of their counsel and practical wisdom, to be of as much service as possible to their friends and to the young, and above all to the state. But there is nothing against which old age has to be more on its guard than against surrendering to feebleness and idleness, while luxury, a vice in any time of life, is in old age especially scandalous. But if excess in sensual indulgence is added to luxurious living, it is a twofold evil, for old age not only disgraces itself, it also serves to make the excesses of the young more shameless. 124. At this point, it is not at all irrelevant to discuss the duties of magistrates, of private individuals, and of foreigners. 3. Magistrates. It is, then, peculiarly the place of a magistrate to bear in mind that he represents the state, and that it is his duty to uphold its honor and its dignity, to enforce the law, to dispense to all their constitutional rights, and to remember that all this has been committed to him as a sacred trust. 4. Private citizens. The private individual ought first, in private relations, to live on fair and equal terms with his fellow citizens, with a spirit neither servile and groveling nor yet domineering. And second, in matters pertaining to the state, to labor for her peace and honor. For such a man we are accustomed to esteem and call a good citizen. 5. Aliens, 125. As for the foreigner or the resident alien, it is his duty to attend strictly to his own concerns, not to pry into other people's business, and under no condition to meddle in the politics of a country not his own. Duty and propriety, In this way, I think we shall have a fairly clear view of our duties when the question arises what is proper, and what is appropriate to each character, circumstance, and age. But there is nothing so essentially proper as to maintain consistency in the performance of every act and in the conception of every plan. 126 * Roman 35. Sed quoniam decorum illud in omnibus factis, dictis, in corporis denique modu et statu cernitur aec pausatum est in tribus rebus, formacitate ordine, or nadu ad actionem apto, difficilibus ad eloquendum, sed satis erit intelligi, in his autumn tribus contentur cura etiam illa, ut probmer iis, quibuscum apud quasque vivamus, his quoque de rebus pauca dicanter. Principio corporis nostri magnum natura ipsa vidter habeus rationum, qui formam nostrum reliquent figuram, in qua esset species honesta, impossut in promptu, qui parts autem corporis ad naturi necessitatem data aspectum, essent deformum habituri ac fodum, ease contexit ac abdidit. 127 * Hanc naturi tam diligentem fabricam imitata est hominum vericundia. Qui enim natura occultavit, idem omnes, qui sana mens sunt, removent ob oculis ipsique necessitati dant operam ut quam occultis imperient. Quarum partium corporis usus sunt necessariae, eis nec parts nec iram usus sues nominibus appellant. Quod face reterp non est, modo occult, id dicer obscenum est. Idac nec actio rerum ilarum aperta petulantia, vacet nec orationis obscenitas. 128 nec viro audiendi sunt sinici, aut si qui furunt stoici pene sinici, qui reprehendent et irrident, quod qui terpia non sint verbis flagitiosa ducemus, illa autem, qui terpia sint, nominibus appellimus sues. Latricinari, frauder, adulterare terp est, sed disider non obscene. Liberis der operam re honestum est, nomen obscenum, plurac in eam sententiam ob aestum contra vericundium disputenter. Nos autem naturem sequemer et ob omni, quod abhorret ab oculorum orium caprobation, fugiemus. Status incessus, cessio accubitio, vultus oculi manuum modus tenit illud decorum. 129 quibus in rebus duo maxime sunt fugienda, ni quid effeminatum aut mal et ni quid durum aut rusticum sit. Nec viro histrionibus oratoribus concedendum est, ut iis hic apta sint, nobis dissoluta. Scenicorum quaedam mos tantum habet veter disciplina vericundium, ut in scenam sine subligaculo prodit nemo. Verenter enim, ni, si quo caju evenerit, ut corporis parts quidem aperienter, aspicienter non decor, nostro quaedam more cum parentibus pubers filiae, cum sosris generi non laventer. Retinenda igiter est huius generis vericundia, precertim natura ipsum magistra et duce. Fodum clots muller hein, formam ab terpum lc bt. Terp non est ed. Non terp est l, non terp om. Est c, terp non terp est a bhb, the first terp crossed out in a b. Qui terpia bb ed. Qui re terpia lc qui, autem om h. Qui terpia bhb ed. Qui re terpia lc. Re bh ed, not an lbcp. Propriety in bodily actions, hash. 126 Roman 35. But the propriety to which I refer shows itself also in every deed, in every word, even in every movement and attitude of the body. And in outward, visible propriety, there are three elements: beauty, tact, and taste. These conceptions are difficult to express in words, but it will be enough for my purpose if they are understood. In these three elements is included also our concern for the good opinion of those with whom and amongst whom we live. For these reasons, I should like to say a few words about this kind of propriety also. First of all, nature seems to have had a wonderful plan in the construction of our bodies. Our face and our figure generally, in so far as it has a comely appearance, she has placed in sight. But the parts of the body that are given us only to serve the needs of nature, and that would present an unsightly and unpleasant appearance, she has covered up and concealed from view. 127 Modesty. Man's modesty has followed this careful contrivance of nature's. All right-minded people keep out of sight what nature has hidden and take pains to respond to nature's demands as privately as possible. And in the case of those parts of the body which only serve nature's needs, neither the parts nor the functions are called by their real names. To perform these functions, if only it be done in private, is nothing immoral, but to speak of them is indecent. And so neither public performance of those acts, nor vulgar mention of them, is free from indecency. 128 But we should give no heed to the cynics, or to some Stoics who are practically cynics, who censure and ridicule us for holding that the mere mention of some actions that are not immoral is shameful, while other things that are immoral we call by their real names. Robbery, fraud, and adultery, for example, are immoral indeed, but it is not indecent to name them. To beget children in wedlock is indeed morally right, to speak of it is indecent. And they assail modesty with a great many other arguments to the same purport. But as for us, let us follow nature and shun everything that is offensive to our eyes or our ears. So, in standing or walking, in sitting or reclining, in our expression, our eyes, or the movements of our hands, let us preserve what we have called propriety. 129 In these matters, we must avoid especially the two extremes. Our conduct and speech should not be effeminate and overnice, on the one hand, nor coarse and boorish, on the other. And we surely must not admit that while this rule applies to actors and orators, it is not binding upon us. As for stage people, their custom, because of its traditional discipline, carries modesty to such a point that an actor would never step out upon the stage without a breechcloth on, for fear he might make an improper exhibition if by some accident certain parts of his person should happen to become exposed. And in our own custom, grown sons do not bathe with their fathers, nor sons-in-law with their fathers-in-law. We must, therefore, keep to the path of this sort of modesty, especially when nature is our teacher and guide. 130 Roman 36. Cum autem pulchritudinis du genera sint, quorum in altero venustas sit, in altero dignitas, venestatum mulibrum ducere debimus, dignitatem virilum. Ergo et a forma removiter omnes viro non dignus ornatus, et huic simili vidium ingestumado caevater. Nam et palistrae modus sunt sep odiosirs, et histrionum non nulli gestis ineptiis non vacant, et in utroque gener qui sunt rectet simplicia, laudenter. Formi autem dignitas coloris bonitate tuenda est, color exercitationibus corporis. Et hibenda praeterea mundicia est non odiosa nec exquisita nimis, tantum qui fugit agrestum et inhumanam negligentiam. Idem ratio est habenda vestidus, in quo, sicut in plarisque rebus, mediocritas optima est. 131 Cavendum autem est, ni aut tarditatibus eudamer in ingressu maliribus, ut pomparum furculis similis esse vidamer, aut in festinationibus suscipiamus nimias celleritates, qui cum fiant anhelitus moventer, vultus mutanter, oratorquenter. Ex quibus magna significatio fit non ades constantium. Sed multo etiam magis elaborandum est, ni animi motus a natura recedent. Quada sequemer, si cavebimus, ni in perturbations ac exanimations insidamus, et si attentos animos ad decoris conservationem tenebimus. 132 Modus autem animorum duplices sunt, alteri cogitationis, alteri appetitus. Cogitatio in viro exquirendo maxime versitur, appetitus impellit ad agendum. Curandum est igiter, ut cogitation ad res quam optimas eudamer, appetitum rationi obodientem prebimus. Ineptiis non vacant a b, inepti non vacant offension LCP. In ed, not in MSS. Propriety, hash. 1 in outward appearance, hash. 130 Roman 36. Again, there are two orders of beauty. In the one, loveliness predominates, in the other, dignity. Of these, we ought to regard loveliness as the attribute of woman, and dignity as the attribute of man. Therefore, let all finery not suitable to a man's dignity be kept off his person, and let him guard against the like fault in gesture and action. The manners taught in the palestra, for example, are often rather objectionable, and the gestures of actors on the stage are not always free from affectation, but simple, unaffected manners are commendable in both instances. Now dignity of mien is also to be enhanced by a good complexion. The complexion is the result of physical exercise. We must besides present an appearance of neatness not too punctilious or exquisite, but just enough to avoid boorish and ill-bred slovenliness. We must follow the same principle in regard to dress. In this, as in most things, the best rule is the golden mean. 2 in inward self-control, hash. 131 We must be careful, too, not to fall into a habit of listless sauntering in our gait, so as to look like carriers in festal processions, or of hurrying too fast when time presses. If we do this, it puts us out of breath, our looks are changed, our features distorted, and all this is clear evidence of a lack of poise. But it is much more important that we succeed in keeping our mental operations in harmony with nature's laws. And we shall not fail in this if we guard against violent excitement or depression, and if we keep our minds intent on the observance of propriety. 132 Our mental operations, moreover, are of two kinds. Some have to do with thought, others with impulse. Thought is occupied chiefly with the discovery of truth. Impulse prompts to action. We must be careful, therefore, to employ our thoughts on themes as elevating as possible and to keep our impulses under the control of reason. The Greek palestra, a public school of wrestling and athletics, adopted by the Romans, became a place of exercise where the youth were trained in gestures and attitudes, a nursery of foppish manners. Roman 37. Et quoniam magna vis orationis est, ec duplex, altera contentionis, altera sermonis, contentio disceptationibus tribuetur iudicerum, Kantianum, senatus, sermo in circulis disputationibus congressionibus familiarium versetur, sequetur etiam convivia. Contentionis precepta retorum sunt, nulla sermonis, quamquam haud scioen passant hic quoque esse. Sed dissentium studiis inveniunter magistri, huic autem qui studient, sunt nulli, retorum turba referta omnia. Quamquam, qui verborum sententiarum precepta, sunt idem ad sermonum pertinbunt. 133 sed cum orationis indicem vocem habemus, in voce autem duo sequemer, ut clara sit, ut suavis, utrumc omnino a natura petundum est, verum alterum exercitatio agibit, alterum imitatio presliquentium et lenitor. Nihil fuit in cacilis, ut ius exquisito judicio puters judi literarum, quamquam erant literati, sed et alii. Hi autem optime judi lingua latina putabanter. Sonus erat dulcis, literi nec expressi nec oppressi ni aut obscurum esset aut putidum, sine contention vox nec langs nec canora. Uberior oratio L crassi nec minus festa, sed beni liquendi de cacilis opinio non minor. Sale viro et fastiis Caesar, cacili patris frater, visit omnes, ut in allo ipso fornsi gener dicendi contentions alirum sermon vincerit. In omnibus igiter his elaborandum est, si in omni re quid deceit exquirimus. 134 sit ergo hic sermo, in quo Socrates I maxim excellent, lenis minimec pertinax, in sit in eo lipos. Nec viro, tamquam in possessionum suum venerit, excludet alios, sed cum reliquis in rebus, tum in sermon communi vicissitudinem non iniquam putet. Ac videt in primis, quibus de rebus loqueter. C series, severitatem ad hibet, C iacosis, leporum. In primisque providet, ni sermo vidium aliquad indicit ines in moribus. Quad maxime tum solit evenire, cum studios de absentibus detrahendi causa, aut per ridiculum, aut severe malidis contumeliosque dissiter. 135 habentur, autem plerumque sermons aut de domesticis negodiis aut de republica aut de artium studiis ac doctrina. Danda igiter opera est, ut, etiam ziaberere ad alia coeperit, ad hic revoster oratio sed ut cumca durant, nec enim istum de rebus nec omni tempor nec similiter delectamer. Animadvertendum est etiam, quatenus sermo delectationum habet, et, ut incipiendi ratio furit, ida sit designendi modus. Quia tu si ed, quoniam per compend, a 1bh a b. Enim istum, histum bh a bhb muller, enim omnes istum lc most ed. Propriety in speech, oratory and conversation, hash. Roman 37. The power of speech in the attainment of propriety is great, and its function is twofold. The first is oratory. The second, conversation. Oratory is the kind of discourse to be employed in pleadings in court and speeches in popular assemblies and in the Senate. Conversation should find its natural place in social gatherings, in informal discussions, and in intercourse with friends. It should also seek admission at dinners. There are rules for oratory laid down by rhetoricians. There are none for conversation, and yet I do not know why there should not be. But where there are students to learn, teachers are found. There are, however, none who make conversation a subject of study, whereas pupils throng about the rhetoricians everywhere. And yet the same rules that we have for words and sentences in rhetoric will apply also to conversation. 133 Now, since we have the voice as the organ of speech, we should aim to secure two properties for it, that it be clear and that it be musical. We must, of course, look to nature for both gifts. But distinctness may be improved by practice, the musical qualities by imitating those who speak with smooth and articulate enunciation. There was nothing in the two Cacili to lead one to suppose that they had a refined literary taste. They were men of culture, it is true, and so were others. But the Cacili were looked upon as the perfect masters of the Latin tongue. Their pronunciation was charming. Their words were neither mouthed nor mumbled. They avoided both indistinctness and affectation. Their voices were free from strain, yet neither faint nor shrill. More copious was the speech of Lucius Crassus, and not less brilliant, but the reputation of the two Cacili for eloquence was fully equal to his. But in wit and humor Caesar, the elder Cacilus's half-brother, surpassed them all. Even at the bar, he would with his conversational style defeat other advocates with their elaborate orations. If, therefore, we are aiming to secure propriety in every circumstance of life, we must master all these points. Conversation as an art, 134 conversation, then, in which the Socratics are the best models, should have these qualities. It should be easy and not in the least dogmatic. It should have the spice of wit. And the one who engages in conversation should not debar others from participating in it, as if he were entering upon a private monopoly. But, as in other things, so in a general conversation he should think it not unfair for each to have his turn. He should observe, first and foremost, what the subject of conversation is. If it is grave, he should treat it with seriousness, if humorous, with wit. And above all, he should be on the watch that his conversation shall not betray some defect in his character. This is most likely to occur when people in jest or in earnest take delight in making malicious and slanderous statements about the absent, on purpose to injure their reputations. 135 The subjects of conversation are usually affairs of the home or politics, or the practice of the professions and learning. Accordingly, if the talk begins to drift off to other channels, pains should be taken to bring it back again to the matter in hand, but with due consideration to the company present, for we are not all interested in the same things at all times or in the same degree. We must observe, too, how far the conversation is agreeable, and, as it had a reason for its beginning, so there should be a point at which to close it tactfully. 136 Roman 38. Sed quo modo in omni vita rectissime praecipiter, ut perturbations fugiamus, id est modus animi nimios rationi non optim parantes, sic ius modi modibus sermo debit vacer, ni aut ira existet aut cupiditas aliqua, aut pigratia aut ignavia aut tail aliquid apparit, maxime curandum est, ut ius, quibuscum sermonum conferimus, et veri et diliger videmer. Objurgations etiam non numquam incident necessarii, in quibus utendum est fortis et vocis contention meor et verborum gravitate acrir, idea agendum etiam, ut e facere videmer errati. Sed, ut adjurendum et secandum, sic ad hoc genus castigandi raro invitique veniemus nec umquam nisi necessario, si nulla reperietur alia medicina. Sed tamen ira procul obsit, cum qua nihil rect feri, nihil considerate potest. 137 Magnam autem partum clementi castigation licet iudi, gravitate tamen adiuncta, ut severitas adhibetur et contumelia repelletur, atque etiam elud ipsum, quod acerbitatis habet objurgatio, significandum est ipsius id causa, qui objurgetur, esse susceptum. Rectum est autem etiam in illis contentionibus, qui cum inimicissimis fiant, etiam zi nobis indigna audiamus, tamen gravitatum retinere, iracendium peller. Qui enim cum aliqua perturbation fiant, e nec constanter feri possunt nec iis, quid sunt, probari. Deform etiam est, de si ipsum predicare, falsa precertum, et cum irrision audientium imitari, militum gloriosum. Magnum autem partum lambinis, ed. Magna autem part MSS. Propriety of speech. 136 Roman 38. But as we have a most excellent rule for every phase of life, to avoid exhibitions of passion, that is, mental excitement that is excessive and uncontrolled by reason, so our conversation ought to be free from such emotions. Let there be no exhibition of anger or inordinate desire, of indolence or indifference, or anything of the kind. We must also take the greatest care to show courtesy and consideration toward those with whom we converse. 1. In reproofs. It may sometimes happen that there is need of administering reproof. On such occasions, we should, perhaps, use a more emphatic tone of voice and more forcible and severe terms, and even assume an appearance of being angry. But we shall have recourse to this sort of reproof, as we do to cautery and amputation, rarely and reluctantly never at all, unless it is unavoidable and no other remedy can be discovered. We may seem angry, but anger should be far from us, for in anger nothing right or judicious can be done. 137 In most cases, we may apply a mild reproof, so combined, however, with earnestness, that while severity is shown, offensive language is avoided. Nay more, we must show clearly that even that very harshness which goes with our reproof is designed for the good of the person reproved. 2. In disputes. The right course, moreover, even in our differences with our bitterest enemies, is to maintain our dignity and to repress our anger, even though we are treated outrageously. For what is done under some degree of excitement cannot be done with perfect self-respect or the approval of those who witness it. 3. In self-praise, It is bad taste also to talk about oneself, especially if what one says is not true and, amid the derision of one's hearers, to play the braggart captain. Like Piegopolinis is in the Miles Gloriosus of Plautus, or Thraso in the Eunuchus of Terence. 138 Roman 39. Et quoniam omnia persequimer, volumus quaedam cert, dicendum est etiam, qualum homines honorati et principes domum placat s, cuius finis est usus, ad quem accommodanda est edificandi descriptio, et tamen ad hibenda commoditatis dignitatis diligentia. Cn. Octavio, qui primus ex illa familia consul factus est, honori fuis excepimus, quod preclaram edificasset in pallatio et plenum dignitatis domum. Qui cum vulgo viceretor, suffragata domino novo homini, ad consulatum putabater, hanc scorus demolitus accessionum adiunxit edibus. Idac ille in suem domum consulatum primus atulit, hic, summi et clarissimi viri filius, in domum multiplicatam non repulsum solum retulit, sed ignominiam etiam et calamitatem. 139 Ornanda enim est dignitas domo, non ex domo tota querenda, nec domo dominus, sed domino domus honestanda est. Et, ut in ceteris habenda ratio non sua solium, sed etiam alirum, sic in domo cleri homines, in quam et hospites multi recipiendi, et admittenda hominum cuiusque modi multitudo, et hibenda cura est laxitatis. Aliter ampla domus dedicori sep domino fit, si est in e solitudo, et maxime, si aliquando alio domino solita est frequentari. Odiosum est enim, cum a praetor runtibus dicitor. Inc. Fab. Ribec 2, 184-185. O domus antiqua, huquam disperi dominare domino. Quod quaedam his temporibus, in multis licet dicer. 140 Cavendum autem est, praeserdum si ips edifices, ni extra modum sumptu et magnificentia proteas, quo in gener multum mali etiam in exemplo est. Studios enim pleric praeserdum in hanc partum facta principum imitanter, ut L. luculi, summi viri, virtutum quis, et quam multi villarum magnificentiam imitati. Quorum quaedam cert est ad hibendus modus ad mediocritatem gravacendus. Idemque mediocritas, ad omnem usum cultumque vidi transferenda est. Sed hic hac denis. 141 in omni autem action suscipienda tria sunt tenenda, primum ut appetitus rationi periet, quo nihil est ad officia conservanda commodatius, deigned ut animadverteter, quanto lares sit, quam officier velimus, ut neve minor cura et opera suscipietur quam causa postulat. Tertium est ut cavemus, ut qui pertinent ad liberalem specim et dignitatem, moderata sint. Modus autem est optimus decus ipsum tenor, de quo antidiximus, nec progredi longius. Horum tamen trium praestantissimum est appetitum optim perere rationi. Est usus LC ed, et usus BHB. Et LC ed, not in BHB. Fit BT, ed, sit BHB est L cor, ex sit B, Muller hein not in C. Hu ed, et MSS, I Schenkel. Mediocritate, quae italicized by ed, but attested by BHLBC. Ad liberalem specim et dignitatem BHB, ed. Ad liberalitatem specie et dignitate LCP. Moderata LCP, ed. Moderanda BHB. The proper home, 138 Roman 39. But since I am investigating this subject in all its phases, at least that is my purpose, I must discuss also what sort of house a man of rank and station should, in my opinion, have. Its prime object is serviceableness. To this, the plan of the building should be adapted, and yet careful attention should be paid to its convenience and distinction. We have heard that Gnaeus Octavius I of that family to be elected consul distinguished himself by building upon the Palatine an attractive and imposing house. Everybody went to see it, and it was thought to have gained votes for the owner, a new man, in his canvass for the consulship. That house Scaurus demolished, and on its site he built an addition to his own house. Octavius, then, was the first of his family to bring the honor of a consulship to his house. Scaurus, though the son of a very great and illustrious man, brought to the same house, when enlarged, not only defeat but disgrace and ruin. 139 *. The truth is, a man's dignity may be enhanced by the house he lives in, but not wholly secured by it. The owner should bring honor to his house, not the house to its owner. And as in everything else, a man must have regard not for himself alone, but for others also, so in the home of a distinguished man, in which numerous guests must be entertained and crowds of every sort of people received, care must be taken to have it spacious. But if it is not frequented by visitors, if it has an air of lonesomeness, a spacious palace often becomes a discredit to its owner. This is sure to be the case if at some other time, when it had a different owner, it used to be thronged. For it is unpleasant, when passers-by remark, "O good old house, alas, how different the owner who now owneth thee." And in these times, that may be said of many a house. 140 * One must be careful, too, not to go beyond proper bounds in expense and display, especially if one is building for oneself. For much mischief is done in this way, if only in the example set. For many people imitate zealously the foibles of the great, particularly in this direction. For example, who copies the virtues of Lucius Lucullus, excellent man that he was, but how many there are who have copied the magnificence of his villas? Some limit should surely be set to this tendency, and it should be reduced at least to a standard of moderation. And by that same standard of moderation, the comforts and wants of life generally should be regulated. But enough on this part of my theme. 3 rules for the duty of propriety. 141 * In entering upon any course of action, then, we must hold fast to 3 principles. First, that impulse shall obey reason, for there is no better way than this to secure the observance of duties. Second, that we estimate carefully the importance of the object that we wish to accomplish, so that neither more nor less care and attention may be expended upon it than the case requires. The third principle is that we be careful to observe moderation in all that is essential to the outward appearance and dignity of a gentleman. Moreover, the best rule for securing this is strictly to observe that propriety which we have discussed above, and not to overstep it. Yet of these 3 principles, the one of prime importance is to keep impulse subservient to reason. Members of Caesar's party were now occupying the houses that had been the homes of Pompey's friends. Antony, for example, lived in Pompey's house. 142 * XL. Deinceps de ordine rerum et de opportunitate temporum dicen demisti. Hic autem scientia continenter quam Greece epsilon letter 1 F50, tau alpha xi letter 1 F77 alpha nu nominant, non hanc, quam interpretamer modestiam, quo in verbo modus inest, sed illa est epsilon letter 1 F50, tau alpha xi letter 1 F77 alpha, in qua intelligitur ordinis conservatio. Idac ut indem nos modestiam appellimus, sic definitur a Stoicis, ut modestia sit scientia rerum irum, qui agenter aut dicenter, loco seu collocandarum. Ida viter idem vis ordinis et collocationis for, nam et ordinum sic definiunt, compositionem rerum aptis et accommodatis locis, locum autem actionis opportunitatem temporis esse dicunt tempus autem actionis opportunum Greece epsilon letter 1 F50 kappa alpha iota rho letter 1 F77 alpha, Latin appellator Acacio. Sic fit, ut modestia hic, quam ida interpretamer, ut dixi, scientia sit opportunitatis idonorum ad agendum temporum. Ch. Roman 6. 143 * sed potest idem esse prudentiae definitio, de qua principio diximus. Hoc autem loco de moderation et temperantia et harum similibus virtutibus querimus. Idac, qui erant prudentiae propria, seu loco dicta sunt, qui autem harum virtutum de quibus eum diulaquamur, qui pertinent ad vericundium et ad aerum approbationum, quibuscum vivimus nunc dicenda sunt. 144 * tales est igitur ordo actionum ad hibendis, ut, quem ad modum in oration constanti, sic in vita omnia sint apta inter si et convenientia. Terp enim valdec vitiosum in re severa convivio digna aut delicatum aliquum in fair sermonum. Beni Pericles, cum haberit collegam in preatura sophoclum pietam iec de communi officio conveniscent et caju formasis puer praeterirt dixis ex Sophocles, O purum pulchrum pericle? Et enim praetorum, Sophocle disset non solum manus, sed etiam oculos abstinens haber. Atqui hoc item Sophocles si in athletarum probation dixisset, iusta reprehension caruisset. Tanta vis est et loci et temporis. Ut, si qui, cum causam sit actuaris, in itiner aut in ambulation secum ips mediter, aut si quid aliud attentius cogitet, non reprehendeter, et hoc idem si in convivio facit, in humanus videter insitia temporis. 145 sed e, qui multum ob humanitate discrepant, ut si qui in foro cantet, aut si qua est alia magna perversitas, facil apparit nec magnoper admonitionem et precepta desiderat. Qui autem parva videnter, est delicta nec a multis intelligi passant, ob iis est diligentius declinandum. Ut infidibus aut tibiis, quamvis paulum discrepant, tamen id asciant animadverti solit, sic videndum est in vita ni forte quid discrepit, vel multo etiam magis, quo meior et melior actionem quam sonorum consentus est. Opportunitate ed. Opportunum ed. Opportunitatis ed. Convivio digna bhb ed. Convivio dignum c. Convivi dicta lp. Atqui Muller hein, ac MSS, bt. Iis ed, his MSS. Videndum lc ed, vivendum bhb. Orderliness the right thing at the right time, hash. 142 XL. Next, then, we must discuss orderliness of conduct and seasonableness of occasions. These two qualities are embraced in that science which the Greeks call epsilon letter 1f50, tau alpha xi letter 1f77 alpha naught, that epsilon letter 1f50, tau alpha xi letter 1f77 alpha, which we translate with moderation, derived from moderate. But this is the epsilon letter 1f50, tau alpha xi letter 1f77 alpha, by which we understand orderly conduct. And so, if we may call it also moderation, it is defined by the Stoics as follows. Moderation is the science of disposing aright everything that is done or said. So the essence of orderliness and of right placing, it seems, will be the same. For orderliness they define also as the arrangement of things in their suitable and appropriate places. By place of action, moreover, they mean seasonableness of circumstance, and the seasonable circumstance for an action is called in Greek epsilon letter 1f50 kappa alpha, iota rho letter 1f77 alpha, in Latin occasio, occasion. So it comes about that in this sense moderation, which we explain as I have indicated, is the science of doing the right thing at the right time. 143 a similar definition can be given for prudence, of which I have spoken in an early chapter. But in this part, we are considering temperance and self-control and related virtues. Accordingly, the properties which, as we found, are peculiar to prudence were discussed in their proper place, while those are to be discussed now which are peculiar to these virtues of which we have for some time been speaking and which relate to considerateness and to the approbation of our fellow men. 144 such orderliness of conduct is therefore to be observed, that everything in the conduct of our life shall balance and harmonize as in a finished speech. Seasonableness of speech, for it is unbecoming and highly censurable, when upon a serious theme, to introduce such jests as are proper at a dinner or any sort of loose talk. When Pericles was associated with the poet Sophocles as his colleague in command, and they had met to confer about official business that concerned them both, a handsome boy chanced to pass, and Sophocles said, "Look, Pericles, what a pretty boy." How pertinent was Pericles' reply, "Hush, Sophocles, a general should keep not only his hands but his eyes under control." And yet, if Sophocles had made this same remark at a trial of athletes, he would have incurred no just reprimand. So great is the significance of both place and circumstance. For example, if anyone, while on a journey or on a walk, should rehearse to himself a case which he is preparing to conduct in court, or if he should under similar circumstances apply his closest thought to some other subject, he would not be open to censure. But if he should do that same thing at a dinner, he would be thought ill-bred, because he ignored the proprieties of the occasion. The little things that count, 145, but flagrant breaches of good breeding, like singing in the streets or any other gross misconduct, are easily apparent and do not call especially for admonition and instruction. But we must even more carefully avoid those seemingly trivial faults which pass unnoticed by the many. However slightly out of tune a harp or flute may be, the fault is still detected by a connoisseur. So we must be on the watch lest haply something in our life be out of tune, nay, rather, far greater is the need for painstaking, inasmuch as harmony of actions is far better and far more important than harmony of sounds. Asterisk 146 asterisk Roman 41. Idac, ut infidibus musicorum auras vel minima sentiunt, sic nos, si acres ac diligence esse volumus animadversors viderum, magna sep intelligemus ex parvis. Ex oculorum optitu, supercilium out remission out contraction, ex maistitia, ex hilaritate, ex risu, ex locution, ex reticentia, ex contention vocis, ex submission, ex ceteris similibus facile eudicabimus, quid aerum apt fiat, quid ob officio naturae discrepit. Quo in gener non est incommodum, quale quid aerum sit, ex aliis eudicare, ut, si quid dedicit in illis, vitmus ipsi, fit enim nescio quo modo, ut magis in aliis surnemus quam in nobismit ipsis, si quid delinquitur. Idac facilime corriguntur in descendo, quorum vitia imitantur imendandi casa magistri. 147 asterisk nec viro alienum est ad ea legenda, qui dubitationem afferent, et hiber doctos homines vel etiam usu peritos et, quid iist quoque officii gener placet, exquirer. Mare enim pars eo fear deferi solet, quo a natura ipsa deducitur. In quibus videndum est, non modo quid quisque loquitur, sed etiam quid quisque sentiat ac etiam de qua causa quisque sentiat. Ut enim pictors et Roman II, qui signa fabricantur, et viro etiam pieti suum quisque opus of vulgo considerari vult. Ut, si quid reprehensum sit a pluribus, id corrigator, iec et secum et ab aliis, quid in eo peccatum sit, exquirent, sic alirum eudicio per multa nobis et facienda et non facienda et mutanda et corrigenda sunt. 148 asterisk qui viro, more agenter institutus civilibus, do iis nihil est praecipiendum. Illa enim ipsa precepta sunt, nec quemquam hoc error duci oportet, ut, si quid Socrates aut Aristippus contra morm consuetudine civilum fecirent locutive sint, idem sibi arbitrator licer. Magnis illi et divinis bonus hanc licentium assequibanter. Sinicorum viro ratio tota est aetienda. Est enim inimica vericundii, sine qua nihil rectum esse potest, nihil honestum. 149 asterisk eus autumn, quorum vita perspecta in rebus honestis ac magnis est, beni de re publica sentients ac beni meritos aut merents sic ut aliquo, honor aut imperio effectos observer et coler debimus, tribura etiam multum senectudi. Sedior iis, qui magistratum habebunt, haber dalctum civis et peregrini in ipsoque peregrino, privatimni and publis venerit. Ad summum ni agam de singulis, communum todius generis hominum conciliationum et consociationum coler, turi, server debimus. Animadversors ed, animadversorsk MSS, animadversorsk BT, animadversors Orelli, Muller Hein. Dedicit AC ed. Deceit HLB, non-deceit B analysa BT 1 ed. In allos B HBC, allos L BT 2. Et ob aliis a BT, ed. Aliis BHB, et cum aliis C, et ex aliis unjuror Muller. Sic ut LP nonius, not in BHBC. We correct our faults. 1. By observing others. Asterisk 146 asterisk Roman 41. As, therefore, a musical ear detects even the slightest falsity of tone in a harp, so we, if we wish to be keen and careful observers of moral faults, shall often draw important conclusions from trifles. We observe others, and from a glance of the eyes, from a contracting or relaxing of the brows, from an air of sadness, from an outburst of joy, from a laugh, from speech, from silence, from a raising or lowering of the voice, and the like, we shall easily judge which of our actions is proper, and which is out of accord with duty and nature. And in the same manner, it is not a bad plan to judge of the nature of our every action by studying others, that so we may ourselves avoid anything that is unbecoming in them. For it happens somehow or other that we detect another's failings more readily than we do our own. And so in the schoolroom, those pupils learn most easily to do better, whose faults the masters mimic for the sake of correcting them. 2. By the criticisms of the wise, 147. Nor is it out of place, in making a choice between duties involving a doubt, to consult men of learning or practical wisdom, and to ascertain what their views are on any particular question of duty. For the majority usually drift as the current of their own natural inclinations carries them. And in deriving counsel from one of these, we have to see not only what our advisor says, but also what he thinks, and what his reasons are for thinking as he does. For, as painters and sculptors and even poets, too, wish to have their works reviewed by the public, in order that, if any point is generally criticized, it may be improved, and as they try to discover both by themselves and with the help of others what is wrong in their work. So through consulting the judgment of others, we find that there are many things to be done and left undone, to be altered and improved. The laws of the state are rules of duty, 148 asterisk, but no rules need to be given about what is done in accordance with the established customs and conventions of a community. For these are in themselves rules, and no one ought to make the mistake of supposing that, because Socrates or Aristippus did, or said something contrary to the manners and established customs of their city, he has a right to do the same. It was only by reason of their great and superhuman virtues that those famous men acquired this special privilege. But the Cynic's whole system of philosophy must be rejected, for it is inimical to moral sensibility, and without moral sensibility nothing can be upright, nothing morally good. Special rules, 149 asterisk, it is, furthermore, our duty to honor and reverence those whose lives are conspicuous for conduct in keeping with their high moral standards, and who, as true patriots, have rendered or are now rendering efficient service to their country, just as much as if they were invested with some civil or military authority. It is our duty also to show proper respect to old age, to yield precedence to magistrates, to make a distinction between a fellow citizen and a foreigner, and, in the case of the foreigner himself, to discriminate according to whether he has come in an official or a private capacity. In a word, not to go into details, it is our duty to respect, defend, and maintain the common bonds of union and fellowship subsisting between all the members of the human race. 150 asterisk Roman 42. Eam de artificiis et quistibus, qui liberals habendi, qui sordidi sint, hic fear excepimus. Primum improbenter Roman tu quistis, qui in idea hominum incurrent, ut portatorum, ut finiratorum. Illiberales autem et sordidi quistis mercenarium omnium, quorum operi, non quorum arts emunter, est enim in illis ipsa merces octoramentum servitudis. Sordidi etiam putandi, qui mercentur a mercatoribus, quod statum vendent, nihil enim proficient, nisi ad modum mentienter, nec viro est quicquam turpius vanitate. Apophyses omnes in sordida art versenter, nec enim quicquam ingenuum haber potest officina. Minimec arts e probendi, qui ministri sunt voluptatum. Unicis Roman 2:26. Sedare lanii coci, farters piscators. Ad 8 Terentius, ad hoc si placet ungentarios, saltators todumc ludum talarium. 151 asterisk quibus autem artibus aut prudentia maior inest, aut non mediocris utilitas quaeritur. Ut medicina, ut architectura, ut doctrina rerum honestarum, e sunt iis, quorum ordini conveniunt, honesty. Mercatura autem, si tenuis est, sordida putanda est. Sin magna et copiosa, multa indica portans multisque sine vanitate impersions, non est ad modum viduperanda, ac etiam, si satiata quistuvel contenta podius, ut sep ex alto in portum, ex ipso portusi in agros possessionesque concelit, vider ear optimo possi laudari. Omnium autem rerum, ex quibus aliquid acquiritur, nihil est agricultura melius, nihil uberius, nihil dulcius, nihil homine libero dignius. Cm Roman 15 Roman 17 de quaquonium in caton maior satis multa diximus, elim assumes, qui ad hunc locum pertinbunt. Homine libero ed, homine nihil libero bh ela b100. Elim b1 ed, elam h ela b2p, elinca bc, elic l. Occupations 1 vulgar. 150 asterisk Roman 42. Now in regard to trades and other means of livelihood, which ones are to be considered becoming to a gentleman, and which ones are vulgar, we have been taught, in general, as follows. First, those means of livelihood are rejected as undesirable which incur people's ill will, as those of tax-gatherers and usurers. Unbecoming to a gentleman, 2, and vulgar are the means of livelihood of all hired workmen whom we pay for mere manual labor, not for artistic skill. For in their case, the very wages they receive is a pledge of their slavery. Vulgar we must consider those also who buy from wholesale merchants to retail immediately, for they would get no profits without a great deal of downright lying. And verily, there is no action that is meaner than misrepresentation. And all mechanics are engaged in vulgar trades, for no workshop can have anything liberal about it. Least respectable of all are those trades which cater to sensual pleasures. Fishmongers, butchers, cooks and poulterers, and fishermen. As Terence says, add to these, if you please, the perfumers, dancers, and the whole corps de ballet. 2 liberal hash. 151. But the professions in which either a higher degree of intelligence is required, or from which no small benefit to society is derived, medicine and architecture, for example, and teaching these are proper for those whose social position they become. Trade, if it is on a small scale, is to be considered vulgar. But if wholesale and on a large scale, importing large quantities from all parts of the world and distributing to many without misrepresentation, it is not to be greatly disparaged. Nay, it even seems to deserve the highest respect, if those who are engaged in it, satiated, or rather, I should say, satisfied with the fortunes they have made, make their way from the port to a country estate, as they have often made it from the sea into port. But of all the occupations by which gain is secured, none is better than agriculture, none more profitable, none more delightful, none more becoming to a freeman. But since I have discussed this quite fully in my Cato Major, you will find there the material that applies to this point. The ludus talarius was a kind of low variety show, with loose songs and dances and bad music. 152 * Roman 43. Sed ob iis partibus, qui sunt honestades, quem ad modum officia ducerenter, satis expositum viter. Earum autem ipsorum, qui honesta sunt, potest insidir sep contentio et comparatio, de duobus honestis utrum honestius, qui locus appenidio est pretermissus. Nam cum omnes honestas manet a partibus quatuor, quarum una sit cognitionis, altera communitatis, tertia magnanimitatis, quarta moderationis, hic in diligendo officio sep inter se comparanter necess est. 153 * placet igitur aptera esse naturi e officia, qui ex communitate, quam qui ex cognition ducinter, hoc argumento confirmari potest, quod si contigerit e vita sapienti, ut omnium rerum affluentibus copiae omnia, qui cognition digna sint, summo odio secum ips considerit et contemplator, tamen, si solitudo tanta sit, ut hominum viter non possit, excedet e vita. Principsc omnium virtutum illa sapientia, quam sigma omicron phi letter 1 F77 alpha nu Grisae vocant prudentiam enim, quam Grisae phi rho letter 1 F79 nu eta sigma iota nudicant, alium quandam intelligimus, qui est rerum expetendarum fugendarum scientia. Illa autem sapientia, quam principum dixi, rerum est divinarum et humanarum scientia, in qua contenter diorum et hominum communitas et societas inter ipsos. Ec maxima est, ut est cert necess est, quod communitate judicature officium, id esse maximum. Etenim cognitio contemplatio naturi manca, quadam modo ac inchota sit, si nulla actio rerum consequatur. E autem actio in hominum commodis tuendis maxime cernitur, pertinet igitur ad societatem generis humani, ergo hic cognitioni antiponenda est. 154 * ac id optimus quisque, re ipsa ostendit et iudicet. Quis enim est tam cupidus in perspicienda cognoscendec rerum natura. Ut, si I tractanti contemplantique res cognition dignissimas, subito sit alatum periculum descriminc patri, cui subvenire opicularik possit, non alla omnia relinquet ac abiscit, etiam zi dinumerer si stellas, aut materi mundi magnitudinem possi arbitrator. Ac hoc item in parentes, in amici re aut periculo fecerit. 155 * quibus rebus intelligitur studiis officiis scientiae, preponenda esse officia eisticui. qui pertinent ad hominem utilitatem, qua nihil homini esse debet antiquius. Copiae omnia ed, copiae quamvis omnia MSS, copiae omnia lambinis BT, Muller Hein. Re ipsa BHB BT, ed, re obsi LCIE, reps Aureli Muller Hein, ob ipsa re P. Utilitatem BHB, caritatem LCP affection. Comparative estimate of duties, hash. 152 * Roman 43. Now, I think I have explained fully enough how moral duties are derived from the four divisions of moral rectitude. But between those very actions which are morally right, a conflict and comparison may frequently arise, as to which of two moral actions is morally better, a point overlooked by Penidius. For since all moral rectitude springs from four sources, one of which is prudence, the second, social instinct, the third, courage, the fourth, temperance, it is often necessary in deciding a question of duty that these virtues be weighed against one another. Justice versus wisdom, hash. 153 * my view, therefore, is that those duties are closer to nature which depend upon the social instinct than those which depend upon knowledge. And this view can be confirmed by the following argument. 1. Suppose that a wise man should be vouchsafed such a life, that, with an abundance of everything pouring in upon him, he might in perfect peace study and ponder over everything that is worth knowing. Still, if the solitude were so complete that he could never see a human being, he would die. And then, the foremost of all virtues is wisdom, what the Greeks call sigma, omicron, phi, letter 1 F77 alpha. For by prudence, which they call phi rho letter 1 F79 nu eta sigma iota sigma, we understand something else, namely, the practical knowledge of things to be sought for and of things to be avoided. 2. Again, that wisdom which I have given the foremost place is the knowledge of things human and divine, which is concerned also with the bonds of union between gods and men and the relations of man to man. If wisdom is the most important of the virtues, as it certainly is, it necessarily follows that that duty which is connected with the social obligation is the most important duty. And 3. Service is better than mere theoretical knowledge, for the study and knowledge of the universe would somehow be lame and defective were no practical results to follow. Such results, moreover, are best seen in the safeguarding of human interests. It is essential, then, to human society, and it should therefore be ranked above speculative knowledge. 154 Upon this, all the best men agree, as they prove by their conduct. For who is so absorbed in the investigation and study of creation, but that, even though he were working and pondering over tasks never so much worth mastering, and even though he thought he could number the stars and measure the length and breadth of the universe, he would drop all those problems and cast them aside, if word were suddenly brought to him of some critical peril to his country, which he could relieve or repel. And he would do the same to further the interests of parent or friend, or to save him from danger. 155 * From all this, we conclude that the duties prescribed by justice must be given precedence over the pursuit of knowledge and the duties imposed by it. For the former concern the welfare of our fellow men, and nothing ought to be more sacred in men's eyes than that. Cicero is guilty of a curious fallacy. If it follows from his premises, 1. Some one virtue is the highest virtue, and 2. The duties derived from the highest virtue are the highest duties, and if 3. Wisdom is the highest virtue, then it can only follow that the duties derived from wisdom are the highest duties. But Cicero throws in a fourth premise that the bonds of union between gods and men and the relations of man to man are derived from wisdom, and therewith sidetracks wisdom and gives the duties derived from the social instinct the place from which wisdom has been shunted. Cicero could not refrain from introducing a bit of theoretical speculation that has no value for his practical position. It actually prejudices it and confuses the reader. Roman 44. Ac illi, quorum studia videc omnes in rerum cognition versita est, tamen ob agendis hominem utilitibus et commodis non recesserunt. Nam et erudiverunt multos, quo melior cives utiliresc rebus sues publicis essent, ut thebanum epimenandum lysis Pythagoreus, Syracosium Dionum Plato multic multos, nasc ipsi, quicquid ad rem publicam atulamus, si modo aliquid atulamus. a doctoribus ac doctrina instructi, ad eam et ornati excessimus. 156 nec solum vivi ac, present studiosos descendi erudiant ac docent, sed hoc idem etiam post mortem monumentis literarum assequenter. Nec enim locus ullus est pretermissus ob iis, qui ad legs, qui ad mores, qui ad disciplinam rei publici pertinerit, ut odium suum ad nostrum negodium consulis videnter. Ita illi ipsi doctrini studiis et sapientiae dediti ad hominem utilidatem suum prudentiam intelligentiam podissimum conferunt. Ob imc etiam causam eloqui copios, modo prudenter, melius est quam velocutasim sine eloquentia cogiter, quod cogitatio in si ipsa vertiter, eloquentia complectiter ius, quibuscum communitate iuncti sumus. Asterisk 157 asterisk ac ut appium examina non fingendorum favorum causa congreganter, sed, cum congregabilia natura sint, fingunt favos, sic homines, ac multo etiam magis, natura congregati ad hibent agendi cogitandique solertium. Idac nisi virtus, qui constat ex hominibus tuendis, id est ex societate generis humani, attinget cognitionem rerum, solavaga cognitio et iuna videtur, idem magnitudo animi remota communitate coniunctionec humana feritas, sit quidem et immanitas. Ita fit, ut vincet cognitionis studium consociatio hominum ac communitas. Plato, Rep. Roman 2, 369b, Arist, Paul, I. 1253. 158 nec verum est, quod disider equibustum, propter necessitatem vidi, quod qui natura desidererit, consequi sine aliis ac efficere non possumus, id circo inidem esse cum hominibus communitatem et societatem. Quodsi omnia nobis, qui ad victim cultum pertinent, quasi virgula divina, ut aiunt, suppediterenter, tum optimo quisque ingenio negodiis omnibus, omissus totum si, in cognition et scientia collicerit. Non est ita, nam et solitudenum fugerit et socium studii quererit, tum docer tum disir velit, tum audire tum dicer. Ergo omni officium, quod ad coniunctionem hominum et ad societatem tuendum velle, antiponendum est illi officio, quod cognition et scientia contenter. Cogitandique LCP ed, congregandique BHAB. Communitate P, per compendium, BT. 2 Muller hein comitata BH ella BC. Wisdom in the service of justice, hash. Roman 44. And yet scholars, whose whole life and interests have been devoted to the pursuit of knowledge, have not, after all, failed to contribute to the advantages and blessings of mankind. For they have trained many to be better citizens and to render larger service to their country. So, for example, the Pythagorean Lysis taught Epaminondas of Thebes, Plato, Dion of Syracuse, and many, many others. As for me myself, whatever service I have rendered to my country, if, indeed, I have rendered any I came to my task trained and equipped for it by my teachers and what they taught me. 156. And not only while present in the flesh do they teach and train those who are desirous of learning, but by the written memorials of their learning, they continue the same service after they are dead. For they have overlooked no point that has a bearing upon laws, customs, or political science. In fact, they seem to have devoted their retirement to the benefit of us who are engaged in public business. The principal thing done, therefore, by those very devotees of the pursuits of learning and science is to apply their own practical wisdom and insight to the service of humanity. And for that reason also much speaking, if only it contain wisdom, is better than speculation never so profound without speech. For mere speculation is self-centered, while speech extends its benefits to those with whom we are united by the bonds of society. 157 and again, as swarms of bees do not gather for the sake of making honeycomb, but make the honeycomb because they are gregarious by nature, so human beings and to a much higher degree exercise their skill together in action and thought because they are naturally gregarious. Justice more valuable than wisdom and fortitude. And so, if that virtue which centers in the safeguarding of human interests, that is, in the maintenance of human society, were not to accompany the pursuit of knowledge, that knowledge would seem isolated and barren of results. In the same way, courage, if unrestrained by the uniting bonds of society, would be but a sort of brutality and savagery. Hence it follows that the claims of human society and the bonds that unite men together take precedence of the pursuit of speculative knowledge. 158. And it is not true, as certain people maintain, that the bonds of union in human society were instituted in order to provide for the needs of daily life. For, they say, without the aid of others we could not secure for ourselves or supply to others the things that nature requires. But if all that is essential to our wants and comfort were supplied by some magic wand, as in the stories, then every man of first-rate ability could drop all other responsibility and devote himself exclusively to learning and study. Not at all, for he would seek to escape from his loneliness and to find someone to share his studies. He would wish to teach as well as to learn, to hear as well as to speak. Every duty, therefore, that tends effectively to maintain and safeguard human society should be given the preference over that duty which arises from speculation and science alone. 159 Roman 45. Illud forsitum querendum sit, num hic communitas, qui maxime est apta naturi, sit etiam moderatione modestique semper anteponenda. Non placet, sunt enim quidem partem ita foeda, partem ita flagitiosa, ut ni conservandi quidem patrii causa sapiens facturus sit. E Posidonius collegiate per multa, sed ita tetra quidem, ita obscena, ut dictu quoque vidanter terpia. Hic igiter non suscipiat re publici causa, ni res publica quidem pro si suscipi volet. Sed hoc commodius si res habet, quod non potest accidere tempus, ut intersit re publici quicquem illorum facere sapientem. 160 Quer hoc quidem effectum sit, in officiis diligendis id genus officium exceller, quod teniter hominum societate. Etenim cognitionem prudentiam sequeter considerata actio, ita fit, ut ager considerate plurus sit quam cogiter prudenter. Ac hic quidem hac tenus. Pate factus enim locus est ips, ut non difficile sit in exquirendo officio, quid cuique sit preponendum viter. In ipsa autem communitate sunt gradus officium, ex quibus quid cuique prestet, intelligi possit, ut prima dis immortalibus, secunda patrii, tertia parentibus, dainceps gradatim reliquis debinter. 161 Quibus ex rebus breviter disputatis intelligi potest non solum id homine soler dubiter, honestumni interpsit, sed etiam duobus propositus honestis utrum honestius sit. Hic locus appenidio est, ut supra dixi, pretermissus. Sed eam ad reliqua pergamus. Hoc LCP ed, hic bhab. Ida ed, ut b, hoc bhlcp. Etenim, prudenter bracketed by unjure. Justice versus temperance, hash. 159 Roman 45. The following question should perhaps be asked: whether this social instinct, which is the deepest feeling in our nature, is always to have precedence over temperance and moderation also. I think not, for there are some acts either so repulsive or so wicked that a wise man would not commit them, even to save his country. Posidonius has made a large collection of them, but some of them are so shocking, so indecent, that it seems immoral even to mention them. The wise man, therefore, will not think of doing any such thing for the sake of his country, no more will his country consent to have it done for her. But the problem is the more easily disposed of, because the occasion cannot arise when it could be to the state's interest to have the wise man do any of those things. Order of precedence of duties, hash. 160 This, then, may be regarded as settled. In choosing between conflicting duties, that class takes precedence which is demanded by the interests of human society. And this is the natural sequence, for discrete action will presuppose learning and practical wisdom. It follows, therefore, that discrete action is of more value than wise, but inactive speculation. So much must suffice for this topic, for in its essence, it has been made so clear that in determining a question of duty it is not difficult to see which duty is to be preferred to any other. Moreover, even in the social relations themselves, there are gradations of duty so well defined that it can easily be seen which duty takes precedence of any other. Our first duty is to the immortal gods, our second to country, our third to parents, and so on in a descending scale to the rest. 161 From this brief discussion, then, it can be understood that people are often in doubt not only whether an action is morally right or wrong, but also when a choice is offered between two moral actions, which one is morally better. This point, as I remarked above, has been overlooked by Panidius. But let us now pass on to what remains. Cicero de Officiis. Book 2. Expediency. Liber Secundus/Book 2. 1 *iquem ad modum officia ducerenter ab honestate, Mars fili, ac ab omni gener virtudes, satis explicatum arbiter libro superior, sequitur, ut hic officium genera persequar, qui pertinent ad vidi cultum et ad iram rerum, quibus utunter homines, facultatum ad opes ad copias. In quo tum quaere dixi, quid util, quid inutil, tum ex utilibus quid utilius aut quid maxime util. De quibus dicere agredire, si pauca priest instituto, a si de judicio meo dixero. 2 *quamquam enim libri nostri, complurs non modo ad legendi, sed etiam ad scribendi studium exitiverunt, tamen interdum verier. Ni quibustum bonus virus philosophiae nomen sit invisum meirenturc, in tantum me operi, et temporis poner. Ego autem, quam diu res publica per ius gerabater, quibus si ipsa commisserat, omnes mes curas cogitationesque in eam conferabam. Cum autem dominatu unius omnia tenerenter nec esset usquam concilio aut auctoritati locus, socios de nec tuendi rei publici, summos viros. Amicissum, nec me angoribus dediti, quibus essum confectus, nisi iis restitusum, nec versum indignis homine docto voluptatibus. 3 *ac utinam res publica stedisset, quo coeperat, statu nec in homines non tam commutandarum, quam evertendarum rerum cupidos insidiset. Primum enim, ut stant re publica face resolbamus, in agendo plus quam inscribendo operi poneramus, deigned ipsis scriptis non qui nunc, sed actions nostras mandermus, ut sep fecimus. Cum autem res publica, in qua omnes me cura, cogitatio, opera poni solbet, nulla esset omnino, illi silicet literi conticurant fornces et senatorii. 4 *nihil ager autem cum animus non possit, in his studiis ob initio versitus aetatis existimavi honestisime molestias possi deponi, simi ad philosophiam reticulisum. Cui cum multum adolescens descendi causa temporis tribuisum, postiquem honoribus inservere coepi mec totum re publici traditi, tantum erat philosophi loci, quantum superfuret amicorum et re publici temporibus. Id autem omni consumibater in legendo, scribendi odium non erat. In quo maxime util bracketed by human facialati ed, tum ex, maxime util not in bhb. Molestias lcp nonius ed, not in bhb. Temporibus victorious ed, temporis bhb tempori lcp. Statement of subject, #. 1 I believe, Marcus, my son, that I have fully explained in the preceding book how duties are from moral rectitude, or rather from each of virtue's 4 divisions. My next step is to trace out those kinds of duty which have to do with the comforts of life, with the means of acquiring the things that people enjoy, with influence, and with wealth. In this connection, the question is, as I said, 1. What is expedient, and what is inexpedient, and 2. Of several expedients, which is of more and which of most importance. These questions I shall proceed to discuss after I have said a few words in vindication of my present purpose and my principles of philosophy. Why Cicero wrote on philosophy. 2. Although my books have aroused in not a few men the desire not only to read, but to write, yet I sometimes fear that what we term philosophy is distasteful to certain worthy gentlemen, and that they wonder that I devote so much time and attention to it. Now, as long as the state was administered by the men to whose care she had voluntarily entrusted herself, I devoted all my effort and thought to her. But when everything passed under the absolute control of a despot, and there was no longer any room for statesmanship or authority of mine, and finally, when I had lost the friends who had been associated with me in the task of serving the interests of the state, and who were men of the highest standing, I did not resign myself to grief, by which I should have been overwhelmed had I not struggled against it. Neither, on the other hand, did I surrender myself to a life of sensual pleasure unbecoming to a philosopher. 3 I would that the government had stood fast in the position it had begun to assume, and had not fallen into the hands of men who desired not so much to reform as to abolish the Constitution. For then, in the first place, I should now be devoting my energies more to public speaking than to writing, as I used to do when the Republic stood. And in the second place, I should be committing to written form not these present essays, but my public speeches, as I often formerly did. But when the Republic, to which all my care and thought and effort used to be devoted, was no more, then, of course, my voice was silenced in the Forum and in the Senate. And since my mind could not be wholly idle, I thought, as I had been well read along these lines of thought from my early youth, that the most honorable way for me to forget my sorrows would be by turning to philosophy. As a young man, I had devoted a great deal of time to philosophy as a discipline. But after I began to fill the high offices of state and devoted myself heart and soul to the public service, there was only so much time for philosophical studies as was left over from the claims of my friends and of the state. All of this was spent in reading. I had no leisure for writing. Such as Pompey, Cato, Hortensius, and Piso. 5 Roman 2. Maximus Igitur in Mollis hoc tamen boni assecuti vidmar, ut e literis mandermus, qui nec erant sat es nota nostris et erant cognition dignissima. Quid enim est, per dios, optabilia sapientia quid prestantius, quid homini melius, quid homine dignius. Hanc Igitur qui expetunt, philosophi nominanter, nec quicquam aliud est philosophia, si interpretari velis, praeter studium sapientiae. Sapientia autem est, ut a veteribus philosophis definitum est, rerum divinorum et humanorum causa rumc, quibus e res continenter scientia. Cuia studium qui videperat, haud sane intelligo, quid nam sit, quod laudandum putet. 6 Nam sive obluctatio queritur animi requisque curarum, qui conferi cum earum studiis potest, qui semper aliquid inquirunt, quod spectet et velat ad bene bidec vivendum. Sive ratio constantii virtutisque ducitur, aut hic ars est aut nulla omnino, per quam es assequemer. Nullum dicer maximarum rerum artem esse, cum minimarum sine art nulla sit, hominum est parum considerat liquentium ac in maximis rebus erantium. Si autem est aliquid disciplina virtutis, ubi queritur, cum ob hoc descendi gener decessoris. Hortensius, de Div Roman 2 1 hash. Sed hic, cum ad philosophiam cohortamer, accuratius disputari solent, quod alio quadam libro fecimus. Hoc autem tempor tantum nobis declarandum fuit, cur orbati rei publici muniribus ad hoc nos, studium podissimum consulissimus. 7 occurritur autem nobis, et quaedam adoctis et eruditus querentibus, satisni constanter face revidemer, qui, cum percipi nihil possi dicemus, tamen et aliis de rebus discurrer solimus, et hoc ipso tempor precepta officii persequamer. Quibus velum satis cognita esset nostra sententia. Non enim sumus Roman 2, quorum vagitur animus error nec habet umquem, quid sequitur. Qui enim esset ista mens vel qui vita potius non modo disputandi, sed etiam vivendi ration sublata? Nos autem, ut ceteri alia certa, alia incerta esse dicunt, sic ob his dissensions alia probabilia, contra alia dissimus. 8 quid est igitur, quod me impediat qui probabilia mihi videnter, sequi, qui contra, improber ac affirmandi arrogantium vitantum fugere temeridatum, quia sapientia dissidit plurimum. Contra autem omnia disputatur nostris, quod hoc ipsum probabile elusir non possit, nisi exutrec part causarum esset facta contentio. Roman 2 20 ff hash. Sed hic explanata sunt in academicis nostris, satis, ut arbiter diligenter. Tibi autem, me Cicero, quamquam in antiquissima nobilissimac philosophia cratipo octer versaris iis similimo, qui ista preclara peperunt, tamen hic nostra finitima vestris ignota est nolui. Sed iam ad instituta pergamus. Expetant LCP ed, expetant H, expectant B a B. Disputator ed, disputanter MSS. Possit a C, possit BHB. Hash why philosophy is worthwhile, hash. 5 Roman 2. Therefore, amid all the present most awful calamities, I yet flatter myself that I have won this good out of evil, that I may commit to written form matters not at all familiar to our countrymen, but still very much worth their knowing. For what, in the name of heaven, is more to be desired than wisdom? What is more to be prized? What is better for a man? What more worthy of his nature? Those who seek after it are called philosophers, and philosophy is nothing else, if one will translate the word into our idiom, than the love of wisdom. Wisdom, moreover, as the word has been defined by the philosophers of old, is the knowledge of things human and divine, and of the causes by which those things are controlled. And if the man lives who would belittle the study of philosophy, I quite fail to see what in the world he would see fit to praise. 6. For if we are looking for mental enjoyment and relaxation, what pleasure can be compared with the pursuits of those who are always studying out something that will tend toward and effectively promote a good and happy life? Or, if regard is had for strength of character and virtue, then this is the method by which we can attain to those qualities, or there is none at all. And to say that there is no method for securing the highest blessings, when none even of the least important concerns is without its method, is the language of people who talk without due reflection and who blunder in matters of the utmost importance. Furthermore, if there is really a way to learn virtue, where shall one look for it, when one has turned aside from this field of learning? Now, when I am advocating the study of philosophy, I usually discuss this subject at greater length, as I have done in another of my books. For the present I meant only to explain why, deprived of the tasks of public service, I have devoted myself to this particular pursuit. Position of the new academy, #7. But people raise other objections against me, and that, too, philosophers and scholars asking whether I think I am quite consistent in my conduct. For although our school maintains that nothing can be known for certain, yet, they urge, I make a habit of presenting my opinions on all sorts of subjects, and at this very moment am trying to formulate rules of duty. But I wish that they had a proper understanding of our position. For we academicians are not men whose minds wander in uncertainty and never know what principles to adopt. For what sort of mental habit, or rather what sort of life would that be which should dispense with all rules for reasoning or even for living? Not so with us. But as other schools maintain that some things are certain, others uncertain, we, differing with them, say that some things are probable, others improbable. 8 asterisk, what then, is to hinder me from accepting what seems to me to be probable, while rejecting what seems to be improbable, and from shunning the presumption of dogmatism, while keeping clear of that recklessness of assertion which is as far as possible removed from true wisdom? And as to the fact that our school argues against everything, that is only because we could not get a clear view of what is probable, unless a comparative estimate were made of all the arguments on both sides. But this subject has been, I think, quite fully set forth in my academics. And although, my dear Cicero, you are a student of that most ancient and celebrated school of philosophy, with Cratopus as your master, and he deserves to be classed with the founders of that illustrious sect, still, I wish our school, which is closely related to yours, not to be unknown to you. Let us now proceed to the task in hand. Aristotle and Theophrastus. *9 Roman 3. Quinc igiter rationibus propositus officii persequendi, quorum dui ad dicus honestate pertinerent, dui ad commoda viti, copias, opes, facultates, quinta ad eligendi judicium, si quando e qui dixi, pugner inter si vidrenter, honestatis pars confecta est, quam quidem tibi cupio esse notissimum. Hoc autem, de quo nunc agimus, id ipsum est, quod util appellator. In quo verbo lapsa consuetudo deflexit devia sensimc eo deducta est, ut honestatem ob utilitate cessernans considerit esse honestum aliquid, quod util non esset, et util, quod non honestum, qua nulla pernices meior hominum vidi potuit afferi. 10 asterisk summa quidem auctoritate philosophy, severe sane ac honest hic tria genera confusa cogitation distingunt. Quicquid enim eustum sit, id etiam util esse sensent, idem quod honestum, idem eustum, ex quo officitor, ut, quicquid honestum sit, idem sit util. Quod qui parum perspiciunt, Roman tu sep versutos homines et calidos admirantes malicium sapientium eudicant. Quorum error erapiendis est opinioque omnes ad eam spem traducenda, ut honesties conciliis eistisque factis, non fraudet malicia si intelligent, qui velant, consequi possi. 11 asterisk qui ergo ad vitam hominum tuendum pertinent, partem sunt inanima, ut aurum, argentum, ut e, qui gignuntur itera, ut alia generis iestum, partem animalia, qui habent suos impetus et rerum appetitus. Earum autem alia rationis expertia sunt, alia ration utentia, experts rationis equi, boves, reliqui pecudes, quorum oper efficiter aliquid ad usum hominum ac vidam. Ration autem utentium du genera ponent, diorum annum, alterum hominum. Dios placatos pietas efficiat et sanctitas, proxime autem et secundum Dios homines hominibus maxime utils esse possunt. 12 irumque item rerum, qui notion et absint, idem divisio est. Sed quia Dios noser non putant, iis acceptis homines hominibus obes plurimum arbitranter. Eanim ipsa, qui inanima diximus, plerex sunt hominum operis effecta. Qui nec haberemus, nisi manus et ars accessit, nec iis sine hominum administration uteremer. Nec enim validudinis curatio nec navigatio nec agricultura, nec frugum fructuum reliquarum perceptio et conservatio, sine hominum opera ulla esse poduisset. 13 eam viro et irum rerum, quibus abundermus, exportatio et irum, quibus egeremus, invectio certnulla esset, nisi his muniribus homines fungerenter. Hashtius Prometheus? Inc. Fab. Ribec 2, 154 idem ration nec lapides ex terra exciderenter ad usum nostrum necessarii, nec ferrum, eyes, aurum, argentum, effodreter, penitus abditum, sine hominum labor et mono. Hic tria genera confusa bhab, bt. 2. Hein, hic tria genera confusa c, bt. 1. Muller, hic tria genera, reconfusa j. f. Husinger. Quicquid sit util bracketed by unger, bt. 2. Muller Hein. Alia h2 inserted above the line a ed, not in bh1b, partem c. Apes mss, bracketed by faxiolati ed. His h ed, iisblb, hij c. Expediency and moral rectitude identical, hash. Asterisk 9 asterisk Roman 3. 5 principles accordingly have been laid down for the pursuance of duty. 2 of them have to do with propriety and moral rectitude. 2, with the external conveniences of life means, wealth influence. The 5th, with the proper choice, if ever the 4 first mentioned seem to be in conflict. The division treating of moral rectitude, then, has been completed, and this is the part with which I desire you to be most familiar. The principle with which we are now dealing is that one which is called expediency. The usage of this word has been corrupted and perverted, and has gradually come to the point where, separating moral rectitude from expediency, it is accepted that a thing may be morally right without being expedient, and expedient without being morally right. No more pernicious doctrine than this could be introduced into human life. 10 asterisk there are, to be sure, philosophers of the very highest reputation who distinguish theoretically between these 3 conceptions, although they are indissolubly blended together. And they do this, I assume, on moral, conscientious principles. For whatever is just, they hold, is also expedient, and in like manner, whatever is morally right is also just. It follows, then, that whatever is morally right is also expedient. Those who fail to comprehend that theory do often, in their admiration for shrewd and clever men, take craftiness for wisdom. But they must be disabused of this error, and their way of thinking must be wholly converted to the hope and conviction that it is only by moral character and righteousness, not by dishonesty and craftiness, that they may attain to the objects of their desires. Classification of expedients, hash. 11 asterisk of the things, then, that are essential to the sustenance of human life. Some are inanimate gold and silver, for example, the fruits of the earth and so forth, and some are animate and have their own peculiar instincts and appetites. Of these again, some are rational, others irrational. Horses, oxen, and the other cattle, whose labor contributes more or less to the service and subsistence of man, are not endowed with reason. Of rational beings, 2 divisions are made gods and men. Worship and purity of character will win the favor of the gods, and next to the gods, and a close second to them, men can be most helpful to men. 12 asterisk the same classification may likewise be made of the things that are injurious and hurtful. But as people think that the gods bring us no harm, they decide, leaving the gods out of the question, that men are most hurtful to men. Necessity of man's helpfulness to man, hash. As for mutual helpfulness, those very things which we have called inanimate are for the most part themselves produced by man's labors. We should not have them without the application of manual labor and skill, nor could we enjoy them without the intervention of man. And so with many other things. For without man's industry, there could have been no provisions for health, no navigation, no agriculture, no ingathering or storing of the fruits of the field or other kinds of produce. 13. Then, too, there would surely be no exportation of our superfluous commodities or importation of those we lack, did not men perform these services. By the same process of reasoning, without the labor of man's hands, the stone needful for our use would not be quarried from the earth, nor would iron, copper, gold, and silver, hidden far within, be mined. That is, they make a false distinction between 1. Moral rectitude that is at the same time expedient, 2. Moral rectitude that is apparently not expedient, and 3. The expedient that is apparently not morally right. Roman 4. Tecta viro, quibus et frigorum vis pelleretur, et calorem molestii sederenter, unda aut initio generi humano deripaduisent aut postea subveniri, see out Roman 6 tempestades, aut terri modu aut vedestate cessidescent, nisi communis vita ob hominibus harum rerum, auxilia Peter didicesset. 14. Ad ductus aquarum, derivations fluminum, agrorum irrigations, moles oppositas fluctibus, portus manufactos, qui unda sine hominum oper haber possumus. Ex quibus multisque aliis perspicuum est, qui fructus quic utilitates ex rebus iis, qui sint inanimi, percipienter, eis nos nullo modo sine hominum manu atque opera caper potuus. Qui denique ex bestis fructus aut qui commoditas, nisi homines adiuverant percipi possit. Nam et qui principes inveniendi furunt, quem ex quac belua usum haber possumus, homines cert furunt, nec hoc tempor sine hominum opera aut passir eis aut demere aut turi aut tempestivos fructus ex iis caper possumus. Ob eistemque et, qui nocent, interficienter et, qui usui possunt esse, capienter. 15. Quid innumerum artium multitudinum, sine quibus vita omnino nulla es poduus et. Qui enim egris subvenirter, qui esset obulctatio valentium, qui victus aut cultus, nisi tam multi nobis arts ministrerent. Quibus rebus exculta hominum vita tantum, distat evictu et cultu bestiarum. Urbs viro sine hominum coedu non poduisent nec edificari nec frequentari. Ex quo legs moresque constituti, tum iuris equid descriptio surdac vivendi disciplina. Quas res et mensutudo enamorum consecuta, et vericundia est effectumque, ut esset vita munitir, atque ut dando et excipiendo mutuendisque facultatibus, et commodandis nulla re egeremus. Subveniri LC Muller Hein, subvenir BHB BT, ed. Et qui nocent BT, 2. Et e qui nocent BHB BT, 1. Et e qui nocent L, e qui nocent C. Qui subvenirter Gernhard ed. Qui subvenir BH quis subvenert LC quid subvenert B. Distat LCP Muller Hein, destitute BHB BT. Descriptio HB, descriptio BSC. Mutuendisque facultatibus et commodandis nonius BT2 Muller, mutandisque facultatibus et commodis MSS. BT 1 Hein. Mutual helpfulness the key to civilization. Hash. Roman 4. And how could houses ever have been provided in the first place for the human race, to keep out the rigors of the cold and alleviate the discomforts of the heat? Or how could the ravages of furious tempest, or of earthquake, or of time upon them afterward, have been repaired, had not the bonds of social life taught men in such events to look to their fellow men for help? 14. Think of the aqueducts, canals, irrigation works, breakwaters, artificial harbors. How should we have these without the work of man? From these and many other illustrations, it is obvious that we could not in any way, without the work of man's hands, have received the profits and the benefits accruing from inanimate things. Finally, of what profit or service could animals be without the cooperation of man? For it was men who were the foremost in discovering what use could be made of each beast. And today, if it were not for man's labor, we could neither feed them nor break them in nor take care of them, nor yet secure the profits from them in due season. By man, 2 noxious beasts are destroyed, and those that can be of use are captured. 15. Why should I recount the multitude of arts without which life would not be worth living at all? For how would the sick be healed? What pleasure would the well enjoy? What comfort should we have if there were not so many arts to minister to our wants? In all these respects, the civilized life of man is far removed from the standard of the comforts and wants of the lower animals. And without the association of men, cities could not have been built or peopled. In consequence of city life, laws and customs were established, and then came the equitable distribution of private rights and a definite social system. Upon these institutions followed a more humane spirit and consideration for others, with the result that life was better supplied with all it requires, and by giving and receiving, by mutual exchange of commodities and conveniences, we succeeded in meeting all our wants. 16 V longius hoc loco sumus, quam necess est. Quis est enim, qui non perspicua scintilla, qui pluribus verbis appenidio commemoranter, neminum nec dusum bello nec principum domi magnas reset salutaire sine hominum studiis gerer potuus. Commemorator ob eo Themistocles, Pericles, Cyrus, Agesilaus, Alexander, quos neget sine adiamentis hominum tantas resificere potuus. Uditer in re non dubia testibus non necessariis. Ac ut magnas utilitates ad episemer conspiration hominum ac consensu. Sic nulla tam detestabilis pestis est, qui non homini ab homine nascitur. Est diciaci liberd interridu hominum, peripatitisae magni et copiosi, qui collectis ceteris causis alluvianis, pestilentiae vastitatis, belluarum etiam repentini multitudinis, quarum impetu docet quidem hominum genera esse consumpta, deigned comparet, quanto plurs deleti sint homines hominum impetu, id est bellis aut seditionibus, quam omni reliqua calamitate. 17 cum igiter hic locus nihil habet dubitationis, quin homines plurimum hominibus et prosint et absint, proprium hoc statuo es virtutis, conciliar animos hominum et ad usus suos adiunger. Id ac qui in rebus inanimus quic in usu et tractation, belluarum fiant utiliter, ad hominem videm, artibus e tribunter operosus. Hominum autem studia ad amplificationem nostrarum, rerum prompta ac parita virorum prestantium, sapientia, et virtut excitenter. 18 etenim virtus omnes tribus in rebus fear vertiter. Quarum una est in perspiciendo, quid in quaque verum sincerumque sit, quid consentinium cuique, quid consequens, ex quo quic gignanter, qui cuius gre causa sit, alterum cohiber modus animi turbatos, quos Grisae pi letter 1 F71 theta eta nominant, appetitionesque, quas illi letter 1 F41 rho mu letter 1 F71 sigma, obodience efficere rationi, tertium iis. Quibuscum congregemur, iudi moderat et scienter, quorum studiis e qui natura desiderat, expleta cumulatic habemus, per iastemque, si quid importator nobis incommodi, propulsmus ulsus camerc ius, qui noser nobis canati sint, tantec pona officiamus, quantum equitas humanidesque patitor. Bello bhb muller hein, belli lcp bt. Usu at lcp, not in bhb, bracketed by bt, 1. Virorum prestantium, bracketed by ed. 16 vi have dwelt longer on this point than was necessary. For who is there to whom those facts which Panidius narrates at great length are not self-evident, namely, that no one, either as a general in war or as a statesman at home, could have accomplished great things for the benefit of the state, without the hearty co-operation of other men. He cites the deeds of Themistocles, Pericles, Cyrus, Agesilaus, Alexander, who, he says, could not have achieved so great success without the support of other men. He calls in witnesses, whom he does not need, to prove a fact that no one questions. Man's hurtfulness to man, And yet, as on the one hand, we secure great advantages through the sympathetic cooperation of our fellowmen, so, on the other, there is no curse so terrible, but it is brought down by man upon man. There is a book by Decius on the destruction of human life. He was a famous and eloquent peripatetic, and he gathered together all the other causes of destruction: floods, epidemics, famines, and sudden incursions of wild animals in myriads, by whose assaults, he informs us, whole tribes of men have been wiped out. And then he proceeds to show by way of comparison how many more men have been destroyed by the assaults of men, that is, by wars or revolutions, than by any and all other sorts of calamity. Cooperation and the virtues, 17. Since, therefore, there can be no doubt on this point, That man is the source of both the greatest help and the greatest harm to man. I set it down as the peculiar function of virtue to win the hearts of men and to attach them to one's own service. And so those benefits that human life derives from inanimate objects and from the employment and use of animals are ascribed to the industrial arts. The cooperation of men, on the other hand, prompt and ready for the advancement of our interests, is secured through wisdom and virtue. 18 asterisk, and indeed, virtue in general may be said to consist almost wholly in three properties. The first is the ability to perceive what in any given instance is true and real, what its relations are, its consequences, and its causes. The second is the ability to restrain the passions, which the Greeks call pi letter 1f7 1 theta eta, and make the impulses, letter 1f41 rho mu alpha letter 1f7 7, obedient to reason. And the third is the skill to treat with consideration and wisdom those with whom we are associated, in order that we may through their cooperation have our natural wants supplied in full and overflowing measure, that we may ward off any impending trouble, avenge ourselves upon those who have attempted to injure us, and visit them with such retribution as justice and humanity will permit. 19 asterisk Roman 6. Quibus autem rationibus hanc facultatem assequi possumus, ut hominem studia complectamer ec tenimus, dismus, nec ita multo post, sed pauca anti dicenda sunt. Magnam vim esse in fortuna in utranc partum, vel secundas ad res vel adverses quis ignoret? Nam et, cum prospero flaudu ius udimer, ad exitus pervihimer optatos et, cum reflavit affligimer. Hic igiter ipsa fortuna ceteros casus rarius habet, primum ob inanimus procellas tempestates naufragia ruinas incendia, deinda bestiaes ictus morsis impetus, hic ergo, ut dixi rarira. 20 asterisk et viro interritus exercituum, ut proxem trium, sep multorum, clades imperatorum, ut nuper summi et singularis viri, invidii praeterea multitudinis ac ob eis beni meritorum sep civium expulsions, calamitates, fugi rursusc secundi res, honors, imperia, victoriae, quanquam fortuita sunt, tamen sine hominum opibus et studiis nutrem in partum officii possunt. Hoc igiter cognito dicendum est, quanam modo hominum studia ad utilitates nostras alicere ac excitere possumus. Qui si longior furit oratio, cum magnitudine utilitatis comparator, ida fortes etiam brevior videbiter. Asterisk 21 asterisk quicumc igiter homines homini tribunt ad eam agendum ac honestandum, aut benevolentiae gratia faciunt, cum aliquid causa quempium diligunt, aut honoris, si cuius virtutum suspiciunt, quemque dignum fortuna quam amplissim apputent, aut cui fidem habent et beni rebus sues consular arbitranter, aut cuius opes metuant, aut contra, equibus aliquid expectant. Ut cum reges populares pomines largitions aliquas proponent, aut postremo pretio ac mercy ducunter, qui sordidissima est alaquidem ratio et inquinitissima et iis, qui e tenenter, et illis, qui ad eam confuger cananter. Asterisk 22 asterisk male anim si res habet, cum, quod virtut officii debit, id tempteter pecunia. Sed quoniam non numquam hoc subsidium necessarium est, quem ad modum sit utendum eo, dismus, si prius iis de rebus, qui virtudi propiores sunt, dixerimus. Atque etiam subiciunt, si homines imperio ulterius et potestati de causis pluribus. Ducunter enim aut benevolentia, aut beneficiarum magnitudine, aut dignitatis praestantia, aut spe sibi id util futurum aut medu, ni Roman 6 para cogenter, aut spe largitionis promissis capti aut postremo, ut sep in nostra republica vidmus, merced conducti. Aim se ed, ebhab. Iis ed, his bhab, hij c. Promisisc lc ed, promissionisc bhab, promissionibusc alii. 19 asterisk Roman 6. I shall presently discuss the means by which we can gain the ability to win and hold the affections of our fellowmen, but I must say a few words by way of preface. Cooperation versus fortune, hash. Who fails to comprehend the enormous twofold power of fortune for weal and for woe? When we enjoy her favoring breeze, we are wafted over to the wished-for haven. When she blows against us, we are dashed to destruction. Fortune herself, then, does send those other less usual calamities, arising first from inanimate nature hurricanes, storms, shipwrecks, catastrophes, conflagrations. Second, from wild beasts' kicks, bites, and attacks. But these, as I have said, are comparatively rare. 20. But think, on the one side, of the destruction of armies, 3 lately, and many others at many different times, the loss of generals, of a very able and eminent commander recently, the hatred of the masses, 2, and the banishment that as a consequence frequently comes to men of eminent services, their degradation and voluntary exile. Think, on the other hand, of the successes, the civil and military honors, and the victories. Though all these contain an element of chance, still they cannot be brought about, whether for good or for ill, without the influence and the cooperation of our fellow men. With this understanding of the influence of fortune, I may proceed to explain how we can win the affectionate cooperation of our fellows and enlist it in our service. And if the discussion of this point is unduly prolonged, let the length be compared with the importance of the object in view. It will then, perhaps, seem even too short. How men are led to promote another's interests. 21. Whenever, then, people bestow anything upon a fellow man to raise his estate or his dignity, it may be from any one of several motives. 1. It may be out of goodwill, when for some reason they are fond of him. 2. It may be from esteem, if they look up to his worth and think him deserving of the most splendid fortune a man can have. 3. They may have confidence in him and think that they are thus acting for their own interests. Or 4. They may fear his power. 5. They may, on the contrary, hope for some favor as, for example, when princes or demagogues bestow gifts of money. Or, finally, 6. They may be moved by the promise of payment or reward. This last is, I admit, the meanest and most sordid motive of all, both for those who are swayed by it and for those who venture to resort to it. 22. For things are in a bad way, when that which should be obtained by merit is attempted by money. But since recourse to this kind of support is sometimes indispensable, I shall explain how it should be employed. But first I shall discuss those qualities which are more closely allied to merit. Now, it is by various motives that people are led to submit to another's authority and power. They may be influenced, 1. By goodwill, 2. By gratitude for generous favors conferred upon them, 3. By the eminence of that other's social position, or by the hope that their submission will turn to their own account, 4. By fear that they may be compelled perforce to submit, 5. They may be captivated by the hope of gifts of money and by liberal promises. Or, finally, 6. They may be bribed with money, as we have frequently seen in our own country. 23. Roman 7. Omnium autem rerum nec aptius est, quicquam ad opes tuendas, ac tenendas quam diligi nec alienius quam timeri. Preclare enim Aeneas. Thyestes, Fab. Inc., Vol. 2, 402. Quam metuant oderunt, quem quisque odit, Pirius expetit. Multorum autem odiis nullas opes posse absister. Si antia fuit ignotum, nuper est cognitum. Nec vir huius tyranni solium, quem armis oppressa percilit civitas ac paret, cum maxi mortuo, interritus declaret, quantum odium hominum velet ad pestum, sed reliquarum similis exitus tyrannorum, quorum hod fear quisquam talem interritum effugit, malus enim est custos diuternitatis, metus contraque benevolentia fidelis, vel ad perpetuitatem. 24. Sed iis, qui Roman 6 oppressos imperio caiusint, sit sane ad hibenda civitia, ut eris in famulos, si a lighter teneri non passant. Qui viro in libera civitate ita si instrunt, ut metuenter, iis nihil potest esse dementius. Quamvis enim sint demersi legs alicuius opibus, quamvis time facta libertas, emergent tamen hic aliquando aut iudiciis tacitus aut occultis de honor suffrages. Acriers autem morsus sunt intermissi libertatis quam retenti. Quadigitur laticime patet nec ad incolumidatum solium, sed etiam ad opes et potentium valet plurimum, id amplictamer, ut metus absit, caritas retiniter. Ida facilime qui volmus, et privates in rebus et in re publica consequemer. Etenim qui si medui volunt, aquibus metuenter, eostem metuant ipsi nesses est. 25. Quid enim, sensemus superiorum alum Dionysium, quo cruciatu timoris angi solitum, qui cultros metuns tensorios candent carbon sibi, adjurabat capillum. Quid Alexandrum ferium quo animo vixis arbitramer. Qui ut scriptum legimus, cum uxorum Theban ad modum diligerit, tamen ad eam ex epulies in cubiculum veniens barbarum, et eam quaedam, ut scriptum est, cum punctum notis thraciis, districto gladio eubebet anter primitebec destipitoribus sues, qui scruderenter arculas mulibers et, ni quad investimentis telum occulterator exquirent. O miserum, qui fidelirum et barbarum et stigmatium puterit quam coniugem. Nec eam fefelit, ob est enim ipso propter pelicatus suspicionum interfectus. Nec viro ulla vis imperii tanta est, qui prement medu possit est diuturna. 26 testis est phaleris, cuius est praeter ceteros nobilitata crudelitas, qui non ex insidiis interiit, ut is, quem modo dixi. Alexander, non appossus, ut hic noster, sed in quem universa agrigentinorum multitudo impedum fecit. Quid, Macedones nonni Demetrium reliquerant universic si ad Pyrrhum concelerant. Quid, Laestimonios iniest imperantes nonni repent omnis fear, socii deserurant spectatorsk, si odiosos preburant luctrici calamitatis. Ac paret cum maxi mortuo Halm Muller, hein paret cum maxi mortuo C1 BT. Parec CMML, apparit cuius maxi mordui B, apparit cuius maxi pordui BHA. Valetsi, vale BHB. Ut eris bater, ut iris B, uteris L, uter his H, uter IISB, uter his A, utenter is C. IIS ed, his BHL a hij C, his B. The motive of love versus that of fear, hash. 23 Romans 7. But of all motives, none is better adapted to secure influence and hold it fast than love. Nothing is more foreign to that end than fear. For Aeneas says admirably, whom they fear they hate, and whom one hates one hopes to see him dead. And we recently discovered, if it was not known before, that no amount of power can withstand the hatred of the many. Hatred of tyranny. Hash the death of this tyrant, whose yoke the state endured under the constraint of armed force, and whom it still obeys more humbly than ever, though he is dead, illustrates the deadly effects of popular hatred. And the same lesson is taught by the similar fate of all other despots, of whom practically no one has ever escaped such a death. For fear is but a poor safeguard of lasting power, while affection, on the other hand, may be trusted to keep it safe forever. 24 But those who keep subjects in check by force would of course have to employ severity masters, for example, toward their servants, when these cannot be held in control in any other way. But those who in a free state deliberately put themselves in a position to be feared are the maddest of the mad. For let the laws be never so much overborne by some one individual's power, let the spirit of freedom be never so intimidated, still sooner or later they assert themselves, either through unvoiced public sentiment, or through secret ballots disposing of some high office of state. Freedom suppressed and again regained bites with keener fangs than freedom never endangered. Let us then embrace this policy, which appeals to every heart and is the strongest support not only of security, but also of influence and power, namely, to banish fear and cleave to love. And thus we shall most easily secure success both in private and in public life. Furthermore, those who wish to be feared must inevitably be afraid of those whom they intimidate. 25 Hash the wretchedness of fear. Hash what, for instance, shall we think of the elder Dionysius? With what tormenting fears he used to be racked, for through fear of the barber's razor, he used to have his hair singed off with a glowing coal. In what state of mind do we fancy Alexander of Phaerae lived? We read in history that he dearly loved his wife Thebe, and yet, whenever he went from the banquet hall to her in her chamber, he used to order a barbarian one, too tattooed like a Thracian, as the records state, to go before him with a drawn sword, and he used to send ahead some of his bodyguard to pry into the ladies' caskets and to search and see whether some weapon were not concealed in her wardrobe. Unhappy man, to think a barbarian, a branded slave, more faithful than his own wife. Nor was he mistaken, for he was murdered by her own hand because she suspected him of infidelity. And indeed, no power is strong enough to be lasting if it labors under the weight of fear. 26 Witness Phalaris, whose cruelty is notorious beyond that of all others. He was slain, not treacherously, like that Alexander whom I named, but now, not by a few conspirators, like that tyrant of ours, but the whole population of Agrigentum rose against him with one accord. Again, did not the Macedonians abandon Demetrius and march over as one man to Pyrrhus? And again, when the Spartans exercised their supremacy tyrannically, did not practically all the allies desert them and view their disaster at Leuctra as idle spectators? Julius Caesar. Roman 8, externa libentius in tali re quam domestica recordor. Verum tamen, quam diu imperium populi Romani beneficiis tenebater, non in iuriis, bella out pro sociis out d'imperio gerabanter. Exitus erant bellorum out mites out necessarii, regum, populorum, nationum portus erat et refugium senatus. *27 nostri autem magistratus imperatorsk, ex hac una re maximam laudum capere studibant, si provincias, si socios equitate et fide defendissent. 27. Idac alud patrocinium orbis terri virius quam imperium potret nominari. Sensum hanc consududinum et disciplinam eam antia minubamus, post viro sulli victoriam penitus amissimus. Desidum est enim vidri quicquam in socios iniquam, cum extidisset in cives tanta crudelitas. Ergo in illo secuta est honestam causam non honesta victoria. Est enim ossus dicer, hasta posita cum bona in foro venderit et, benorum virorum et locupletium et cert civium, predum si suum vendir. Secutus est, qui in causa impia, victoria etiam fodir non singulorum civium bona publicarit, sed universes provincias regionesque uno calamitatis iur comprehenderit. 28 Idac vexatis ac perditus exteris nationibus ad exemplum, amissi imperii portari in triumpho massilium vitimus et ex herb triumphari, sine quanumquam nostri, imperators ex Transalpinis bellis triumpharunt. Multipreteria commemorarem nefaria in socios, si hoc uno quicquam sol vidisset indignius. Iur igiter plectimer. Nisi enim multorum impunita celera chilissimus, numquam ad unum tanta pervinis et licentia. A quo quaedam re familiaris ad pacos, cupiditatem ad multos, improbos venit hereditas. 29 nec viro, unquam bellorum civilium semen et causa dirit, dum homines perdidi hastem elam cruntem et memonerint et sperabunt, quam pisella, cum vibraset dictator propinquo suo, idem sexto trisissimo, anno post acceleratir hasta non recessit. Alter autem, qui in alla dictatura scriba furet, in hac fuit quaestor urbanus. Ex quo debit intelligi talibus premiis propositis numquam de futura bella civilia. Idac periets modo urbis stant et manent, iec ipsi eam extrema celera metuens, rem viro publicam penitus amissimus. Atc in his clades insidimus, regiundum est enim ad propositum, dum medui quam cari es et diligi malumus. Qui si populo Romano eniust imperanti accidir poterunt, quid debent puter singuli. Quod cum perspicuum sit, benevolentii vim esse magnam, metus imbecillam sequitur, ut disuramus, quibus rebus facilim possumus eam, quam volumus, adipiscae cum honor et fide caritatum. 30 sed e non peritor omnes egemus. Namad cuiusque videm institutum accommodandum est, a multisni opus sit in satis sit apossis diligi. Cerdum igiter hoc sit, aedcet primum et maxime necessarium familiaritates haber fides amantium nos amacorum et nostrum arantium. Hic enim una res porsis, ut non multum differat inter summos et mediocris viros, ec utrisk est propimatum comparanda. 31 honor et gloria et benevolentia civium fortes non ec omnes egent, sed tamen, si cui hic sepetunt, adiuvant aliquentum cum ad cetera, tum ad amicitias comparandas. PC ed, lbhb. Enim una bater, enim est una MSS. Ec lund, ec MSS. The Old Republic and the New Despotism, #. Roman 8. I prefer in this connection to draw my illustrations from foreign history rather than from our own. Let me add, however, that as long as the empire of the Roman people maintained itself by acts of service, not of oppression, wars were waged in the interest of our allies or to safeguard our supremacy. The end of our wars was marked by acts of clemency or by only a necessary degree of severity. The Senate was a haven of refuge for kings, tribes, and nations. *27 and the highest ambition of our magistrates and generals was to defend our provinces and allies with justice and honor. 27. And so our government could be called more accurately a protectorate of the world than a dominion. This policy and practice we had begun gradually to modify even before Sulla's time, but since his victory, we have departed from it altogether. For the time had gone by when any oppression of the allies could appear wrong, seeing that atrocities so outrageous were committed against Roman citizens. In Sulla's case, therefore, an unrighteous victory disgraced a righteous cause. For when he had planted his spear, and was selling under the hammer in the forum the property of men who were patriots and men of wealth, and at least Roman citizens, he had the effrontery to announce that he was selling his spoils. After him came one who, in an unholy cause, made an even more shameful use of victory, for he did not stop at confiscating the property of individual citizens, but actually embraced whole provinces and countries in one common ban of ruin. 28. And so, when foreign nations had been oppressed and ruined, we have seen a model of Marseille carried in a triumphal procession, to serve as proof to the world that the supremacy of the people had been forfeited. And that triumph we saw celebrated over a city without whose help our generals have never gained a triumph for their wars beyond the Alps. I might mention many other outrages against our allies, if the sun had ever beheld anything more infamous than this particular one. The wages of the sin of Rome, justly therefore, are we being punished. For if we had not allowed the crimes of many to go unpunished, so great license would never have centered in one individual. His estate descended by inheritance to but a few individuals, his ambitions to many scoundrels. 29. And never will the seed and occasion of civil war be wanting, so long as villains remember that blood-stained spear and hope to see another. As Publius Sulla wielded that spear, when his kinsman was dictator, so again 36 years later he did not shrink from a still more criminal spear. And still another Sulla, who was a mere clerk under the former dictatorship, was under the later one a city quaestor. From this, one would realize that, if such rewards are offered, civil wars will never cease to be. And so in Rome, only the walls of her houses remain standing and, even they wait now in fear of the most unspeakable crimes but our republic we have lost forever. But to return to my subject. It is while we have preferred to be the object of fear rather than of love and affection, that all these misfortunes have fallen upon us. And if such retribution could overtake the Roman people for their injustice and tyranny, what ought private individuals to expect? And since it is manifest that the power of goodwill is so great and that of fear is so weak, it remains for us to discuss by what means we can most readily win the affection, linked with honor and confidence, which we desire. The acquisition of friends, 30, but we do not all feel this need to the same extent, for it must be determined in conformity with each individual's vocation in life, whether it is essential for him to have the affection of many or whether the love of a few will suffice. Let this then be settled as the first and absolute essential that we have the devotion of friends, affectionate and loving, who value our worth. For in just this one point, there is but little difference between the greatest and the ordinary man, and friendship is to be cultivated almost equally by both. 31. All men do not, perhaps, stand equally in need of political honor, fame, and the goodwill of their fellow citizens. Nevertheless, if these honors come to a man, they help in many ways, and especially in the acquisition of friends. The Romans were accustomed to set up a spear as a sign of an auction sale symbol derived from the sale of booty taken in war. Roman 9. Sed de amicitia alio libro dictum est, qui inscribitur Laelius, nunc dicemus de gloria, quamquam equoque de re du sunt nostri libri, sed attingemus, quandaquidem in rebus maioribus administrandis adiuvet plurimum. Summa igitur et perfecta gloria constat ex tribus his, si diligit multitudo, si fidem habet, si cum admiration quadam honor dignos pudet. Hic autem, si est simpliciter breviturc dicendum, quibus rebus perienter a singulis, aestum fear a multitudine. Sed est alius quo quidem additus ad multitudinem, ut in universorum animos tamquem influra possumus. 32 AC primum delis tribus, qui antidixi, benevolenti precepta videmus. Qui quidem capiter beneficiis maxime, secundo autem loco voluntate benefica benevolentia movetur, etiamsi res forte non sapitit, vehementer autem amor multitudinis commovetur ipsa fama et opinioni liberalitatis, beneficentiae iustitii, fidae omniumque iram virtutum, qui pertinent ad mansitudinem morum ac facilitatum. Etenim illud ipsum, quod honestum decorum dissimus, quia per si nobis placit animosque omnium natura et species sua commovit maxime quaes et perlucit XIIs, quas commemoravi virtutibus id circo illos, in quibus es virtuts esse remur, a natura ipsa diliger cogimer. Ac he quaedam causi diligendi gravissimi, possunt enim praeterea non nulli es leviers. 33 fids autem ut habeter, duobus rebus offici potest, si existimabimur adepti coniunctam, cum iustitia prudentiam. Nomet iis fidem habemus, quos plus intelliger quam nos arbitramur quasque, et futura prospicere credimus et, cum res agater in descriminc ventum sit, expedier rem et concilium ex tempore capere possi. Hanc enim utilum homines existiment veranc prudentiam. Iustes autem et fidis hominibus, id est bonus virus, ida fids habiter, ut nullus sit in iis fraudis in iuriic suspicio. Idac his salutum nostram, his fortunas, his liberos rectisime committee arbitramur. 34 harum igitur duorum ad fidem faciendum iustitia plus polit, quipcum e sine prudentia satis habet auctoritatis, prudentia sine iustitia nihil valet, ad faciendum fidem. Quo enim quis versutir et calidir, hoc invisir et suspectir est detracta opinioni probitatis. Quam ob rem intelligentiae iustitia coniuncta, quantum valet, habet ad faciendum fidem virium. Iustitia sine prudentia multum potrit, sine iustitia nihil valebit prudentia. Et fidis MSS, del faciolati Pierce BT, ed. IISB, his HAB, Hij C. Roman 9. But friendship has been discussed in another book of mine, entitled Laelius. The Attainment of Glory. Let us now take up the discussion of glory, although I have published 2 books on that subject also. Still, let us touch briefly on it here, since it is a very great help in the conduct of more important business. The highest, truest glory depends upon the following 3 things: the affection, the confidence, and the mingled admiration and esteem of the people. Such sentiments, if I may speak plainly and concisely, are awakened in the masses in the same way as in individuals. How to gain popularity. But there is also another avenue of approach to the masses, by which we can, as it were, steal into the hearts of all at once. 1. Through goodwill. 32. But of the 3 above-named requisites, let us look first at good will and the rules for securing it. Good will is won principally through kind services. Next to that, it is elicited by the will to do a kind service, even though nothing happened to come of it. Then, 2. The love of people generally is powerfully attracted by a man's mere name and reputation for generosity, kindness, justice, honor, and all those virtues that belong to gentleness of character and affability of manner. And because that very quality which we term moral goodness and propriety is pleasing to us by and of itself, and touches all our hearts both by its inward essence and its outward aspect, and shines forth with most luster through those virtues named above, we are, therefore, compelled by nature herself to love those in whom we believe those virtues to reside. Now these are only the most powerful motives to love, not all of them. There may be some minor ones besides. 2. Through confidence. 33. Secondly, the command of confidence can be secured on 2 conditions. 1. If people think us possessed of practical wisdom combined with a sense of justice. For we have confidence in those who we think have more understanding than ourselves, who, we believe, have better insight into the future, and who, when an emergency arises and a crisis comes, can clear away the difficulties and reach a safe decision according to the exigencies of the occasion. For that kind of wisdom, the world accounts genuine and practical. But 2, confidence is reposed in men who are just and true, that is, good men on the definite assumption that their characters admit of no suspicion of dishonesty or wrongdoing. And so, we believe that it is perfectly safe to entrust our lives, our fortunes, and our children to their care. Justice versus wisdom. 34 asterisk of these 2 qualities, then, justice has the greater power to inspire confidence, for even without the aid of wisdom, it has considerable weight. But wisdom without justice is of no avail to inspire confidence, For take from a man his reputation for probity, and the more shrewd and clever he is, the more hated and mistrusted he becomes. Therefore, justice combined with practical wisdom will command all the confidence we can desire. Justice without wisdom will be able to do much. Wisdom without justice will be of no avail at all. Now lost, though they were still known to Petrarch. Cicero means by kind services the services of the lawyer. He was forbidden by law to accept a fee. His services, if he contributed them, were acts of kindness. 35 X sed ni qui sit admiratus, cur, cum inter omnes philosophos consteta mec ipso seep disputatum sit. Quienem haberit, omnes haber virtuts, nunc ita seingam, quae possit quisquam, qui non idem prudens sit, iustus esse, alia est la, cum veritas ipsa limitur in disputation, subtilitas alia, cum ad opinionum communum omnes accommodator oratio. Quam ab rem, ut valgus, ita nos hoc loco laquimur, ut alios fortes, alios viros bonos, alios prudens esse dicemus, popularibus enim verbis est agendum et usitatis, cum laquimur de opinioni populari, id eadem modo fecit penedius. Sed ad propositum revertimur. 36 Erat igiter XIII tribus, qui ad gloriam pertinerent, hoc tertium, ut cum admiration hominum honor ob iis digni iudicirmer. Admiranter igiter communiter illiquidem omnia, qui magna et praeter opinionum suum animadverterunt, separatum autem, in singulis si perspiciunt nec opinata quidem bona. Idac ius viros suspiciunt maximisque efferent laudibus, in quibus existiment si excellence quastum et singulars perspicere virtuts, despiciunt autem ius et contemnant, in quibus nihil virtutis, nihil animi, nihil nervorum putant. Non enim omnes ius contemnant, de quibus male existiment. Nam quos improbos, maleticos, fraudulentos putant et ad faciendum iniurium instructos, ius hod contemnant quidem, sed de iis male existiment. Quam ab rem, ut antidixi, contemnantur Roman II, qui nec sibi nec alteri. Ut dissiter, in quibus nullus labor, nulla industria, nulla cura est. 37 Admiration autem officienter Roman II, qui anter ceteris verdut putanter et cum omni cara dedicor, tum viro iis vidiis, quibus alii non facile possunt absister. Nam et voluptates, blandissimi domini, maioris parties animos of virtut detorquent et, dolorum cum ad moventer faces, praeter modum pleric exterrenter, vita mors, divici paupertas omnes homines vehementis impermovent. Quiqui in utranc partem excelso animo magnoque despiciunt, cumc aliqua iis ampla et honesta res obecta est, todos ad si convertit et rapit, tum quis non admirter splendorum pulchritudem virtutis. Laquemer b, laquemer hb, laquemer c. IISBT, his bh hid c, not in a b. IISBT, his bh a b, hid c. Hod contemnant quidem b, bt. 2. Contemnant quidem nauticquem bh a p, bt. 1. Hein, contemnant quidem nequaquem c, non contemnant quidem madvig Muller. IISB ed, his h a b, hid c. Roman 2 bb, hia h, hia hij, CISO section 37. Maioris parties animos c, ed. Maioris parties animi b, maioris parts animi h a b. 35 x. But I am afraid someone may wonder why I am now separating the virtues as if it were possible for anyone to be just who is not at the same time wise. For it is agreed upon among all philosophers, and I myself have often argued, that he who has one virtue has them all. The explanation of my apparent inconsistency is that the precision of speech we employ, when abstract truth is critically investigated in philosophic discussion, is one thing, and that employed, when we are adapting our language entirely to popular thinking, is another. And therefore I am speaking here in the popular sense, when I call some men brave, others good, and still others wise. For in dealing with popular conceptions, we must employ familiar words in their common acceptation, and this was the practice of Panedius likewise. But let us return to the subject. 3. Through esteem and admiration, 36 the third, then, of the three conditions I named as essential to glory, is that we be accounted worthy of the esteem and admiration of our fellow men. While people admire in general everything that is great or better than they expect, they admire in particular the good qualities that they find unexpectedly in individuals. And so they reverence and extol with the highest praises those men in whom they see certain preeminent and extraordinary talents, and they look down with contempt upon those who they think have no ability, no spirit, no energy. For they do not despise all those of whom they think ill. For some men they consider unscrupulous, slanderous, fraudulent, and dangerous. They do not despise them, it may be, but they do think ill of them. And therefore, as I said before, those are despised who are of no use to themselves or their neighbors, as the saying is, who are idle, lazy, and indifferent. 37 asterisk on the other hand, those are regarded with admiration who are thought to excel others in ability, and to be free from all dishonor and also from those vices which others do not easily resist. For sensual pleasure, a most seductive mistress, turns the hearts of the greater part of humanity away from virtue, and when the fiery trial of affliction draws near, most people are terrified beyond measure. Life and death, wealth and want affect all men most powerfully. But when men, with a spirit great and exalted, can look down upon such outward circumstances, whether prosperous or adverse, and when some noble and virtuous purpose, presented to their minds, converts them wholly to itself and carries them away in its pursuit, who then could fail to admire in them the splendor and beauty of virtue? 38 asterisks I ergo et hic animi dispicientia admirabilitatem magnum facet et maxime iustitia. Ex qua una verdut viri boni appellanter, mirifica quidem multitudini vidter, nec in iuria. Nemo enim iustus esse potest qui mortem, qui dolorum, qui exilium, qui agestatum timit, aut qui sunt his contraria, equitati anteponet. Maxime admiranter eum qui pecunia non movetur, quod in quo viro perspectum sit, hunc igni spectatum arbitranter. Idac elatria, qui proposita sunt ad gloriam, omnia iustitia confissit, et benevolentiam, quod prodis vult plurimis, et ob indem causam fidem et admirationem, quod is res spurnit et negligit, ad quas pleric inflammati aviditate rapienter. 39 asterisk AC me quidem sententia omnes ratio ac institutio vidi adiamenta hominum desiderat, in primisc ut habet, quibus composit familiars confera sermons, quod est difficile, nisi specim pre te boni viri fieras. Ergo etiam solitario homini ac in agro videm agenti opinio iustitui necessaria est, eac etiam magis, quod, eam si non habunt, nullis praesidias septi multis efficienter in iuriis. 40 96 ac iis etiam, qui vendunt emunt, conducunt locant contrahendisc negodiis implicanter, iustitia ad rem gerundum necessaria est, cuius tanta vis est, ut ni aliquidem, qui maleficio et celer pascunter, possent sine ulla particula iustitii viver. Nam qui earum cuipium, qui una latricinanter, furatur aliquid aut eripit, is sibi ni in latricinio quidem relinquit locum, ille autumn, qui archiparata dissiter, nisi equabiliter predem dispersiat, aut interficiater associis aut relinquater. Quin etiam leges latronum esse dicunter, quibus perient, quas observant. Idac propter equibilum predi partitionum, et bargeles illyrius latro, de quo est apud theopompum, magnas ops habuit et multo maiores variathis lusitanus. Cui quidem etiam exercitus nostri imperators cesserunt, quem si laelius, is qui sapiens usurpator, praeter fregit et comminuit fercidate nc ius ida repressit, ut facile bellum reliquis traderit. Cum igitur tanta vis iustitii sit, ut e etiam latronum ops firmit ac agit, quantem ius vim inter legs, et iudicia, et in constitutor republica for pudemus. Aeneas de habunter bhb, bracketed by faxiolati, ed. Iis ed, his bhb not in c. Justice is the best way to popularity, hash. 38 asterisk, Zayas then, this superiority of mind to such externals inspires great admiration, so justice, above all, on the basis of which alone men are called good men, seems to people generally a quite marvelous virtue and not without good reason. For no one can be just who fears death or pain or exile or poverty, or who values their opposites above equity. And people admire especially the man who is uninfluenced by money, and if a man has proved himself in this direction, they think him tried as by fire. Those three requisites, therefore, which were presupposed as the means of obtaining glory, are all secured by justice. 1. Goodwill, for it seeks to be of help to the greatest number. 2. Confidence, for the same reason. And 3. Admiration, because it scorns and cares nothing for those things, with a consuming passion for which most people are carried away. 39 Now, in my opinion at least, every walk and vocation in life calls for human cooperation first and above all, in order that one may have friends with whom to enjoy social intercourse. And this is not easy, unless one is looked upon as a good man. So, even to a man who shuns society, and to one who spends his life in the country, a reputation for justice is essential even more so than to others. For they who do not have it will have no defense to protect them, and so will be the victims of many kinds of wrong. 40 So also to buyers and sellers, to employers and employed, and to those who are engaged in commercial dealings generally, justice is indispensable for the conduct of business. Honor among thieves. Its importance is so great that not even those who live by wickedness and crime can get on without some small element of justice. For if a robber takes anything by force or by fraud from another member of the gang, he loses his standing even in a band of robbers. And if the one called the pirate captain should not divide the plunder impartially, he would be either deserted or murdered by his comrades. Why? They say that robbers even have a code of laws to observe and obey. And so, because of his impartial division of booty, Barjules, the Illyrian bandit, of whom we read in Theopompus, acquired great power, Variathus of Lusitania much greater. He actually defied even our armies and generals. But Gaius Laelius the one surnamed, the wise in his praetorship crushed his power, reduced him to terms, and so checked his intrepid daring that he left to his successors an easy conquest. Since, therefore, the efficacy of justice is so great that it strengthens and augments the power even of robbers, how great do we think its power will be in a constitutional government with its laws and courts? 41 Roman 12. Mihi quidem non apud medos solium, udate Herodotus, sed etiam apud maiores nostros iusticii fruendi causa videnter olim beni morati reges constituti. Nam cum premurator in ops multitudo ob iis, qui maiores ops habent, ad unum aliquum confugibant virtut prestantum, qui cum prohiberit in iuria tenuirs, equitate constituenda summos cum infimes peri iur retinbat. Idem constituendarum legum fuit causa, qui regum. 42 Ius enim semper est quisitum equabile, nec enim aliter esset ius. Id si ob uno iusto et bono viro consequebenter, erant eo contenti. Cum id minus contingerit, leg sunt inventi, qui cum omnibus semper una ac idem voce loquerenter. Ergo hoc quidem perspicuum est, ius ad imperandum deligi solidos, quorum de iustitia magna esset opinio multitudines. Adiuncto viro, ut item etiam prudens haberenter, nihil erat, quod homines iis octoribus non possi consequi si arbitrarenter. Omni igiter ration colenda et retinenda iustitia est, cum ipsa per ses, nam aliter iustitia non esset, tum propter amplificationum honoris et gloriae. Sed ut pecunii non querendi solium ratio est, verum etiam collicandi, qui perpetuos sumptus suppeditet, nec solium necessarios, sed etiam liberales, sic gloria et querenda et collicanda ration est. 43 Zen mem. Roman 2:6, 39 quamquam preclare Socrates hanc viam ad gloriam proximam et quaes I compendarium dispet esse, si quis id agerit, ut, qualis haberi velit, talis esset. Quodsi qui simulation et inani ostentation, et ficto non modo sermon, sed etiam voltus stabilum si gloriam consequi possi renter, viamenter errant. Vira gloria radices agit ac etiam propagator, ficta omnia celeritor tamquam flosculi dissident, nec simulatum potest quicquam esse diuturnum. Testes sunt per multi in utranc partum, sed brevitatis causa familia contenti eramus una. T. Enim gracchus pf tam diu laudabiter, dum memoria rerum Romanarum mainbit. Et ius filiae nec vivi probabenter bonus, et mortui numerum obtinent iursisorum. In ops inferior MSS, ed. In odio IE at will BHABP, anicio equals inidio C. In femis C ed. In fiamis B a B, infirmos H. Retinbat C ed. Pertinbat BHAP pertinbant B. Kings chosen for the sake of justice, 41 Roman 12. Now it seems to me, at least, that not only among the Medes as Herodotus tells us, but also among our own ancestors, men of high moral character were made kings in order that the people might enjoy justice. For, as the masses in their helplessness were oppressed by the strong, they appealed for protection to some one man who was conspicuous for his virtue. And as he shielded the weaker classes from wrong, he managed by establishing equitable conditions to hold the higher and the lower classes in an equality of right. The reason for making constitutional laws was the same as that for making kings. 42 For what people have always sought is equality of rights before the law. For rights that were not open to all alike would be no rights. If the people secured their end at the hands of one just and good man, they were satisfied with that. But when such was not their good fortune, laws were invented to speak to all men at all times in one and the same voice. This, then, is obvious. Nations used to select for their rulers those men whose reputation for justice was high in the eyes of the people. If in addition they were also thought wise, there was nothing that men did not think they could secure under such leadership. Justice is, therefore, in every way to be cultivated and maintained, both for its own sake, for otherwise it would not be justice, and for the enhancement of personal honor and glory. But as there is a method not only of acquiring money, but also of investing it so as to yield an income to meet our continuously recurring expenses both for the necessities and for the more refined comforts of life, so there must be a method of gaining glory and turning it to account. 43 The way to glory is justice. And yet, as Socrates used to express it so admirably, the nearest way to glory a shortcut, as it were, is to strive to be what you wish to be thought to be. For if anyone thinks that he can win lasting glory by pretense, by empty show, by hypocritical talk and looks, he is very much mistaken. True glory strikes deep root and spreads its branches wide, but all pretenses soon fall to the ground like fragile flowers, and nothing counterfeit can be lasting. There are very many witnesses to both facts, but for brevity's sake, I shall confine myself to one family. Tiberius Gracchus, Publius's son, will be held in honor as long as the memory of Rome shall endure. But his sons were not approved by patriots while they lived, and since they are dead, they are numbered among those whose murder was justifiable. Roman 13. Qui igitur ad episcae verum gloriam volet, iusticii fungetur officiis. 20-41 E qui assent, dictum est in libro superior. Verum gloriam ed, verum iusticii gloriam MSS. Ways of winning a good name, Roman 13. If, therefore, anyone wishes to win true glory, let him discharge the duties required by justice, and what they are has been set forth in the course of the preceding book. 44 Roman 13. Sed ut facilime, quale simis, tales esse vidamer, etsi in eo ipso vis maxima est, ut simis Roman 2, qui haberi velimus, tamen quidem preceptidanda sunt. Nam si quis ob inunt edate habet causam celebritatis et nemines aut pater acceptem. Quod tibi, me Cicero, arbiter contigus, aut aliquo caju ac fortuna, in hunc oculi omnium caniscienter ac in eum, quid agat, quem ad modum vivat, inquiritur et tamquem in clarissima luce versetur, ida nullum obscurum potest nec dictum ius esse nec factum. 45 Quorum autem prima edas propter humilidatum et obscuritatem in hominum ignoration versitur. Roman 2, simul ac euvines esse coeperunt, magna specter, et ad e rectis studiis debent contendir. Quod eo firmir animo facient, quia non modo non invidetur iliitati, verum etiam favetur. Prima igitur est adolescenti commendatio ad gloriam, si qua ex bellicis rebus comparari potest, in qua multi apud maiors nostros extiterunt, semper enim fear bella gerabanter. Tua autem edas incidit in id bellum, cuius altera pars celeris nimium habuit, altera felicitatis parum. Quo tamen in bello cum te Pompeius ali prefaciset, magnam laudum et a summo viro et ob exercitu consequeber equitando, iaculando omni militari labor tolerando. Atque equitem tualaus peritur, cum republica cessidit. Mihi autem hic oratio suscepta non diti est, sed degener toto, quam ob rem pergamus ad e, qui restant. 46 ut igiter in reliquis rebus multo meara opera sunt animi quam corporis, sic e res, quas ingenio ac ration persequimer, gratior sunt quam ali, quas viribus. Prima igiter commendatio proficissiter a modestia cum piedate in parents, in suos benevolentia. Facilim autem et in optimam partum cognoscuntur adolescens, qui si ad claros et sapiens viros bene consulens rei publici concelurunt. Quibuscum si frequent sunt, opinionum afferunt populo aerum for si similes, quos sibi ipsi deligerant ad imitandum. 47 p rudely adolescentium ad opinionum et in essentii et iuris scientii p musae commendavit domus. Nam L quidem crassus, cum esset admodum adolescens, non aliend mutuatus est, sed sibi ips peperit maximam laudum ex illa accusation nobili et gloriosa. Et, qua idate qui exercenter, laud officii solent, ut de demos teen excepimus, idate L crassus ostendit id si in foro optime eam facera. Quod etiam tum potret domi cum laud meditari. Roman 2b ed. Hi HIISB Hij C His A. Alteri MSS, Grievous ed. Cum victorious ed. Tum MSS. Et quam inutius ed. Ex qua MSS. 44 Roman 13. But although the very essence of the problem is that we actually be what we wish to be thought to be, still some rules may be laid down to enable us most easily to secure the reputation of being what we are. For if anyone in his early youth has the responsibility of living up to a distinguished name acquired either by inheritance from his father, as, I think, my dear Cicero, is your good fortune, or by some chance or happy combination of circumstances, the eyes of the world are turned upon him. His life and character are scrutinized, and, as if he moved in a blaze of light, not a word and not a deed of his can be kept a secret. 45 those, on the other hand, whose humble and obscure origin has kept them unknown to the world in their early years ought, as soon as they approach young manhood, to set a high ideal before their eyes and to strive with unswerving zeal towards its realization. This they will do with the better heart, because that time of life is accustomed to find favor rather than to meet with opposition. 1. By a military career. Well then, the first thing to recommend to a young man in his quest for glory is that he try to win it, if he can, in a military career. Among our forefathers, many distinguished themselves as soldiers, for warfare was almost continuous then. The period of your own youth, however, has coincided with that war in which the one side was too prolific in crime, the other in failure. And yet, when Pompey placed you in command of a cavalry squadron in this war, you won the applause of that great man and of the army for your skill in riding and spear throwing, and for endurance of all the hardships of the soldier's life. But that credit accorded to you came to nothing along with the fall of the Republic. The subject of this discussion, however, is not your personal history, but the general theme. Let us, therefore, proceed to the sequel. 2. By personal character. 46 As then, in everything else brainwork is far more important than mere handwork. So those objects which we strive to attain through intellect and reason gain for us a higher degree of gratitude than those which we strive to gain by physical strength. The best recommendation, then, that a young man can have to popular esteem proceeds from self-restraint, filial affection, and devotion to kinsfolk. 3. By association with the great. Next to that, young men win recognition most easily and most favorably if they attach themselves to men who are at once wise and renowned as well as patriotic counselors in public affairs. And if they associate constantly with such men, they inspire in the public the expectation that they will be like them, seeing that they have themselves selected them for imitation. 47 His frequent visits to the home of Publius Mucius assisted young Publius Rutilius to gain a reputation for integrity of character and for ability as a jurisconsult. Not so, however, Lucius Crassus. For though he was a mere boy, he looked to no one else for assistance, but by his own unaided ability he won for himself in that brilliant and famous prosecution a splendid reputation as an orator. And at an age when young men are accustomed with their school exercises to win applause as students of oratory, this Roman Demosthenes, Lucius Crassus, was already proving himself in the law courts a master of the art which he might even then have been studying at home, with credit to himself. At the age of 21, Crassus conducted the case against Gaius Papirius Carbo, a former supporter of the Gracchi. The prosecution was so ably conducted that Carbo committed suicide to escape certain condemnation. 48 Roman 14. Sed cum duplex ratio sit orationis, quarum in altera sermo sit, in altera contentio, non est id quaedam dubium, quin contentio mearum vim habat ad gloriam, est anim, quam eloquentiam dissimus. Sed tamen difficile dictu est, quantoper conciliat animos comidas affabilitasque sermonis. Extant epistoli et Philippi ad Alexandrum et Antipatri, ad Cassandrum et Antigone ad Philippum filium, trium prudentissimmorum, sic enim excepimus. Quibus praecipiant, ut oration benigna multitudinis animos, ad benevolentiam allicient militesque bland appellando delineant. Qui autem in multitudine cum contention habetur oratio, e sep universum excidet, magna est enim admiratio copios sapientur dicentis, quem qui audiunt, intelliger etiam et saper plus quam ceteros arbitranter. Si viro inest in oration mixta modestia gravitas, nihil admirabilius feri potest, eoc magis, si sunt in adolescent. 49 sed cum sint plura causarum genera, qui eloquentiam desiderant, multic in nostra republica adolescents, et apud iudices, et apud populum, et apud senatum dicendo laudum assecuti sint. Maxima est admiratio in iudiciis. Quorum ratio duplex est. Nam ex accusation et ex defension constat, quorum etsi laudabilior est defensio, tamen etiam accusatio probata percip est. Dixi Paulo anti de Crasso, idem fecit adolescens m. Antonius. Etiam p. sulpici eloquentiam accusatio illustravit, cum siditiosum et inutilum saevum, si norbenum, in iudicium vocavit. 50 sed hoc quaedam non est sep faciendum nec umquam nisi aut re publici causa, ut Roman 2, quos anti dixi, aut ulcicendi, ut duo luculi, aut patrocinii, ut nos pro siculis, pro sardis in albucio Iulius, in accusando etiam ma. Aquilio L. Fufi cognita industria est. Semel igiter aut non sepsert. Sin erit, cui faciendum sit sepius, re publici tribuat hoc muneris, cuius inimicos ulciscae sepius non est reprehendendum, modus tamen id sit. Duri enim homines vel podius vix homines viter periculum capitis in fair multis. Id cum periculosum ipsi est, tum etiam sordidum ad famem, committer, ut accusator nominer. Quod contigit m. bruto summo gener nato, Elias filio, qui iuris civilis in primis peritus fuit. 51 ac etiam hoc preceptum, officii diligenter tenendum est, ni quem umquam innocentem iudicio capitis arcesses. Id enim, sine celer feri nullo pacto potest. Nam quid est, tamen humanum quam eloquentiam a natura ad salutum hominum, et ad conservationem deatum, ad benorum pestum pernicem converter. Nec tamen, ut hoc fugendum est, idem est habendum religini nocentem aliquando, modo ni nefarium impiumc defendir. Vult hoc multitudo, patitor consuetudo, fert etiam humanitas. Iudicis est semper in causis verum sequi, patroni non numquam veri simili, etiam zi minus sit verum defendir. Quod scriber, precertum cum de philosophia scriberum, non autorum, nisi idem placerit gravissimo stoicorum, penitio. Maxime autem et gloria peritor et gratia defensionibus, eoc meier, si quando accidit, ut I subveniator, qui potentes alicuius opibus circumveniri ergerique videtur, ut nos et sep alias et adolescents contra L. sulli dominantes ops pro sex. Ratio amorino fecimus qui, ut scis, extat oratio. Orationis MSS ed. Bracketed by Fleckisen BT 2 Muller Hein. Bland appellando sermona C ed. Blando appellando sermon BHB, bland appellando Gulielmus with 3 inferior MSS. BT, Hein ed. Excidat gloriam MSS, excidat ed, excidat lange. Edipud populum C ed, not in BHB. Modo ni nefarium LC ed. Modo nefarium nonius et nefarium BHB. 4 by eloquence, hash. 48 Roman 14. But as the classification of discourse is a twofold one conversation, on the one side, oratory, On the other there can be no doubt that of the two this debating power. For that is what we mean by eloquence, counts for more toward the attainment of glory. And yet, it is not easy to say how far an affable and courteous manner in conversation may go toward winning the affections. We have, for instance, the letters of Philip to Alexander, of Antipater to Cassander, and of Antigonus to Philip the Younger. The authors of these letters were, as we are informed, three of the wisest men in history, and in them they instruct their sons to woo the hearts of the populace to affection by words of kindness, and to keep their soldiers loyal by a winning address. But the speech that is delivered in a debate before an assembly often stirs the hearts of thousands at once. For the eloquent and judicious speaker is received with high admiration, and his hearers think him understanding and wise beyond all others. And if his speech have also dignity combined with moderation, he will be admired beyond all measure, especially if these qualities are found in a young man. 49. But while there are occasions of many kinds that call for eloquence, and while many young men in our republic have obtained distinction by their speeches in the courts, in the popular assemblies, and in the Senate, yet it is the speeches before our courts that excite the highest admiration. Prosecution versus defense, hash. The classification of forensic speeches also is a twofold one. They are divided into arguments for the prosecution and arguments for the defense. And while the side of the defense is more honorable, still that of the prosecution also has very often established a reputation. I spoke of Crassus a moment ago. Marcus Antonius, when a youth, had the same success. A prosecution brought the eloquence of Publius Sulpicius into favorable notice, when he brought an action against Gaius Norbanus, a seditious and dangerous citizen. 50 asterisk, but this should not be done often, never. In fact, except in the interest of the state, as in the cases of those above mentioned, or to avenge wrongs, as the two luckily, for example, did, or for the protection of our provincials, as I did in the defense of the Sicilians, or Julius in the prosecution of Albucius in behalf of the Sardinians. The activity of Lucius Fufius in the impeachment of Manius Aquilius is likewise famous. This sort of work, then, may be done once in a lifetime, or at all events not often. But if it shall be required of anyone to conduct more frequent prosecutions, let him do it as a service to his country, for it is no disgrace to be often employed in the prosecution of her enemies. And yet a limit should be set even to that. For it requires a heartless man, it seems, or rather one who is well nigh inhuman, to be arraigning one person after another on capital charges. It is not only fraught with danger to the prosecutor himself, but is damaging to his reputation to allow himself to be called a prosecutor. Such was the effect of this epithet upon Marcus Brutus, the scion of a very noble family and the son of that Brutus who was an eminent authority in the civil law. Spare the innocent, defend the guilty, hash. 51 again, the following rule of duty is to be carefully observed. Never prefer a capital charge against any person who may be innocent, for that cannot possibly be done without making oneself a criminal. For what is so unnatural as to turn to the ruin and destruction of good men the eloquence bestowed by nature for the safety and protection of our fellow men? And yet, while we should never prosecute the innocent, we need not have scruples against undertaking on occasion the defense of a guilty person, provided he be not infamously depraved and wicked. For people expect it, custom sanctions it, humanity also accepts it. It is always the business of the judge in a trial to find out the truth. It is sometimes the business of the advocate to maintain what is plausible, even if it be not strictly true, though I should not venture to say this, especially in an ethical treatise, if it were not also the position of Panidius, that strictest of Stoics. Then, too, briefs for the defense are most likely to bring glory and popularity to the pleader, and all the more so, if ever it falls to him to lend his aid to one who seems to be oppressed and persecuted by the influence of someone in power. This I have done on many other occasions, and once in particular, in my younger days, I defended Sextus Roscius of Ameria against the power of Lucius Sulla when he was acting the tyrant. The speech is published, as you know. A capital charge meant to the Roman a charge endangering a person's caput or civil status. A conviction on such a charge resulted in his civil degradation and the loss of his privileges as a Roman citizen. 52 Roman 15. Sed expositus adolescentium officiis, qui valent ad gloriam ad epicendum, deinceps de beneficentia ac de liberalitate dicendum est. Cuius est ratio duplex. Nam aut opera benign fit indigentibus aut pecunia. Facilior est hic posterior, locupleti presortem, sed alla lotior ac splendidior et viro forti claroque dignir. Quamquam enim in utroque inest gratificandi liberalis voluntas, tamen altera ex arca altera ex virtute deprometer, largitioque, qui fit ex re familiari, fontem ipsum benignitatis exorit. Ida benignitate benignitas toliter, quo in plurs usus sis, eo minus in multos iudi passus. 53 at qui opera, id est virtute et industria, benefici et liberals erunt, primum quo pluribus preferent, eo plurs ad benign faciendum adiuters habebunt, Dane consudidine beneficenti paritiers, erunt et tamquam exercitatiers ad beni de multis promrendum. Preclare in epistula quadam Alexandrum filium Philippus accuset, quod largitian benevolentiam Macedonum consecteter. Qui te malum, inquit, ratio inistum spem induxit, ut ius tibi fideles puters for, quos pecunia corrupices. And tu id agas, ut Macedones non te regem suum, sed ministrum et praebitorum sperent for. Beni ministrum et praebitorum, quia sordidum regi, melius etiam, quod largitionum, corruptilam dixit esse. Fit enim deterior, quia cipit, atc ad idem semper expectandum perior. 54 hoc ille filio, sed preceptum pudemus omnibus. Quam ob rem id quaedam non dubium est, quin illa benignitas, qui constet ex opera et industria, et honestior sit et latius padet et possit produs pluribus. Non numquam tamen est largendum, nec hoc benignitatis genus omnino repudiandum est, et sep idonis hominibus indigentibus de re familiari impertiendum, sed diligenter ac moderat. Multi enim patrimonia effuderunt inconsult largendo. Quid autem est stultius quam, quod libenter facies, curari, ut id diudius facere non possis. Ac etiam sequenter largitionem rapini, cum enim dandoeter coeperunt, alienis bonus manus affracagunter. Ida, cum benevolentiae comparendi causa benefici esse velint, non tanta studia assequenter aerum, quibus dederunt, quanto idea aerum, quibus idemerunt. 55 quam ob rem nec ida claudenda res est familiaris, ut eam benignitas aperier non possit, nec ida reseranda, ut padet omnibus. Modus et hibeter, isc referiter ad facultates. Omnino meminus debimus, id quod nostris hominibus sipisime usurpatum eam in proverba consududinum venet, largitionem fundum non haber, et enim quis potest modus esse, cum et idem, qui consuerunt, et idem allud alii desiderant. Beneficentia ed, beneficentia MSS, ubique. In BHAB, not in LCP. Epistola H. Hein, Epistola B. LBC. Praebitorum BHLBCP, Praebitorum putant A. Sperent Praebitorum LCP ed, not in BHAB. Generosity of two kinds, hash. 52 Roman 15. Now that I have set forth the moral duties of a young man, in so far as they may be exerted for the attainment of glory, I must next in order discuss kindness and generosity. The manner of showing it is twofold. Kindness is shown to the needy either by personal service or by gifts of money. The latter way is the easier, especially for a rich man, but the former is nobler and more dignified and more becoming to a strong and eminent man. For although both ways alike betray a generous wish to oblige, still in the one case the favor makes a draft upon one's bank account, in the other upon one's personal energy. And the bounty which is drawn from one's material substance tends to exhaust the very fountain of liberality. Liberality is thus forestalled by liberality. For the more people one has helped with gifts of money, the fewer one can help. 53 But if people are generous and kind in the way of personal service, that is, with their ability and personal effort, various advantages arise. First, the more people they assist, the more helpers they will have in works of kindness. And second, by acquiring the habit of kindness, they are better prepared and in better training, as it were, for bestowing favors upon many. In one of his letters, Philip takes his son Alexander sharply to task for trying by gifts of money to secure the goodwill of the Macedonians. What in the mischief induced you to entertain such a hope? He says. as that those men would be loyal subjects to you whom you had corrupted with money? Or are you trying to do what you can to lead the Macedonians to expect that you will be not their king, but their steward and purveyor? Steward and purveyor was well said, because it was degrading for a prince, better still, when he called the gift of money corruption. For the recipient goes from bad to worse and is made all the more ready to be constantly looking for one bribe after another. 54 * It was to his son that Philip gave this lesson, but let us all take it diligently to heart. That liberality, therefore, which consists in personal service and effort is more honorable, has wider application, and can benefit more people. There can be no doubt about that. 1. Gifts of money. Nevertheless, we should sometimes make gifts of money, and this kind of liberality is not to be discouraged altogether. We must often distribute from our purse to the worthy poor, but we must do so with discretion and moderation. For many have squandered their patrimony by indiscriminate giving. But what is worse folly than to do the thing you like in such a way that you can no longer do it at all? Then, 2. Lavish giving leads to robbery. For when through overgiving men begin to be impoverished, they are constrained to lay their hands on the property of others. And so, when men aim to be kind for the sake of winning good will, the affection they gain from the objects of their gifts is not so great as the hatred they incur from those whom they despoil. 55 * One's purse, then, should not be closed so tightly that a generous impulse cannot open it, nor yet so loosely held as to be open to everybody. A limit should be observed, and that limit should be determined by our means. We ought, in a word, to remember the phrase, which, through being repeated so very often by our countrymen, has come to be a common proverb. Bounty has no bottom. For indeed, what limit can there be, when those who have been accustomed to receive gifts claim what they have been in the habit of getting, and those who have not wish for the same bounty? Julius Caesar was a striking example of this. Cicero evidently had in mind such instances as Sulla, Caesar, Antony, and Catiline alienea petens, sui profusis, Saul, Cat. V. Romans 16. Nino du sunt genera largorum, quorum alteri prodigi, alteri liberales. Prodigi, qui epulies et viscerationibus et gladiatorum muneribus, ludorum venationum caparatu pecunias, profundunt inis res, quorum memoriam aut brevum aut nullum omnino sint relicturi. * 56 * liberales autumn. Qui sues facultatibus aut captos a predinibus redimunt, aut eis alienum suscipiant, amicorum aut in filiarum collocation, adiuvant aut oppiculanter, in re velquerenda vel agenda. 56 Idac mirror, quid in mentem venerit Theophrasto in eo libro, quem de divitias scripsit, in quo multa preclare, illud absurd. Est enim multis in laudanda magnificentia, et apparation popularium munerum taliumque, sumptuum facultatum fructum diviciarum pudet. Mihi autem alef fructus liberalitatis, cuius pauca exempla possui, multo et meier vidter et certior. Not found in our Aristotle, hash. Quanto Aristotle's gravius et virius nos reprehendit, qui has pecuniarum effusions non admiremur, qui fiant ad multitudinem delineandum. 8 enim, qui ob host upsidenter, si emir qui sextarium quadranter mina, hoc primo incredibile nobis vidri, omnesque mirari, sed cum attenderent, veniam necessitati dare, in his immanibus iacturis infinitisque sumptibus nihil nos magnoper mirari. Cum praesertim nec necessitati subveniatur nec dignitas, auditor ipsec illa delictatio multitudinis, ad breve exiguunc tempus capiatur, ec a levissimo quoque. In quo tamen ipso unicum satietate memoria quoque moriatur voluptatis. 57 * beni etiam collegit, hic puris et mulierculis et servis et servorum similimis liberis esse grata, gravi viro homini et qui fiant, iudicio surdo ponderanti probari possi nullo modo. Quamquam intelligo in nostra civitate inveteras eam bonus temporibus, ut splendor idolitatum ob optimus viris postulator. Idac et p. Crassus cum cognamine dives, tum copiae functus est idolicio maximo muner, et paulo post L. Crassus cum omnium hominum modertissimo q. Musio magnificentissima idilitate functus est, deigned C. Claudius App. F. Multi post, luculi, Hortensius, Silenus, omnes autem P. Lentulus me consul visit superiors, hunc est scorus imitatus. Magnificentissima viro nostri pompe munera secundo consulatu, in quibus omnibus quid mihi placet, vides. 8 anim ed. At high at hh at Roman 2 bb at hidc. Coggerenter bhb, cogenter lcp. Capiator buyer, not an MSS. Postulator bhb hein, postulator lcp bt. Extravagant waste of the public games, hash. Romans 16. There are, in general, two classes of those who give largely. The one class is the lavish, the other the generous. The lavish are those who squander their money on public banquets, doles of meat among the people, gladiatorial shows, magnificent games, and wild beast fights, vanities of which but a brief recollection will remain, or none at all. 56 * the generous, on the other hand, are those who employ their own means to ransom captives from brigands, or who assume their friends' debts or help in providing dowries for their daughters, or assist them in acquiring property or increasing what they have. 56. And so I wonder what Theophrastus could have been thinking about when he wrote his book on wealth. It contains much that is fine, but his position is absurd when he praises at great length the magnificent appointments of the popular games, and it is in the means for indulging in such expenditures that he finds the highest privilege of wealth. But to me, the privilege it gives for the exercise of generosity, of which I have given a few illustrations, seems far higher and far more certain. How much more true and pertinent are Aristotle's words, as he rebukes us for not being amazed at this extravagant waste of money, all to win the favor of the populace. If people in time of siege, he says, are required to pay a mina for a pint of water, this seems to us at first beyond belief, and all are amazed. But when they think about it, they make allowances for it on the plea of necessity. But in the matter of this enormous waste and unlimited expenditure, we are not very greatly astonished. And that too, though by it no extreme need is relieved, no dignity is enhanced, and the very gratification of the populace is but for a brief, passing moment. Such pleasure as it is, too, is confined to the most frivolous, and even in these the very memory of their enjoyment dies as soon as the moment of gratification is past. 57 * his conclusion, too, is excellent. This sort of amusement pleases children, silly women, slaves, and the servile free, but a serious-minded man who weighs such matters with sound judgment cannot possibly approve of them. Magnificent entertainments expected of an aedile, hash. And yet I realize that in our country, even in the good old times, it had become a settled custom to expect magnificent entertainments from the very best men in their year of aedileship. So both Publius Crassus, who was not merely surnamed the Rich, but was rich in fact, gave splendid games in his aedileship, and a little later Lucius Crassus, with Quintus Mucius, the most unpretentious man in the world, as his colleague, gave most magnificent entertainments in his aedileship. Then came Gaius Claudius, the son of Appius, and after him many others, the Luculi, Hortensius, and Silenus. Publius Lentulus, however, in the year of my consulship, eclipsed all that had gone before him, and Scaurus emulated him. And my friend Pompey's exhibitions in his second consulship were the most magnificent of all. And so you see what I think about all this sort of thing. 58 * Romans 17. Vitanda tamen suspicio est avaricii. Mimerco, Hamini divitissimo, praetermissio aedilitatis consulatus repulsum attulit. Quer et, si postulator populo, bonus viris si non desiderantibus, et tamen approbantibus faciendum est, modo pro facultatibus, nos ipsi ut fecimus. Et, si quando aliqua res mare ac utilior populari largitian acquiritor, ut orsti nuper prandia in semitis decumi nomen magno, honori furunt. Ni quidem seo video datum est, quod incaritate essem modium populo dedit. Magna enim si et inveterata invidia nec turpi iactura, quando erat aediles, nec maxima liberavit. Sed honori summo nuper nostro Miloni fuit, qui gladiatoribus empties re publici causa, qui salute nostra continbater, omnis p clodi canatus furorsk compressit. Causa igitur largitionis est, si aut nesses est aut util. 59 in his autumn ipsis mediocritatis regula optima est. L quidem Philippus QF, magno ver ingenio in primis claris, gloriari solbet si sine ullo munere adeptum esse omnia, qui haberenter amplissima, dicebet idem cauda, curio. Nobis quoque licet in hoc quadam modo gloriari. Nam pro amplitudinanorum, quos cunctis suffrages adepti sumus nostro quaedam anno, quod contigit aerum nemini, quos modo nominavi, sane exigus sumptus idolitatis fuit. 60 ac etiam ali impensi meliors, muri nevalia, portus, aquarum ductus omniac, qui ad usum rei publici pertinent. Quamquam, quod praesens tamquam in manum datur, iucundius est, tamen hic in posterum gradera. Theatra porticus nova templa vericundius reprehendo propter Pompium, sed doctissimi non probint, ut et his ips panidius, quem multum in his libris secutus sum, non interpretatus, et Phalerius Demetrius, qui periclum, principum Gricii vituperat, quod tantum pecuniam in preclara elapropolia canicerit. The portion here referred to is lost. Sed de hoc gener todo in iis libris, quos de Republica scripsi, diligenter disputatum. Toda igitur ratio talium largitionum gener vidiosa est. Temporibus necessaria, et tum ipsum et ad facultates accommodanda, et mediocritate moderanda est. M. Morelli ed. Marco MSS. His H. ed. Hij C. IISBB is L. 58 Roman 17. Still, we should avoid any suspicion of penuriousness. Mamercus was a very wealthy man, and his refusal of the aedileship was the cause of his defeat for the consulship. Justification of such extravagance. If therefore, such entertainment is demanded by the people, men of right judgment must at least consent to furnish it, even if they do not like the idea. But in so doing they should keep within their means, as I myself did. They should likewise afford such entertainment, if gifts of money to the people are to be the means of securing on some occasion some more important or more useful object. Thus Orestes recently won great honor by his public dinners given in the streets, on the pretext of there being a tithe offering. Neither did anybody find fault with Marcus Tullius for supplying grain to the people at an as the peck, at a time when the market price was prohibitive. For he thus succeeded in disarming the bitter and deep-seated prejudice of the people against him at an outlay neither very great nor discreditable to him, in view of the fact that he was aedile at the time. But the highest honor recently fell to my friend Milo, who bought a band of gladiators for the sake of the country, whose preservation then depended upon my recall from exile, and with them put down the desperate schemes, the reign of terror, of Publius Clodius. The justification for gifts of money, therefore, is either necessity or expediency. 59 The golden mean is best. And in making them even in such cases, the rule of the golden mean is best. To be sure, Lucius Philippus, the son of Quintus, a man of great ability and unusual renown, used to make it his boast that without giving any entertainments, he had risen to all the positions looked upon as the highest within the gift of the state. Cotta could say the same, and Curio. I, too, may make this boast my own to a certain extent. For in comparison with the eminence of the offices to which I was unanimously elected at the earliest legal age end, this was not the good fortune of any one of those just mentioned. The outlay in my aedileship was very inconsiderable. Lavish expenditure on public works, 60 again, the expenditure of money is better justified when it is made for walls, docks, harbors, aqueducts, and all those works which are of service to the community. There is, to be sure, more of present satisfaction in what is handed out, like cash down. Nevertheless, public improvements win us greater gratitude with posterity. Out of respect for Pompey's memory, I am rather diffident about expressing any criticism of theaters, colonnades, and new temples. And yet the greatest philosophers do not approve of them. Our Panidius himself, for example, whom I am following, not slavishly translating in these books. So, too, Demetrius of Phalerum, who denounces Pericles, the foremost man of Greece, for throwing away so much money on the magnificent, far-famed Propolia. But this whole theme is discussed at length in my books on the Republic. To conclude, the whole system of public bounties in such extravagant amount is intrinsically wrong, but it may under certain circumstances be necessary to make them. Even then, they must be proportioned to our ability and regulated by the golden mean. The as was a copper coin worth somewhat less than a penny. Selling grain to the people at such a price was practically giving it away to purchase their goodwill. The saving clause is added, because Cicero never filled the office of censor. 61 asterisk Roman 18. In a low autumn altero gener largendi, quod a liberalitate proficiter, non uno modo in disparibus causes affecti esse debimus, alia causa est ius, qui calamitate premiter, et ius, qui res meliors querit nullis sues rebus adversis. 62 asterisk propensior benignitas est debibit in calamitosos, nisi forte erunt digni calamitate. In iis tamen qui si adiuvari volunt, non ni affligenter, sed ut altiorum gradum ascendent, restricti omnino esse nullo modo debimus, sed in diligendis idonis iudicium et diligentium adhiber. Nam preclare Aeneas. Fab Inc., Vol. 2, 409. Benefacta male locata, male facta arbiter. 63 asterisk quod autumn tributum est bono viro et grado, in eocum ex ipso fructus est, tum etiam ex ceteris. Temeritate enim remota gradissima est liberalitas, eac eam studiosius pleric laudant, quod summi cuiusque benitas commune perfugium est omnium. Danda igiter opera est, ut iis beneficiis quam plurimos officiamus, quorum memoria liberis posterisque proditer, ut iis ingratis esse non licet. Omnes enim immemorum beneficii oderunt, imc in iurium in deterrenda liberalitate, sibi etiam feri iumc, qui facit, communum hostum tenuerum putant. Ac hic benignitas etiam re publici est utilis, redimi e servitut captos, locuplatari tenuers. Quod quaedam valgo solidum feri, ob ordine nostro, in oration crassi scriptum copios vidmus. Hanc ergo consudidinum benignitatis, largitione munerum lungentapono. Hic est gravium hominum ac magnorum, illa quasi assentatorum populi multitudinis levitatum voluptate quasi titulantium. 64 asterisk conveniat autumn commendando munificum esse, tum in exigendo non acerbum in omnic re contrahenda, vendundo amendo, conducendo locando, vicinitibus et confiniis, equum, facilum, multis desu ear sedentum, a litibus viro, quantum licet et nescio in paulo plus etiam, quam licet, abhorrentum. Est enim non modo liberal paulum non numquam desu ear dissedir, sed inter dum etiam fructuosum. Habenda autumn ratio est re familiaris, quam quaedam delabi siner flagitiosum est, sed ita, ut illiberalitatis avariciic, absit suspicio. Possi enim liberalitate iudi non spolientum si patrimonio nimmerum est pecunii fructus maximus. Rect etiam a Theophrastos est laudata hospitalitas, est enim, ut mihi quaedam viter, valda decorum pater domus hominum illustrium hospitibus illustribus, aid etiam re publici est ornamento, homines externos hoc liberalitatis gener in urb nostra non eger. Est autumn etiam vehementer util iis, qui honest possi multum volunt, per hospites apud externos populos valor opibus et gratia. Theophrastus quaedam scribit Simonem Athenes etiam in suus curials lasiatas hospitalem fuis. Ida enim instituis et villicis impervis, ut omnia preberenter, quicumque lasiades in villam suam divertiset. Ergo bhb Muller, ego lcp lactantius bt, hein. Lunge lcp lactantius ed, not in bhb. Delabi lc ed, hein, delabi bhb bt. General rules for beneficence, hash. 61 asterisk Roman 18. Now, as touching that second division of gifts of money, those which are prompted by a spirit of generosity, we ought to look at different cases differently. The case of the man who is overwhelmed by misfortune is different from that of the one who is seeking to better his condition, though he suffers from no actual distress. 62 asterisk It will be the duty of charity to incline more to the unfortunate, unless, perchance, they deserve their misfortune. But of course we ought by no means to withhold our assistance altogether from those who wish for aid, not to save them from utter ruin, but to enable them to reach a higher degree of fortune. But in selecting worthy cases, we ought to use judgment and discretion. For, as Aeneas says so admirably, good deeds misplaced, methinks, are evil deeds. 63 Furthermore, the favor conferred upon a man who is good and grateful finds its reward, in such a case, not only in his own good will, but in that of others. For when generosity is not indiscriminate giving, it wins most gratitude, and people praise it with more enthusiasm, because goodness of heart in a man of high station becomes the common refuge of everybody. Pains must, therefore, be taken to benefit as many as possible with such kindnesses, that the memory of them shall be handed down to children and to children's children, so that they too may not be ungrateful. For all men detest ingratitude and look upon the sin of it as a wrong committed against themselves also, because it discourages generosity, and they regard the ingrate as the common foe of all the poor. Ransoming prisoners from servitude and relieving the poor is a form of charity that is a service to the state as well as to the individual. And we find in one of Crassus's orations the full proof, given that such beneficence used to be the common practice of our order. This form of charity, then, I much prefer to the lavish expenditure of money for public exhibitions. The former is suited to men of worth and dignity, the latter to those shallow flatterers, if I may call them so, who tickle with idle pleasure, so to speak, the fickle fancy of the rabble. 64 It will, moreover, befit a gentleman to be at the same time liberal in giving and not inconsiderate in exacting his dues, but in every business relation in buying or selling, in hiring or letting, in relations arising out of adjoining houses and landsta be fair, reasonable, often freely yielding much of his own right, and keeping out of litigation as far as his interests will permit, and perhaps even a little farther. For it is not only generous occasionally to abate a little of one's rightful claims, but it is sometimes even advantageous. We should, however, have a care for our personal property, for it is discreditable to let it run through our fingers, but we must guard it in such a way that there shall be no suspicion of meanness or avarice. For the greatest privilege of wealth is, beyond all peradventure, the opportunity it affords for doing good without sacrificing one's fortune. Another expression of beneficence is hospitality. Hospitality also is a theme of Theophrastus's praise, and rightly so. For, as it seems to me at least, it is most proper that the homes of distinguished men should be open to distinguished guests. And it is to the credit of our country also that men from abroad do not fail to find hospitable entertainment of this kind in our city. It is, moreover, a very great advantage, too, for those who wish to obtain a powerful political influence by honorable means to be able through their social relations with their guests to enjoy popularity and to exert influence abroad. For an instance of extraordinary hospitality, Theophrastus writes that at Athens, Cimon was hospitable even to the Lascids, the people of his own deme. For he instructed his bailiffs to that end, and gave them orders that every attention should be shown to any Laschid who should ever call at his country home. 65 Roman 19. Qui autem opera, non largitian beneficia danter, hic tum in universum rem publicam, tum in singulos cives conferentur. Nam in iur caver ac hoc scientia gener prodis quam plurimis vehementur, et ad opes agendas pertinet, et ad gratiam. Id ac cum multa preclara maiorum, tum quod optime constituti iuris civilis summo semper in honor fuit cognitio ac interpretatio. Quam quidem ante hanc confusionum temporum in possession sua principes retinuerant, nunc, ut honors, ut omnes dignitatis gradis, sic huius scientiae splendor diletus est, aeg eo indignius, quod eo tempor hoc contigit, cum is esset qui omnes superiors, quibus honor par esset, scientia facile vicisset. Hic igitur opera grata multis, et ad beneficiis obstringendos homines accommodata. 66 ac huic arti finitima est dicendi facultas et gratior et ornatur. Quid enim eloquentia praestabilius vel admiration audientium vel spi indigentium vel aerum, qui defensi sunt, gratia. Huic ergo a maioribus nostris est in toga dignitatis principatus datus. Discerti igitur homines et facile laborantes, quod in patriae est moribus, multorum causas et non gravate et gratuito defendentes beneficia et patrocinia late patent. 67 admonbat me res, ut hoc quoque loco intermissionum eloquentiae, ni dicam interritum, deplorarem, ni vererer, ni demi ipso aliquid vidraquari. Sed tamen videmus, quibus extinctis oratoribus quam in possis spes, quanto in possiribus facultas, quam in multis sit audacia. Cum autem omnes non possint, ni multi quidem, aut iuris peridi esse aut discerti. Licit tamen opera prodis multis beneficia petentum, commandantum iudicibus, magistratibus, vigilantem pro re alterius, eos ipsos, qui aut consulentur aut defendunt rogantum. Quodque faciunt, plurimum gratii consequentur, latisimque aerum manat industria. 68 Eam alud non sunt admonendi, est anim impromptu, ut animadvertent, cum iuver alios velant, ni quos offendent. Sep anim aut ius ledunt, quos non debent, aut ius quos non expedit, si imprudens, negligentui est, si science temeritatis. Utendum etiam est excusation adversus ius, quos invidus offendas, quacumque passus, quer id, quod fesseris, nesses furit nec aliter face repoteris, ceterisque operis et officiis erit id, quod violatum videbiter, compensandum. Concilio iuverum ss, ed., bracketed by Mother Muller Hein. Dicendi gravure facultas BHB, gravure facultas LCP, dicendi facultas ed. Dicendi facultas lambinus. Huic quoque ergo BHLBC BT. Huic ergo facialati, huic ergo ed. In toga dignitatis LCP ed. In tota dignitatis BHB, in tota dignitate A. Videbiter LCP ed. Not in BHB, est A. 2. Personal service, hash. 65 Roman 19. Again, the kindnesses shown not by gifts of money, but by personal service are bestowed sometimes upon the community at large, sometimes upon individual citizens. To protect a man in his legal rights and to serve as many as possible with that sort of knowledge tends greatly to increase one's influence and popularity. The profession of the law hash. Thus, among the many admirable ideas of our ancestors was the high respect they always accorded to the study and interpretation of the excellent body of our civil law. And down to the present unsettled times, the foremost men of the state have kept this profession exclusively in their own hands. But now the prestige of legal learning has departed along with offices of honor and positions of dignity. And this is the more deplorable, because it has come to pass in the lifetime of a man who in knowledge of the law would easily have surpassed all his predecessors, while in honor he is their peer. Service such as this, then, finds many to appreciate it, and is calculated to bind people closely to us by our good services. Eloquence at the bar, hash. 66 Closely connected with this profession, furthermore, is the gift of eloquence. It is at once more popular and more distinguished. For what is better than eloquence to awaken the admiration of one's hearers, or the hopes of the distressed, or the gratitude of those whom it has protected? It was to eloquence, therefore, that our fathers assigned the foremost rank among the civil professions. The door of opportunity for generous patronage to others, then, is wide open to the orator whose heart is in his work, and who follows the custom of our forefathers in undertaking the defense of many clients without reluctance and without compensation. The decline of eloquence, hash. 67 My subject suggests that at this point I express once more my regret at the decadence, not to say the utter extinction, of eloquence, and I should do so, did I not fear that people would think that I were complaining on my own account. We see, nevertheless, what orators have lost their lives and how few of any promise are left, how far fewer there are who have ability, and how many there are who have nothing but presumption. But though not all know, not even many can be learned in the law or eloquent as pleaders, still anybody may be of service to many by canvassing in their support for appointments, by witnessing to their character before juries and magistrates, by looking out for the interests of one and another, and by soliciting for them the aid of jurisconsults or of advocates. Those who perform such services win the most gratitude and find a most extensive sphere for their activities. A warning to eloquence, hash. 68 Of course, those who pursue such a course do not need to be warned, for the point is self-evident, to be careful when they seek to oblige some, not to offend others. For oftentimes they hurt those whom they ought not or those whom it is inexpedient to offend. If they do it inadvertently, it is carelessness; if designedly, inconsiderateness. A man must apologize also, to the best of his ability, if he has involuntarily hurt anyone's feelings, and explain why what he has done was unavoidable and why he could not have done otherwise. And he must by future services and kind offices atone for the apparent offense. Acts of kindness and personal service mean to Cicero throughout this discussion the services of the lawyer, which were voluntary and gratis. This eminent jurist was Servius Sulpicius Laemonia Rufus, a close friend of Cicero, author of the well-known letter of condolence to Cicero on the death of his daughter Tullia. 69 Roman 20. Sed cum in hominibus iuvandis, aut more spectari, aut fortuna solet, dictu quaedam est proclive, idac valgo loquenter, si in beneficiis collicandis mores hominum, non fortunam sequi. Honesta oratio est. Sed quis est tandem, qui inopes et optimi viri causi non anteponet in opera danda gratiam fortunati et potentes. A quo enim expeditur et celerior remuneratio forviter, in eam fear est voluntas nostra propensior. Sed animadvertendum est diligentius, qui natura rerum sit, nimerum enim inops ille, si bonus est ver, etiamsi refera gratiam non potest, haber cert potest. Commode autem quicum dixit, pecuniam qui habet, non redditus, qui redditerit, non haber, gratiam autem et, qui retilerit, haberet, qui habet, retilis. Et qui si locuplets, honoratos, beatos putant, Roman tuni obligari quaedam beneficio volunt. Quin etiam beneficium si dedis arbitranter, cum ipsi quamvis magnum aliquad exceperent, ac etiam a si aut postulari aut expectari aliquid suspicanter. Patrocinio viro si usos aut clients appellari mortis instar putant. 70 et viro ille tenuis, cum quicquid factum sit, si spectatum, non fortunam putet, non modo illi, qui est meritus, sed etiam illis, a quibus expectat. Egit enim multis, gratum si vidri studit nec viro verbis augit suum munus, si quo forte fungitur, sed etiam extenuat. Videndumc illud est, quod, si opulentum fortunatum defenderis, in uno illo aut, si forte, in liberis ius manat gratia. Sin autem inopum, probum tamen et modestum, omnes non improbi humils, qui magna in populo multitudo est, presidium sibi paradum vident. 71 quam ob rem melius apud bonos quam apud fortunatos beneficium collicari puto. Danda omnino opera est, ut omni generi satis face repossimus, sed si res in contentionem veniet, nimerum Themistocles est octor ad hibendis, qui cum consularetur, utrum bono viro poperi and minus probato dividi filium collicarit. Ego viro, inquit, malo verum, qui pecunia egit, quam pecuniam qui viro. Sed corrupti mores depravitique sunt admiration divisciarum, quarum magnitudo quid ad unum quemque nostrum pertinet. Illum fortis adiuvat qui habet. Ni id quaedam semper, sed fac iuver utentir sane sit, honestir viro quo modo. Quatsi etiam bonus erit ver, ni impedient divisui, quo minus iuveter, modo ni adiuvant, sic omni iudicium, non quam locubles, sed qualis quisque sit. Extremum autem preceptum in beneficiis operac danda, ni quid contra equitatem contendas, ni quid pro iniuria. Fundamentum enim est perpetui commendationis et fami iustitia, sine qua nihil potest est laudabile. Gratiam haber lcp ed, not in bhab. Viro si bhab, viro cho si lcp. Putet ed, putet mss. CLCP ed, not in bhab. Utentir MSS, BT 1 hein potentir later MSS, opulentir 1 Ms. C. Lange, Lambinus BT 2 Muller. The basis for personal service is character not fortune, hash. 69 Roman 20. Now in rendering helpful service to people, we usually consider either their character or their circumstances. And so it is an easy remark, and one commonly made, to say that in investing kindnesses we look not to people's outward circumstances, but to their character. The phrase is admirable, but who is there, pray, that does not in performing a service set the favor of a rich and influential man above the cause of a poor, though most worthy, person? For, as a rule, our will is more inclined to the one from whom we expect a prompter and speedier return, but we should observe more carefully how the matter really stands. The poor man of whom we spoke cannot return a favor in kind, of course, but if he is a good man he can do it at least in thankfulness of heart. As someone has happily said, a man has not repaid money, if he still has it. If he has repaid it, he has ceased to have it. But a man still has the sense of favor if he has returned the favor, and if he has the sense of the favor, he has repaid it. On the other hand, they who consider themselves wealthy, honored, the favorites of fortune, do not wish even to be put under obligations by our kind services. Why? They actually think that they have conferred a favor by accepting one, however great, and they even suspect that a claim is thereby set up against them or that something is expected in return. Nay more, it is bitter as death to them to have accepted a patron or to be called clients. 70 * your man of slender means, on the other hand, feels that whatever is done for him is done out of regard for himself and not for his outward circumstances. The poor man's gratitude. Hence he strives to show himself grateful not only to the one who has obliged him in the past, but also to those from whom he expects similar favors in the future, and he needs the help of many. And his own service, if he happens to render any in return, he does not exaggerate, but he actually depreciates it. This fact, furthermore, should not be overlooked that if one defends a wealthy favorite of fortune, the favor does not extend further than to the man himself, or, possibly, to his children. But if one defends a man who is poor but honest and upright, all the lowly who are not dishonest, and there is a large proportion of that sort among the people, look upon such an advocate as a tower of defense raised up for them. 71 I think, therefore, that kindness to the good is a better investment than kindness to the favorites of fortune. We must, of course, put forth every effort to oblige all sorts and conditions of men if we can. But if it comes to a conflict of duty on this point, we must, I should say, follow the advice of Themistocles. When someone asked his advice whether he should give his daughter in marriage to a man who was poor but honest or to one who was rich but less esteemed, he said, "Wealth no inducement nor a bar to personal service. For my part, I prefer a man without money to money without a man." But the moral sense of today is demoralized and depraved by our worship of wealth. Of what concern to any one of us is the size of another man's fortune? It is, perhaps, an advantage to its possessor, but not always even that. But suppose it is. He may, to be sure, have more money to spend, but how is he any the better man for that? Still, if he is a good man, as well as a rich one, let not his riches be a hindrance to his being aided, if only they are not the motive to it. But in conferring favors, our decision should depend entirely upon a man's character, not on his wealth. The supreme rule, then, in the matter of kindnesses to be rendered by personal service, is never to take up a case in opposition to the right nor in defense of the wrong. For the foundation of enduring reputation and fame is justice, and without justice there can be nothing worthy of praise. 72 * Roman 21. Said, quoniam de eo gener beneficiarum dictum est, qui ad singulos spectant, deincepta iis, qui ad universos quic ad rem publicam pertinent, disputandum est. Earum autem ipsorum partem iis modi sunt, ut ad universos cives pertinent, partem singulos ut attingent, qui sunt etiam gradura. Danda opera est omnino, si possit utrisque nec minus, ut etiam singulis consolator, sed ita, ut e res aut prosit aut cert ni absit re publici. Si gracae fermentaria magna largidio, exoribat igitur aerarium, modica octavi et re publici tolerabilis et plebi necessaria, ergo et civibus et re publici salutaris. 73 In primis autem videndum erit I, qui rem publicam administrabit, ut suum quisque tenit nec de bonus privatorum publis deminutio fiat. Pernicios enim Philippus, in tribunatu cum legem agrarium ferit, quam tamen antiquari facil passus est et in eo vehementer si moderatum prebuit sed, cum in agendo multa popularitor, tum alud male, non es in civitate duo milia hominum, qui rem haberent. Capitalis oratio est ad equationem bonorum pertinens, qua pest qui potest esse meier? Hanc enim ob causam maxime, ut sua tenerenter, res publici civitatesque constituti sunt. Nam, etsi duce natura congregabenter homines, tamen spi custodii rerum suorum urbium presidia queribant. 74 * Danda etiam opera est. Ni, quod apud meiors nostros sep fibet propter erare tenuidatum assiduidatum bellorum, tributum sit conferendum, id cni eveniet, multo anti erit providendum. Sinque necessitas huius muneris aliqui re publici obvenerit, malo enim quam nostriam minari. Nec tamen de nostra, sed de omni re publica disputa, danda erit opera, ut omnes intelligent, si salvi esse velint necessitati esse parendum. Atque etiam omnes, qui rem publicam gubernabunt, consular debibunt, ut iram rerum copia sit, qui sunt necessarii. Quarum qualis comparatio feri solet et debit, non est nessus disputer, est enim impromptu, tantum locus attingendus fuit. Asterisk 75 asterisk caput autem est in omni procuration negodiae et muneris publici, ut avaritii pellitor etiam minima suspicio. Utinam, inquitsi Pontius Samnes, ad alla temporami fortuna reservivisset et tum essem natus, quando Romani dona cipper coa passent, non essem passus diudius ios imperir. Nihili multa secula expectanda furent, modo enim hoc malum in hanc rem publicam invassit. Id ac facil patir tum podius Pontium fuis, siquidem in illo tantum fuit roboris. Nondum centum et dissemini sunt, cum de pecunias repetundis a L pison lata lex est, nulla antia cum fuiset. Et viro postia tot legs et proximi quic duriers, tot re, tot demnati, tantum bellum propter iudicerum metam excitatum, tanta sublatis legibus et iudiciis expellatio direptio xoserum, ut imbecilitate alirum, non nostra verdut valemus. Partem LCP ed. Qui equals qui h partem bhab. Malo enim bhlbp. Malo enim alii, malo enim alieni c. Sunt bhb bt, 2, sunt ad victim LCP bt, 1 hein. Dona a kipper bhlapc, a kipper dona b, ed. Tantum bake ed. Tantum italicum LCP, tantum iliacum bh, tanti militari cum b. Service to the state through personal service to individuals, hash. 72 asterisk Roman 21. Now, since we have finished the discussion of that kind of helpful services which concern individuals, we must next take up those which touch the whole body politic and the state. Of these public services, some are of such a nature that they concern the whole body of citizens, others that they affect individuals only, and these latter are the more productive of gratitude. If possible, we should by all means attend to both kinds of service, but we must take care in protecting the interests of individuals that what we do for them shall be beneficial, or at least not prejudicial to the state. Gaius Gracchus inaugurated largesses of grain on an extensive scale. This had a tendency to exhaust the exchequer. Marcus Octavius inaugurated a moderate dole. This was both practicable for the state and necessary for the commons. It was, therefore, a blessing both to the citizens and to the state. The statesman's duty toward 1. Property rights. 73 asterisk The man in an administrative office, however, must make it his first care that everyone shall have what belongs to him, and that private citizens suffer no invasion of their property rights by act of the state. It was a ruinous policy that Philippus proposed when in his tribuneship he introduced his agrarian bill. However, when his law was rejected, he took his defeat with good grace and displayed extraordinary moderation. But in his public speeches on the measure, he often played the demagogue, and that time viciously, when he said that there were not in the state 2,000 people who owned any property. That speech deserves unqualified condemnation, for it favored an equal distribution of property, and what more ruinous policy than that could be conceived? For the chief purpose in the establishment of constitutional state and municipal governments was that individual property rights might be secured. For although it was by nature's guidance that men were drawn together into communities, it was in the hope of safeguarding their possessions that they sought the protection of cities. 2. Taxation. 74 asterisk The administration should also put forth every effort to prevent the levying of a property tax, and to this end, precautions should be taken long in advance. Such a tax was often levied in the times of our forefathers on account of the depleted state of their treasury and their incessant wars. But if any state, I say, any, for I would rather speak in general terms than forebode evils to our own. However, I am not discussing our own state, but states in general. If any state ever has to face a crisis requiring the imposition of such a burden, every effort must be made to let all the people realize that they must bow to the inevitable if they wish to be saved. 3. Necessities of life. And it will also be the duty of those who direct the affairs of the state to take measures that there shall be an abundance of the necessities of life. It is needless to discuss the ordinary ways and means, for the duty is self-evident. It is necessary only to mention the matter. 4. Official integrity. 75. But the chief thing in all public administration and public service is to avoid even the slightest suspicion of self-seeking. I would, says Gaius Pontius, the Samnite, that fortune had withheld my appearance until a time when the Romans began to accept bribes, and that I had been born in those days. I should then have suffered them to hold their supremacy no longer. But he would have had many generations to wait, for this plague has only recently infected our nation. And so I rejoice that Pontius lived then instead of now, seeing that he was so mighty a man. It is not yet 110 years since the enactment of Lucius Piso's bill to punish extortion. There had been no such law before. But afterward came so many laws, each more stringent than the other, so many men were accused and so many convicted, so horrible a war was stirred up on account of the fear of what our courts would do to still others. So frightful was the pillaging and plundering of the allies when the laws and courts were suppressed, that now we find ourselves strong not in our own strength, but in the weakness of others. The Italian or Social War, BC 188. During the dictatorships of Sulla and Caesar. 76 Roman 22. Laudet Africanum penedius, quod furit abstinens. Quidni laudet? Sed in illo alia maiora, laus abstinentiae non homines est solium, sed etiam temporum allorum. Omni Macedonum Gaza, qui fuit maxima, potitus Paulus tantum in aerarium pecunii invexit, ut unius imperatoris preda finem attulerit tributorum. Et hic nihil domum suum incelit praetor memoriam neminis sempiternam. Imitatus patrum Africanus nihilo locupletior Carthagen aversa. Quid? Qui ius collega fuit in censura, L. mummius, numquid copiosir, cum copiosissimum urbum fundidus sustulicet, Italium orner quam domum suum maluit, quamquam Italia ornata domus ipsa mihi vider ornatur. 77 nullum igitur vidium titrius est, ut eo unde egressa est, referit si Horatio, quam avaritia, praesertim in principibus et rem publicam gubernantibus. Haber enim quistui rem publicam non modo terp est, sed celeratum etiam et nefarium. Plut. Inst. Lacin. 239 F#idac. Quod Apollo Pythius oraclum edidit, Spartam nulla re alia nisi avaritia esperituram, id viter non solum laestimoniis, sed etiam omnibus opulentis populis predixis. Nulla autem re conciliar facilius benevolentium multitudinis possunt Roman II, qui re publici presunt, quam abstinentia et continentia. 78 Qui virosi populars volunt ob imc causam aut agrarium rem temptant. Ut possessors pellanter sues sedibus, aut pecunias creditas debitoribus condonandas putant, lab factant fundamenta re publici, concordium primum, qui esse non potest, cum aliis adamanter, aliis condonanter pecuniae, deigned equitatem, qui tollitur omnes, si haber suum cuique non licet. Section 73 id enim est proprium, ut super dixi, civitatis ac urbis, ut sit libera et non solicita sui re cuius custodia. 79 ac and hac pernici re publici nihillam quidem consequenter, quam putant, gratiam. Nam cui resurrepta est, est inimicus, cui data est, etiam dissimulat si acciper voluus et maxime in pecunias creditis occultat suum gaudium, ni videtur non fuis solvendo. Et viro ille qui accepit in iurium, et meminit et precifert dollarum suum, nec, si plur sunt Roman II, quibus improb datum est quam illi, quibus aeneas dedemptum est, id circo plus etiam valent, non enim numo hic iudicanter, sed ponder. Quam autem habet equitatem, ut agram multis annis aut etiam seculis antipossessum, qui nullum habuit habat, qui autem habuit amitat. Abstinentiae LCP ed. Sapientiae BHAB. Potitus J.F. Husinger, Potitus ed. Potitus est MSS. Incelit BHB ed. Dicelit LCP. Accipit LC ed. Accipit BHABP. 76 Roman 22. Penedius praises Africanus for his integrity in public life. Why should he not? But Africanus had other and greater virtues. The boast of official integrity belongs not to that man alone, but also to his times. When Paulus got possession of all the wealth of Macedon, it was enormous. He brought into our treasury so much money that the spoils of a single general did away with the need for a tax on property in Rome for all time to come. But to his own house he brought nothing save the glory of an immortal name. Africanus emulated his father's example and was none the richer for his overthrow of Carthage. And what shall we say of Lucius Mummius, his colleague in the censorship? Was he one penny the richer when he had destroyed to its foundations the richest of cities? He preferred to adorn Italy rather than his own house. And yet by the adornment of Italy his own house was, as it seems to me, still more splendidly adorned. Integrity versus avarice, hash. 77 asterisk. There is, then, to bring the discussion back to the point from which it digressed, no vice more offensive than avarice, especially in men who stand foremost and hold the helm of state. For to exploit the state for selfish profit is not only immoral, it is criminal, infamous. And so the oracle, which the Pythian Apollo uttered, that Sparta should not fall from any other cause than avarice, seems to be a prophecy not to the Lacedaemonians alone, but to all wealthy nations as well. They who direct the affairs of state, then, can win the goodwill of the masses by no other means more easily than by self-restraint and self-denial. The menace of agrarian laws, hash. 78 asterisk. But they who pose as friends of the people, and who for that reason either attempt to have agrarian laws passed, in order that the occupants may be driven out of their homes, or propose that money loans should be remitted to the borrowers, are undermining the foundations of the Commonwealth. First of all, they are destroying harmony, which cannot exist when money is taken away from one party and bestowed upon another. And second, they do away with equity, which is utterly subverted if the rights of property are not respected. For, as I said above, it is the peculiar function of the state and the city to guarantee to every man the free and undisturbed control of his own particular property. 79 And yet, when it comes to measures so ruinous to public welfare, they do not gain even that popularity which they anticipate. For he who has been robbed of his property is their enemy. He to whom it has been turned over actually pretends that he had no wish to take it. And most of all, when his debts are cancelled, the debtor conceals his joy, for fear that he may be thought to have been insolvent, whereas the victim of the wrong both remembers it and shows his resentment openly. Thus, even though they to whom property has been wrongfully awarded be more in number than they from whom it has been unjustly taken, they do not for that reason have more influence. For in such matters influence is measured not by numbers, but by weight. And how is it fair that a man who never had any property should take possession of lands that had been occupied for many years or even generations, and that he who had them before should lose possession of them? Nearly £2 million sterling.